Ah, 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 ah. Halo semuanya, let's go jalan-jalan ke Kenya, jangan lupa beli cuka. Halo semuanya, acuh nakal. Kembali lagi bersama dengan gua di sini. Kita akan nobar WEC atau World Endurance Championship yang akan berlangsung di Le Mans, Prancis. Jadi buat kalian yang masih nggak tahu apa itu WEC, jadi WEC itu adalah salah satu ajang populer ya, khususnya untuk balap mobil, yang mana ini seperti namanya sendiri ya, World Endurance Championship. Jadi endurance itu artinya ketahanan. Jadi ini adalah balapan ketahanan yang mana dari satu tim biasanya terdiri 2 sampai 3 driver yang akan bergantian dan terus membalap hingga 24 jam nonstop. Berarti ada berapa banyak lap, Bang? Wah, buat sekarang hitungannya udah bukan lap lagi ya, tapi hitungannya 24 jam nonstop. Jadi balapannya dari pagi sampai pagi lagi. Bener. Yes, 100 buat kalian. Bener banget ya. Jadi ini championship cukup bergengsi juga. Cukup dinanti-nantikan juga oleh banyak orang ya. Jadi buat kalian yang mungkin ingin bacot-bacot bareng, langsung aja stay tune bersama dengan gua. Langsung aja kita nobar bareng bersama dengan gue. Tapi kayaknya karakter gua kayaknya kegedean ntar yang di ini. Nah, chip. Jadi WEC sendiri ini cukup bergengsi dan hanya diadakan beberapa kali aja ya, tidak seperti F1 atau balapan yang lainnya yang diadakan hampir setiap minggunya, bahkan ada jadwal padatnya gitu ya. Kalau WEC enggak, mati bos nek mbok kongkon nyetir sak minggu pisan mati anjing. Maka dari itu WEC hanya diadakan kalau nggak salah 5 atau 6 kali ya, kalau nggak salah ya, correct me if I'm wrong guys, gue juga nggak tahu soalnya. Oke, dan juga sebentar lagi kita akan bergabung dengan Kui Entertainment ya, yang langsung disupport oleh Telkomsel, Mandiri, dan juga masih banyak lagi yang lainnya ya. Gua lupa tadi mau baca. ini mah bisa jadi kayak apa ya, host dadakan lah anjay. Kui Entertainment sok anuin gua dong, sok hubungin gua dong jadi host untuk di ajang-ajang seperti ini ya, di ajang sport yang seperti ini gitu ya. Gelo, ada Mandiri, ada apa lagi tuh? Ada Telkomsel. Dari Telkomsel, bahkan kartu gua sendiri aja pakai Telkomsel cuy. Gelo. Oke. Dan wah, ini pembalap udah mulai keluar semua ya, udah mulai keluar dari grid. Sudah apa ya? Bendera hijau sudah mulai dikibarkan. Apakah akan dimulai? Dan kita akan lihat sebentar lagi. Jadi bisa dibilang ini adalah sebagai formation lap ya, yang mana kemarin juga sudah diadakan untuk sesi kualifikasinya. Tapi sayangnya kita nggak bisa nobar untuk kualifikasinya guys, karena jujur gue juga kurang paham tentang ini ya. Yang gue paham adalah ini ya balapan endurance gitu aja. Tapi santai aja, kita akan lihat juga, nanti akan terlihat di layar YouTube kalian ya, akan ada race yang diadakan secara live dan kalian bisa bacot bareng dengan gua. Let's go. Dan juga jangan lupa kita di sini juga mendukung Sean Galail selaku pembalap Indonesia yang sedang berkompetisi di ajang yang sangat bergengsi ini ya. Anjing. Halo. Nah, ini dong. Oke ya. Jangan lupa keep stay Indo Pride ya. Karena selain Sean Galail itu cukup dikenal sungguh sangat mematikan ya, sungguh sangat apalah ya, sungguh sangat cepat dalam ajang WEC ini. Jadi bisa dibilang Sean Galail itu salah satu rider yang paling diperhitungkan dalam WEC. Jadi Buat kita ya jangan lama-lama kita langsung gabung aja nggak sih? Let's go! Kita akan bergabung bersama dengan FIAWIS yang akan dimulai sebentar lagi. Bentar gua mute. Set. Kita ganti ke mana sih? Ah, ini streamer magang anjing dongo tolol. Sorry. Oke. Oke. Kita cuma di 720 aja ya adik-adik ya. Bukan karena apa, karena emang wifi gua kentang anjing. Wifi gua kentang guys, sorry. Sorry. Dan juga di Lemans ini tahun kemarin yang menang dalam ajang kompetisi ini adalah Ferrari ya. Jadi bisa dibilang Ferrari juga sebagai kandidat kuat untuk bisa memenangkan endurance kali ini ya, balapan ketahanan kali ini. Karena memang Ferrari itu dia udah out dari beberapa tahun yang lalu ya. Balik-balik comeback dia langsung bisa memenangi World Endurance Championship, kan aneh anjing sumpah. Dan aneh, yang lebih anehnya lagi, Ferrari di WEC ini dia bisa memenangkan satu pertandingan dikala tim yang ada di F1 itu sedang terpuruk. Aneh anjing sumpah, aneh gila. Dan kita di sini bersama dengan Antonio Giovinazzi, salah satu pembalap yang ada di Italia. Salah satu pembalap yang pernah membalap di F1 untuk tim Alfa Romeo pada tahun 2020 ya guys. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong guys. Banyak asalnya anjing streamer dongo. Oke. Mantap. Suara udah oke. Sip. Waktunya kita nonton di sini ya. Dan waktu yang diperlukan untuk satu putaran ini kisaran 6 sampai 10 menit ya kalau nggak salah. Dan ada 3 kelas yang akan bertarung secara langsung, yaitu Hypercar, kemudian ada LMP2 dan juga LMGT. Jadi mungkin buat kalian yang barusan nonton ya nggak tahu juga, gue juga nggak tahu, gue juga sedikit bingung sebenarnya ya, karena ini tuh 3 kelas yang langsung jadi satu gitu. Jadi ibaratnya kalian nonton MotoGP nih, tapi yang terjun langsung Moto3, Moto2 sama MotoGP, gimana nggak pecah kepala kalian ya. Dan itu yang bikin race ini menarik. Wah. Dan tentu saja hampir semua pabrikan yang sudah top itu mengikuti acara ketahanan ini ya. Ada BMW, ada Ferrari, ada Porsche, ada apa lagi guys? Mercedes ada nggak? Kayaknya nggak ada deh. Oke, dan kita masih bersama di Formation Lap dan race mungkin akan dimulai kurang lebih 3 menit lagi karena diperlukan satu putaran penuh guys untuk Formation Lap. Jadi di sini startnya nggak seperti apa ya balapan pada umumnya yang sudah ada grid gitu, tapi di sini seperti start yang dilakukan ketika ada yellow flag di Formula One. Jadi ketika ada yellow flag kan ada safety car tuh, nah safety car masuk seperti itu startnya. Ketika safety car sudah keluar, mereka akan langsung gas tancap gas anjay. BMW M2. Di Hypercar ada Whitman dan juga di sini juga ada Alpine ya, ada tim Alpine dari F1 juga, yang mana tim Alpine ini diperkuat oleh Mick Schumacher, anak dari seorang legend 7 kali juara dunia di Formula One. Waduh, anaknya mengendarai mobil Alpine di WEC. Wah, ada Freddy Fisher, gel. Halo papi. Freddy Fisher guys, orang yang berhasil merekrut Lewis Hamilton. Dan katanya rumornya akan ada siapa ini namanya, Adrian Newey akan masuk ke Ferrari juga. Wah itu kalau beneran masuk, wah anjing nggak paham gua. Emang GG banget sih si Freddy Fisher ini asli. Kita bersama dengan tuan rumah Milesi yang mengendarai Ferrari. Ya atau BMW tadi, sorry, nggak lihat. Oh Alpine, goblok. Min satu pengetahuan, astagfirullahaladzim. Thomas Muller, oh bukan guys, ada Peugeot ya, ada Bacoott, nggak tahu gua bacanya gimana anjir, susah banget. Bacoott. Tapi kalau nggak salah di sini tuh di LMP atau LMGT3-nya itu Porsche-nya tuh yang warna hijau tuh yang nyeramin. Anjir bagus itu liverynya. Dan livery di sini tuh pada bagus-bagus semua anjir. Sumpah. Pada bagus-bagus. Dari BMW, kalau Ferrari mah gitu-gitu aja ya. BMW, Porsche bagus-bagus semua. Peugeot, Alpine. Ferrari doang yang gitu-gitu doang. Dan juga ada radionya ini. Antonio Giovinazzi ya kan yang mengendarai Ferrari. Salah satu driver yang cukup membawa impact kepada Formula One ya. Kenapa bisa gitu Bang? Ya karena dia pemain muda tapi berani mengalah. Memberikan kursinya kepada orang yang lebih muda lagi. Tapi sebenarnya dia bagus-bagus aja sih sebenarnya sih. Kita lihat di sini Porsche menempati pole position, gelo. Jagoan gue guys Porsche. Anjing. Muter-muter lo babi. Woi, jangan muter-muter woi. Woi bang, jangan muter-muter bang. Bang, jangan muter-muter bang. Cancok bang yang ini muter-muter kontol. Zinedine Zidane wave the fucking flags and here we go, we're racing in WEC or World Endurance Championship. Dan kita lihat di sini masih bersama dengan Porsche, masih di posisi depan. Kita lihat di sini di tikungan pertama menuju ke tikungan chicken ada Ferrari, dua Ferrari sudah side by side and here we go Ferrari up to second position. What a fucking start from Ferrari. Dan kita lihat di sini ada Corvette yang turun ke posisi ketiga, masih dihimpit oleh duo Ferrari dan diikuti oleh BMW. Kemudian ada Cadillac goblok, Corset tolol ini host kontrol. Sorry. Dan kita lihat di sini ada di posisi ke-7 ada Ferrari juga, di posisi ke-8 ada Alpine dan di posisi ke-9 ada Cadillac lagi. Dan kita lihat di sini di hypercar Peugeot. Nah, kan seperti yang gua kata, jadi di sini di Le Mans ini ada 3. Wow, kita lihat di sini side by side menuju straight line yang sangat-sangat panjang dan kita lihat di sini overtake dilakukan dari Cadillac kayaknya. Gue juga nggak tahu anjing. Babi. Nah, WEC ini serunya ini waktu awal-awalnya doang. Ntar waktu agak akhir, wah itu udah mulai kurang sih. Karena ini balapan bener-bener menguras tenaga anjing. Jadi kita lihat di sini Porsche masih berada di posisi pertama diikuti oleh Ferrari, ada Cadillac, ada Ferrari Porsche dan juga BMW M Team WRT. Kemudian di LMP2 ada by TF, I'm sorry I don't even fucking know how to spell it. I don't even fucking know how to pronounce it rightly. Kemudian ada IDEC Sport, ada Palace Racing dan ada United di posisi keempat dan kelima. Kemudian di LMGT3 ada McLaren dengan tim Inception dan juga diikuti oleh Ferrari di GMW Motorsport. Kemudian diikuti oleh Porsche di posisi ketiga di Mentip Pure RX. Kemudian ada itu apakah itu Aston Martin, maaf gua nggak tahu. Dan juga di posisi kelima ada Ford dari Proton dari Ford lebih depan di sini. Dan kita lihat di sini balapan atau race berlangsung cukup gila ya, karena ini masih di awal-awal race yang mana ini menentukan juga untuk strategi kedepannya. Jadi kita lihat di sini kita on board bersama dengan Porsche di posisi keempat. Itu Porsche yang apa anjing tadi gue kagak lihat goblok. Dan yang lain di sini Ferrari mengambil alih pimpinan dari Porsche and what a shame by Porsche. Seperti tahun kemarin ya, Ferrari gila banget sih. Ferrari ini apa ya? Gila banget, Cok. Wah, parah deh. Dia di lurusan kenceng, di belokan juga stabil. Wah, gila sih. Yang bikin mobil Ferrari ini siapa ya? Gila sih, sumpah. Kita lihat di sini kita on board bersama dengan Cadillac Racing menuju atau mengejar dari seorang Porsche Penske. Tapi kita lihat di sini dibayang-bayangi oleh seorang Antonio Giovinazzi. Wah, gila gila sih. Nah, kelihatan banget kan kalau udah ada gapnya, berarti itu udah beda ini guys, beda kelas. Berarti kelasnya udah ya udah turun di LMGT3. Termasuk juga di hypercar dan LMP2 itu ketahuan banget gapnya. Jadi dari sini masih bersama dengan Ferrari Course, ada Porsche, Cadillac, Ferrari dan juga Ferrari lagi. Banyak banget anjing Ferrarinya. Ya Allah, dan diikuti oleh Alpine di posisi berentetan. Dan diingat ini bahwasanya adalah sebuah balapan ketahanan. Jadi dibutuhkan strategi yang bagus bukan hanya di awal-awal aja tapi menuju sampai besok-besoknya ya. Sampai nantinya lebih depannya. Dan di sini kita lihat overall position kenapa sangat cepat dari LMP2. Waduh, gua nggak ada yang tahu lagi anjing. Babi. Hypercar grip progress. Ah, tuh kan Ferrari gelo sih sumpah sih Ferrari sih. Inception. Wah, LNG3. Porsche kemana? Porsche keempat. Oke sih, masih oke sih. Tapi turun ya dia. Ah, dan kita lihat di sini Ferrari. Waduh, anjing Ferrari kuat banget deh. Cadillac dianjing-anjingin, cok. Sekarang yang kena sandwich Ferrari adalah Porsche dan juga Cadillac babi. Bayangin guys, dari 3 mobil yang diturunkan di hypercar, ya, 3-tiganya masuk 5 besar, cok. Kurang keren apa coba nih tim ya? Alah, kenapa ada ini sih muter-muter high. It's Ferrari, Porsche, Ferrari Cadillac, Ferrari again. Terus-terusan aja nih Ferrari.
And there's the number 7 Toyota further back. So coming to the second chicane.
Oh, ternyata tadi hitam ya. Sorry guys. Sorry. Sedikit melebar tadi dari Porsche ya.
Great lap, buddy. Great lap. Just keep doing them like that. Nicely done.
Welin Cadillac Racing. Wah, Cadillac cukup tertekan sih di sini ya. Karena memang tidak bisa dipungkiri bahwasanya Ferrari di Lemang cukup kuat ya. Tapi kenapa di Imola kemarin cukup ini ya? Cukup gimana gitu? Di Imola yang 6 jam kemarin. Ah, ini dia. Mobil yang memenangkan, ya Allah, masih menit pertama loh. Tapi nggak apa-apa, justru jika mobil kalian ada apa ya, tapi kalau udah kerusakan mesin udah nggak bisa ikut lagi nggak sih? Pulang aja nggak sih kalau kata gue mah. Babi. Tapi kalau mungkin masalahnya ada di ban, mungkin masih bisa lah ya harusnya. Kalau buat kalian yang nonton boleh dong komen-komen, kita cakap-cakap bareng di sini ya. Ada Milesi ya di sini, dan kita lihat, wah ini apa ya, perbandingan kecepatannya udah mulai terlihat antara baris depan dengan baris belakang, meskipun mereka sama-sama menggunakan hypercar ya. Tapi nah ini bisa jadi juga sandbagging dari salah satu tim ya. Sandbaggingnya seperti apa bang? Mungkin mereka mau menghemat ban, jadi ingin stintnya lebih lama, 1 sampai 30 menit sampai dengan 60 menit ya. Karena stint yang panjang itu juga bisa mempengaruhi hasil dari hasil akhir dari balapan ini gitu. Jadi ya apapun strateginya pasti itulah yang terbaik ya. Gue kurang paham strategi yang akan dipakai oleh para pembalap yang ada di sini. Karena jujur gue ini baru pertama kali nonton live WEC. Karena sebelumnya gue cuma nonton highlightnya doang. Jadi gue ingin merasakan gimana sih kalau misal gue nonton 24 jam nonstop. Apakah ini akan menjadi hal yang sangat seru atau tidak? Nah, kita akan anuin bersama-sama. Dan kita lihat di sini fastest lap dicetak oleh Anthony Giovinazzi 3 menit babi. Berarti cuma 3 sampai 6 menit doang guys. Untuk satu putaran. Alhamdulillah. Lamborghini juga ikut ya kan, BMW, Alpine tuh. McLaren, Toyota. Toyota tumben jelek banget ya. Lexus juga ikutan anjing. McLaren, ini lo baru Corvette, goblok tadi itu kayak Dilarang tolol. Hey, welcome Ravis, welcome to the stream, have such wonderful day, welcome. Let's go, we're gonna watch this fucking race for 24 fucking hours. So I'm gonna stream for the entire race. I hope I'm not die, please. And here we go in the hypercar sector. There's Ferrari in the first, third, and fifth. That's kind of fucking amazing. Bayangin dia tuh apa ya, di hypercar memasukkan tiga mobil, berarti 6 pembalap total, 9 pembalap total. Tapi mereka semua itu bisa
tembus di 6 besar, 5 besar bahkan, jancuk.
Gak kurang keren apa coba bayangin ya. Sedangkan kita lihat di sini bahwasanya ada Porsche menurunkan 1 2 3 4 5 6 hypercar, 6 hyper fucking car ya. 6. Tapi semuanya terpuruk gitu. Bahkan yang tersorot cuma satu ada di posisi kedua yang dikendarain oleh Elvantor. L-nya apa Bang? Lukas. Sorry. Alpine menurunkan 2. Ada di posisi ke-9 dan juga ada posisi ke-12, cukup bagus. Dan kita lihat sini apakah ada overtake yang dilakukan oleh Toyo dan juga Alpine melawan siapa ini babi gua nggak tahu. Dan Nick De Vries di urutan terakhir, nggak hanya di WEC tapi dia juga nggak hanya di F1 tapi di WEC dia juga bapu. Nick De Vries. Ini siapa lagi awal-awal udah masuk pit? Hah? Bentar. Use the fucking wiper. Use the wiper lah bodoh. LMGT3 dan kita lihat di sini kita bersama dengan kelas LMGT3 dan masih di paper oleh Inception dari McLaren diikuti oleh JMW Motorsport dari Ferrari dan juga Proton yang sudah naik di posisi ketiga. Tadi ada di posisi kelima, sekarang sudah menaik ke posisi ketiga. Dan we're on board with tim WRT BMW bersama dengan M. Martin. M-nya apa Bang? Mark Martin. Anjay. Kita sembari makan martabak manis. Ya Allah udah retire babi. Pulang aja nggak sih? Tuh, tapi dia bilang kemungkinan besar bisa rejoin, mungkin sih. Who knows lah ya. Kita jalannya WEC ini nggak bisa ditebak anjing.
And these cars are also different. Mustang front engines, you got rear-ended, mid-engine cars, all sorts of different flat six, V8, V10, all sorts of weird and wonderful combinations in GT3. They work better in different parts of the track.
Gua pingin menyebutkan Kui Entertainment dulu ya. Respect to Kui Entertainment buat kalian yang ingin nonton podcast atau mungkin nonton video-video menarik lainnya, kalian bisa langsung ke Kui Entertainment. Dan juga terima kasih kepada Kui Entertainment yang telah memberikan kita kemudahan untuk bisa menonton WEC ya. Dan di Kui Entertainment yang nonton udah 13k guys, gelo, tambah lagi nggak sih? Gelo, kita like dulu. Sisanya mampir ke sini nggak sih? Dan kita di sini on board bersama dengan Porsche dan juga Ferrari yang tumpangnya oleh Antonio Giovinazzi. Tapi Antonio Giovinazzi berhasil melakukan defense yang sungguh sangat-sangat baik. Tapi race pace-nya emang gila sih Ferrari ini dua ini. Sumpah sih. Gelo, dan kita lihat di sini bersama dengan Vantor di Porsche di posisi ketiga sedang mengejar Ferrari. Di depan kita lihat di sini apakah dia bisa mengejar Ferrari di lurusan yang sungguh sangat panjang dari Le Mans. Tapi Ferrari ternyata lebih baik dalam pengereman. Porsche kalah di pengereman, kalah juga di lurusan. Sebenarnya lurusan nggak on the straight. Alah, gue lagi kerja. Sorry banget, gue lagi kerja, sumpah. Bukannya gue nggak mau, gue lagi kerja. Sorry ya. Bukannya gue kepada orang yang sedang menelpon saya. Mungkin jikalau Anda melihat ini, mohon maaf, saya tidak bisa mengangkat telepon Anda karena saya sedang restream. Mungkin akan gue angkat nanti. Listen to that sound. Cantik banget suaranya. Blue Aston Martin. Beneran 5 dan 6 itu Aston Martin. Dari kita lihat di sini. Aduh. Ini Aston Martin. Yang bener lu. Ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anjing, hypercar udah mulai overlap, cok. Gelo. Oh iya benar. Di depan sendiri ya, berarti tadi itu dipimpin oleh Ferrari, kemudian diikuti oleh duo Aston Martin, kemudian ada Lamborghini dan juga Corvette di LMGT3. Wow. Dari dalam sini Ducati anjing, goblok. Ferrari semakin menjauh di depan. Dan kita masih bersama dengan Porsche Penske Motorsport yang ditunggangi oleh Vantor. Terlihat semakin jauh dari Ferrari. Apakah Ferrari bisa 1-2 di sini? Who knows? Balapan masih berlangsung kurang lebih 16 menit. Jadi masih panjang, guys. Tapi memang gue pengen tahu siapa yang mereka omongin ketika balapan udah mulai masuk fase-fase bosen anjing. Jadi WEC ya, fase-fase tidak bosen itu ada di 1 sampai 5 jam ke depan. Setelahnya itu bosen anjing. Kemudian tidak akan jadi bosan lagi di 3 jam menuju akhir. Bahkan sampai menuju akhir banget itu pasti seru sih. Nah, gue pengen tahu apa sih yang diomongin sama orang-orang komentator ini ketika keadaan race sedang berjalan cukup tenang gitu. Gue pengen tahu. Dan kita lihat di sini buat battle untuk posisi ke-7 ada BMW dan diikuti oleh Alpine dan juga Cadillac Racing. Charles Milesi selaku tuan rumah, orang yang mengendarai pabrikan Prancis juga, ya kan? Alpine dari Prancis, drivernya dari Prancis, Le Mans itu juga di Prancis. Kalau kalah ke Bacoott. Jadi kita lihat di sini gamenya tinggal 0,279. Apakah akan ada sebuah aksi overtake yang dilakukan oleh Charles Milesi? Dan kita lihat di sini Cadillac sedang membutuhkan Alpine dari belakang, mencoba untuk mencari peruntungan. Apakah dia bisa mencari sebuah lubang yang ditinggalkan dari aksi overtake? Dan kita lihat di sini Alpine menunjukkan dari kanan kiri, puter lagi kanan kiri. Buemi, kita lihat Buemi di sini ya, salah satu driver dari F1 juga. Buemi kemudian juga ada di posisi ke-19. Jika kalian notice ada Pedro Di Resta jika lo nggak salah itu namanya. Itu dia juga salah satu pembalap F1 juga di tahun 2000-an ya. Jadi ya lagi-lagi Nick de Vries ada di posisi buncit. Alah. Nick de Vries gak paham acu. Gak di F1, gak di sini, burik anjing. Dongo. Oh, Ferrari 1-2, Porsche on the third, fourth with Cadillac, and fifth with Ferrari again. Cadillac kita lihat di posisi ke-9 mencoba untuk mengejar Alpine yang sedang mencoba untuk fight untuk posisi ke-7 bersama dengan BMW. Dan kita lihat di sini ada di LMGT3. Kalian dengarkan sesama. Bancok enak suara nih. Tapi LMGT3-nya Ferrari-nya bosan. Kita lihat sini side by side 3 cars in the corner in the chicken and we will see wall in the ahead. Siapakah yang terdepan? Astagfirullahaladzim, ditelepon lagi bang. Jangan ditelepon bang. Gua lagi kerja, please. Please. Loh, BMW hypercar tersenggol kah sama Alpine? Wah, anjing.
How has this happened as he tries to spin turn the car around? He gets it going again. Now, how much damage, if at all, has that done? As Vincent Voss, the boss of WRT, watches on. They run that BMW team.
Kita lihat di sini side by side dari siapa itu bangsa di posisi ke-78 ke bawah kayaknya ya. Apakah itu Ferrari? Sepertinya Lamborghini. Saya juga tidak tahu. Wow. Aduh.
At some point in the rolling up lap, when everybody's waving, someone has unfortunately flicked. It seems likely at the moment someone's unfortunately flicked something up into our radio.
Thank you very much, Matt. Thanks a lot.
Well, you're not going to survive 24 minutes.
Gue pengen tahu. Jangan dikasih tahu yang LMGT itu mulut anjing. Minimal tuh kasih tahu tadi. Hypercar siapa? Kita lihat ini.
Yeah, so let's save some energy behind him. So a little bit of lift and coast into the chicanes. To attack him too hard. Save energy through Porsche.
Gelo.
And we jump them in the pits.
Proton naik 9 posisi, anjing start dari 17 cok, sekarang ke 8, gelo. Tepuk tangan dulu nggak sih? Mana tepuk tangan? Gelo. Yoi, let's go.
Proton running 2 Mustangs in the championship, 88 and 77.
Kenapa yang disorot LMGT3 terus? Karena kayaknya LMGT3 ini cukup kompeten ya untuk acara saling overtake-nya. Tuh lihat, masih ada yang gandeng. Babi, ini kenapa? Aduh, Porsche, tadi kamu sliding dan dibalap oleh Iron Lynx dari Lamborghini. Posisi ke-7 dan Proton lagi-lagi naik. What the hell? Itu siapa sih ridernya anjing? Gue pengen tahu. Gelo. Sumpah keren banget.
So he's now up against a whole bunch of pros. He's got United Autosports McLaren of Gregoire Sosi. That's the orange and black car. And behind him is the yellow Proton Mustang of Christopher Mies. Mies just showing his nose and Sosi looking.
Jadi dari sini apakah akan ada aksi overtake lagi? Ternyata tidak. Sorry kalau semisal tiba-tiba gue diem guys, karena gue juga sambil balas pesan.
That's right ahead of Maxime Martin now as we continue the battle. That's for 11th place.
Make sure to tell me when the hypercars are going to come up.
Yeah, that's a really valid radio message because already Maxime Martinez, we're 6 laps in. Surely it's going to be lap 7 or something, or is it going to be this lap?
Mau dong malah dok. Tolol. Dan kita lihat di sini hypercar. Apakah akan terjadi Ferrari versus Ferrari? Karena dengan gap cuma 0,942, apakah akan ada aksi overtake atau hanya memainkan Tim order, dan kita lihat di sini Porsche sudah tertinggal 2 detik, tidak asik babi.
Yeah, it's like two different races when you're in this race you see here with the GTs with no other classes around you, so you can focus on your
yang
own
disorot
race.
LMGT3 mulu. Kenapa Bang? Karena aksi kenapa ini? Ini tim BMW tadi. Ya, yang melintir tadi ya. Aduh. Oh, mau perbaikan kah atau gimana? Nih. Yang tadi dikejar sama Alpine kan? Oh.
I assumed it would be on the right, and oh yeah, it was the right front, then the rear hitting afterwards. This is how it looked from on board with Charles Melesi.
Pecah bannya.
Wow, where do you go?
Gimana, Cok? Oh iya, pecah bannya, Cok.
The tire smoke comes at you as well, and confusion down in pit lane for BMW.
Yeah, aim for the accident is always the rule, but you got to have luck on your side as well. Back with the LMP2 battle.
Tuh, LMP2. Nah, ini LMP2 ini. Ini juga cukup menarik nih LMP2 ini. Ntar gua mau ambil sih, Cok, martabak manis gua.
Well, this is behind the AO by TF car. This is Idexport versus Panis. Panis with the blue and gold. Idexport with the Belgian colours, I guess. Red, yellow, and black. So Panis in second place. That's Job van Ooyen.
Kita dengerin yang komen aja, Cok. Kita nggak tahu banyak tentang WEC, jadi kita banyak diem aja, oke?
Experienced drivers, Job van Ooyen and Matthias Besch. And you've got Oliver Jarvis as well behind. We were momentarily riding on board with Philippe Albuquerque, who is
masih berjalan 20 menit udah ada yang pit loh.
Yeah, that lead group in LMP2 very closely matched indeed, and some very quick drivers indeed aboard them.
Gua kira tuh tadi karena aku tenggul sama Alpine tuh, karena tadi kan sempat hampir kontak kan. Enggak Bang Zat.
And then I beg pardon, Nico Muller, and then Will Stevens in the gap in the middle. That's the number 12 car. Seems to be back up to speed. 3 minutes.
Tim Jota nih, waduh.
Compared to 3 minutes 32.8 for the race leader on the
Tim Jota nih cukup ini ya. Oh, turbo Pertamax, guys, jangan lupa. Ini kenapa tiba-tiba ngepaus sendiri, goblok. Oh, kepencet spasi tadi, sorry guys, sorry.
The Porsche of Kevin of number 6 with Laurent Vantour, Kevin Estra's teammate, and Joe Ganassi, who we're right on board with now, is starting to catch his teammate Niklas Nielsen, who I thought for a moment was pulling away from him. Let's have a listen.
Wow, Robert Kubica anjing mengendarai Ferrari di posisi kelima, gelo.
So both Ferraris are they started this race on a brand new set of medium compound tyres, and Porsche number 6 as well. But car number 3, the Caddy, with Sebastian Bourdais driving it, is on a soft set of brand new tyres. So that might explain why he's finding it hard to hang on.
Ini udah deket banget loh. Apa karena ini ya? Karena traffic ya? Tapi enggak deh. Dari tadi udah deket, Cok. Seneng banget ngeliatin. Belok. Nah ini opportunity bagus sih buat itu. Lu marah-marah nggak bisa, Cok. Banyak banget traffic dari LMGT3.
Yeah, and it is a very dirty,
and you don't give nanti gaining until yang satunya itu sampai masuk ke dalam gravel. Nah, kemudian ditutup lagi oleh MG3 ini. Bangsat memang itu, tolol. Spion dipakai goblok. Tolol.
Anthony, that's going to be one of the hardest ever. This is both and
udah masuk di LMP2. Dan kita lihat di sini apakah akan terjadi perang saudara di sini, Ferrari melawan Ferrari. Let's see aja lah.
The night time, this is the hardest bit for everybody because you've been used to driving in your own group for quite some time.
Gue sambil makan guys, bentar ya.
It's cat amongst the pigeons moment and they're not used to it. It settles down afterwards.
Good work, buddy. Good work.
Ah, Cadillac.
Doing good laps. It's just gonna keep coming to us. Just keep pushing. We're P14 right now. Just stay close.
P14 right now. Oh, bukan hypercar, guys.
Really good advice.
Kayaknya LMP2 ya.
Calming engineering as well. You've almost got to be a driver coach at the same
Beda
time.
ya, di sini tuh kayak
And you can tell that
beda banget sama Ferrari yang beda banget sama F1 aja.
Pipo Durrani at the wheel at the moment. He's on also a soft set of brand new tyres to the start of this race.
It's 20 seconds back from the lead group. The big change, by the way, through that first interaction with
Karena memang apapun bisa terjadi sih. Apalagi khususnya ketika nanti malam ya. Ketika vision sedang jelek-jeleknya. Wah, gua kagak bisa bayangin kalau misalnya ini nanti hujan sih, sumpah.
And he did get by the Astons. I wasn't sure if he was going to lunge them, but he did. Great work by Sebastian Bourdais. So yeah, he's gone from 5 seconds behind Lawrence Van Toor to 1.5 seconds behind Van Toor. And then fifth place.
Itu Pertamax Turbo, guys.
AF Corsa Ferrari. Sixth position.
Bentar, kayaknya logo G20 kegedean ya. Bentar.
Flashing its headlights as the McLaren and the Porsche get side by side. And that is Gregor Sosi finally squeezing his way back. Squeezing his way finally past the white car of Alex Malikin.
Telkomsel tuh ya. Sponsornya ada di bagian sebelah kanan atas, Main ID.
That's trying to get through. We're with the Cadillac of Alex Lynn, and he is currently in 9th place.
As one of the Porsches is trying through the Dunlopesses to get through this gaggle of GT3s, but it's held him up a little. So listen to Alex Lynn.
3 laps to go on the stint.
Tuh.
11 laps.
Itu tuh mereka nggak ada yang ngalah, coy. Kita lihat di sini masih bersama dengan Alpine. Alpine apa Cadillac, coy?
Behind the safety car, plus they had to leave the pit lane and get round to the grid. So it should be a dozen laps in a full racing stint. Or should be 11 laps in a full racing stint. They'll probably start pitting after 10 here. We might even see
Gelo trafficnya, bos. Lihat. Toyota sebagai apa ya, yang sangat diandalkan ke-6 loh, kalah loh dengan Ferrari. Jadi dari sini apakah akan ada terjadi sebuah aksi balap-membalap dari Cadillac Racing menuju ke Proton, Bay? Porsche. Waduh, ngedem ngeri. Oh, bisa Alpine. Oh, jadi Cadillac mengejar Alpine. Let's go.
I would say this is Lapierre actually.
Babi.
He has got the race pace on Alex Lynn, so Lynn looked like he was fighting back with the thanks to the traffic, but it's Lapierre that's caught past him.
And we saw in qualifying, Nico Lapierre was bitterly disappointed not to get into hyperpole because the other car did, and he knew the potential was in the car. He was really upset with himself.
Alhamdulillah.
They haven't shown that much so far this season, have they, Alpine? But this certainly seems to be a racetrack that's suiting their car better.
Pulling together notes prior to this race, I was looking back at some of the performances.
Cadillac masih mencoba untuk mengejar Alpine, dan kita lihat di sini ternyata masih ada gangguan dari LMGT3 Cadillac. Udah kena overtake loh, udah kena overlap loh, anjing gelo. Dalam berapa menit? 30 menit doang loh, udah kena overlap, anjing gila.
That's why we're seeing so many different manufacturers being so close. Porsche, Lamborghini, Porsche.
This is close here.
Porsche, Lamborghini. Mana? Mana yang Porsche Lamborghini? Porsche, Lamborghini, Peugeot, Porsche, Lamborghini, BMW.
The only thing with the Alpines versus the Cadillac is that there's a difference in tire.
Porsche Penske Motorsport. Di kelas Cybercar masih di posisi ke-14 kita lihat di sini. Dia masih mencoba untuk mengejar rekan satu brandnya dari Porsche. Buat kalian yang ingin tahu sponsornya ada apa aja, ada di kanan atas. Ada BMW, ada Telkomsel. ada Pertamax Turbo, dan ada Min ID. Jadi buat kalian yang ingin tanya-tanya atau ya itulah, boleh langsung mampir aja. Dan juga ada Taco Bell. Let's go. Dan kita lihat sini, wah udah mulai mendung. Apakah akan ada drama hujan seperti yang terjadi di Spa? Let's see. Wah anjing, udah terjadi 700 overtake bangsat. Total overtake hypercar ada 586, LMP itu ada 65. Tuh bahkan lebih bagus LMGT3 loh daripada LMP itu. Sumpah. Kayaknya LMP itu tuh terlalu membosenin gak sih? sorry. Maaf karena ngomong LMP itu terlalu membosenin. Kita lihat di sini Anthony Giovinazzi masih mencoba ingin mengejar dari rekan satu timnya. Anthony Giovinazzi, can you? Oh shit. Dan dia ada di sini. Elemen top 3 overtakes. Pujet. Oh 42 take. Pujet malahannya. Kemudian ada Cadillac. Oh, malah bukan Ferrari. Gua kira Ferrari anjing. Be careful with puncture right tire. Okay. Right rear tire. Dan kita lihat sini Giovinazzi berhasil melewati rekan satunya. Sepertinya mereka menggunakan tim order sih. Mereka nggak hard racing, ternyata mereka hard racing. Anjing ngentot, masih dibalas lagi oleh rekan satu. Dan kita lihat sini masih side by side menuju ke tikungan cepat yang dimiliki oleh Lemang. Dan kita lihat cepat yang paling depan dan masih nomor 50, gua nggak tahu siapa namanya, ngentor.
Is about making it through the 24 hours, but at the fastest possible pace.
Giovinazzi ya yang kalah ini ya. Yang tadi sempat glitching ya. Aduh, sayang banget loh. Ini kebiasaan Giovinazzi ini, meskipun di F1 juga gitu, kadang dongo sumpah. Kadang-kadang bagus. Ini udah dari masalah ini sih pribadi kayaknya emang Giovinazzi ini. Gue juga nggak tahu anjing, goblok ya. Gak sorry. Giovinazzi kamu bagus kok. Karena kamu bisa menempati top 2 di klasemen sementara ini, oke? Semangat. Live speed kita lihat di sini, live speednya Nielsen bersama dengan Giovinazzi. Tapi sebenarnya hypercar juga. Nih kita lihat nih Cadillac mencoba mengejar siapa? Mengejar Alpine, masih mencoba untuk mengejar Alpine. Kita lihat di sini Cadillac masih berjuang mati-matian untuk menuju ke posisi ke-9 dan masih belum ada hasil. Tapi santai aja karena ini balapannya berlangsung 24 jam, bukan cuma 2 putaran. Babi, makanya harus tahu kalian, oke? Dan sedikit fun fact juga, tahun 2018 ya, Fernando Alonso pernah juga mengikuti balapan ketahanan ini, WEC, ada World Endurance Championship di Le Mans juga. Jadi ya sebenarnya banyak juga sih untuk beberapa pembalap F1 yang mengikuti ajang bergengsi ini ya. Bahkan di sini pun kita juga lihat masih banyak banget seperti Anthony Giovinazzi di Ferrari, kemudian ada Pedro Di Resta di Peugeot, kemudian ada juga Nick De Vries di Toyota, kemudian ada juga anak dari Michael Schumacher atau Mick Schumacher di Alpine. Dan kita lihat di sini sudah melakukan pit lane dan juga pergantian driver. Kita lihat apakah akan ada pergantian driver, ternyata tidak. Cadillac dari hypercar sudah masuk pit stop, aku juga nggak tahu kenapa. Padahal yang lainnya masih belum. Apakah ada puncture yang terjadi di ban dari Cadillac atau bahkan mungkin ini anunya ya, ban bakar apa sih, kontol. Sorry itu loh apa? Astagfirullahaladzim, nggak tahu lah. Tapi kalau dari LMGT3 udah mulai banyak yang melakukan pit ya, dari tim Proton salah satunya. Tapi gue juga nggak tahu sih. Nah kayak gini nih ya kan, termasuk dari salah satu bagian dari strategi mengapa mereka masuk lebih awal. Kenapa mereka stay out lebih lama? Apakah mereka mencoba peruntungan dengan adanya hujan yang akan datang? Karena kita lihat di sini cuaca sudah mulai mendung gelap ya untuk sebagian lintasan. Jadi kita juga berdoa semoga saja ada drama-drama yang terjadi di sini. Karena dari kita lihat di sini apakah akan ada terjadi sebuah overtake Porsche. Anjing gua kagak pegang datanya babi. Lexus Porsche under pressure dari Lexus di posisi ke-9. Apakah Lexus bisa memberikan sebuah aksi overtake setelah straight line yang cukup jauh ini? Namun sayang banget Lexus tidak melakukan slipstream yang cukup bagus ya. Alah, coba gua yang nyetir. Wah, udah masuk tuh, masuk ke rumah sakit. Yeah. Sorry. Udah pakai combustion kan? Jadi dari sini Antonio Giovinazzi mulai mendekat lagi dan juga diikuti oleh Porsche. Menarik ini. Pemegang pole position masa kalah sih. Malu lah kocik. Jangan mau. Ya Allah menjauh lagi. Allah. Panjing LMP tuh pada pit semua cok. What the fuck. Dan kita lihat sini. Gelok Proton ya. Dari posisi ke-17 sekarang ada di posisi kedua di LMGT3. Kalian lihat ya. Kalian lihat di LMGT3 di posisi kedua ada Ford yang nama timnya adalah Proton ya. Dia awal start itu ada di posisi ke-17 dan sekarang dia sudah menempel ketat McLaren yang dari tadi aman banget di posisi pertama. Kita lihat di sini Inception Racing ya. McLaren kita lihat di sini Proton Competition dari Ford. Ben Barker. Apakah akan terjadi sebuah overtake di lap ini? Kita lihat bersama-sama guys karena Proton di sini kelihatan sangat-sangat OP ya. OP itu apa? Over produktif ya, karena dari tadi overtake mulu produktif banget anjing, kayak bener-bener ngejar banget loh, kayak bener-bener harpus dari awal anjing. Gua nggak tahu sih emang dari drivernya yang gila atau emang dari ininya, gua juga kurang tahu sih. Ben Barker masih membayang-bayangi dari McLaren. Apakah akan terjadi sebuah drama yang cukup menarik di sini? Karena kita lihat di sini LMGT3 masih sangat ketat dan ini dia LMP2 untuk posisi 1, 2, 3. Kayaknya gue juga nggak tahu. Sorry. Gue nggak tahu kenapa harus dibersihin sampai situ. Cuma kalau visor, gue paham kenapa harus dibersihin. Vision bro. Tapi kalau sampai bawah-bawah dibersihin, gue nggak paham deh. Dan kita di sini Alpine, Cadillac melakukan pit stop. Tuh, apa ini namanya? Sumpah cok. Liverinya tuh bagus-bagus loh, khususnya untuk yang Barker. Tapi kita dari sini Ferrari Virtual Energy Tank yang bawah udah masih penuh, tapi yang atas udah mulai habis semua. Gue juga nggak tahu anjing. Tapi BMW MRT WRT posisi ke-20 dongo juga ya. Jadi dari sini Antonio Giovinazzi menuju dengan straight line cukup jauh, cukup panjang dari Le Mans. Apakah dia bisa melakukan sebuah overtake di sini? Ternyata ditutup langsung oleh siapa ya, gue lupa nih. Sorry. Udah pada ganti soft semua. Karena memang mendung sih. Nah, ini sebagian track mendung, sebagian track cerah. Jadi cukup tricky sih bisa dibilang ya. Medium apakah sebuah pilihan yang bagus? Sepertinya iya. Karena medium itu tengah-tengah antara soft dan juga hard ya. Kalau hard terlalu Proton dan juga Inception menuju keluar pit secara bersamaan dan gandengan. Dan kita lihat sini Proton apakah bisa memberikan sebuah kejutan dari LMGT3 class. Dan kita lihat sini menuju tikungan chicane yang cukup terkenal. Wah, Porsche mulai mendekat tuh. Porsche dan juga Cadillac mulai mendekat. Cukup seru ya. Race sudah berjalan kurang lebih 42 menit dan cukup seru di sini. Masih terjadi take and run ya. antara duo Ferrari. Virtual energy tank gue sendiri juga nggak paham ya apa virtual energy tank, apakah dia bersifat seperti ERS yang ada di Formula One, gue juga nggak tahu. Lo masuk pit semua 4-4-nya, let's go. Untuk apa? Untuk memenuhi virtual energy tank. That's so fucking close. 1, 2, 3, 4 tuh. Porsche Cadillac berapa? Siapa ada belakangnya, ada Ferrari lagi, kemudian diikuti oleh Toyota. Waduh. Waduh, Porsche melakukan pit stop. What the fuck?
All of them now need fuel. They all started with the same amount
Wih,
on board,
triple stack.
and this is representing a full stint for these cars.
And watch this graphic as they refill the energy quota for these cars.
Gila sih. Anjing, gua baru tahu, Cok. Tiga-tiganya Ferrari masuk pit semuanya, anjing. Langsung siap semuanya gitu. Gelo.
This is an energy management formula.
I don't know if they managed it that way with the number 51 and
Oh, itu tuh kayak semacam ini ya, bensin ya. Nah, kemudian virtual energy tank tuh kayak ini loh, diliatin seberapa banyak nih tank yang masih tersisa di sini. Wow, siapa tuh keluar pertama? Porsche ya? Porsche ya keluar pertama. Wow, gelo. Porsche keluar pertama, guys. Diikuti oleh Ferrari dan Ferrari. Porsche ahead, ya, Porsche ahead. Porsche ahead diikuti oleh dua Ferrari. Oh, diikuti oleh gila. Oh, Ferrari. Ferrari. Oh, mampus. That's so fucking close, man.
Porsche has the lead out of the first round of pit stops. 50 Ferrari in second. Number 3 Cadillac.
6 Porsche. 1.
Toyota up to 4.
Mana ada Cok 6 Porsche kontol. Nah, kita lihat di sini. Replay untuk start. Anjing, sumpah keren banget start yang dilakukan oleh Ferrari ya. Baik itu dari Antonio Giovinazzi ataupun salah satu teammate-nya. Keren loh, sumpah sih. Gak bohong gua pengen coba 1080, takutnya nggak kuat, guys. Gimana? Coba nggak sih? Karena udah malam kita coba aja ya. Kalau nggak kuat kita kembalikan ke 720, oke? Mata gua juga sakit anjing ngeliatin 720. Oh, Min ID itu holding company mining in Indonesia. Oh, pioneer of downstreaming in the mining industry. Oke, tidak aja sampai nggak. Oh, ini. Ini replay anjing. Wah, ini salah satu overtake yang sangat cantik sih, Ron di outside. Wah, gelo. Bahkan Porsche pun nggak bisa berkata-kata anjing. Porsche dan Cadillac bisa apa anjing? Wah, mestinya Porsche udah mulai bagus nih. Tapi nggak tahu sih, masih satu putaran, jadi nggak bisa diketahui sepenuhnya. Hah?
Copy that. We will report it.
It's coming to the Ferrari. It's coming from the number 50 Ferrari. Wow, that can't be good. We've only just
ada oil leak.
In the last hour, you're still going to
Asli?
need oil.
Porsche lead the race. 2 of the 3 Ferraris took 10 seconds.
LMP2 ketemu sama LMGT3 akhirnya.
With a 1 minute and 26 pit stop against something in the 1:14 to 1:17.
Siapa Sen Glael? Apa sih timnya? Gue nggak tahu anjing, gue kagak ada restart kontol. Sorry, astagfirullahaladzim. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. Ya, dari sini Punish Racing bersama dengan United. Oh, United Car.
The 10 seconds longer was the penalty for the 51 and the 83.
Correct.
Mana.
That's the
Aduh, understeer kah? Dia understeer di tikungan luar. Oh,
here at Le Mans. This is his 10th start.
Di tikungan ke-23. Anjing banyak banget cuy tikungannya babi. Itu tikungan 23 apa nomor mobilnya yang 23 guys. Please asli kasih tahu gua dong. Gua gak tahu apa-apa anjing tentang ini cok. Gila yang nonton tuh banyak juga ternyata ya. Ada juga ternyata yang nonton gue kayak gini guys. Gelo, yellow flag sudah mulai dikibarkan. Tapi di sektor satu aja ya berarti ya. Jadi dari sini terjadi sebuah overtake yang dilakukan oleh mobil berwarna kuning nomor 65 apa itu Pani stretching. Bukan overtake tapi ternyata defend. Lagi-lagi proton anjing di LMP itu proton, LMGT3 proton. Proton aja kabeh. Di major. Cannot start the car. Cannot start the freaking car. Cannot start the fucking car. Can you fucking hear me? Yeah. Ya, stream ini didukung oleh Mandiri dan juga BMW Indonesia. Dan juga Telkomsel. Aduh. Dan juga Main ID. Hah? Dan juga Taco Bell. Buat kalian kalau ingin makan sesuatu dengan instan dengan rasa yang sedikit berbeda, datanglah di Taco Bell. Atau kalau kalian ingin ayam-ayamannya sedikit klasik, datanglah ke KFC. Pertamax Turbo adalah pilihan kita untuk motor balap idaman.
That Cadillac did wrong, nothing that Sebastian Bourdais did. He did the right thing.
Sebastian Buemi, gue inget Sebastian Buemi anjing.
Yeah. And the reason why, of course, the car 51
Porsche kenapa
took longer
Porsche LMP2
The door on 99 that wouldn't close, that nearly cost them the race in Spa last time out. Remember behind the safety car, slamming the door for lap after lap to try and get it to close.
No.
It's the same door handle.
Karena cuma nggak bisa nutup guys, akhirnya dia.
He's fiddling with the door, so.
Gelo sih.
This is what happened to Ben Keating as he turns into turn 1 and then braking on the way into turn 2. Yeah, we've seen a lot of this, haven't we? Drivers losing the rear turn into turn 2 a little bit later on in the corner. And he will. It's a rare mistake for Ben Keating, and he's going to kick himself for that one.
But the key thing now is, can he restart the car? We heard him on the radio. I can't start the car. Is that car going to get away?
Moment of truth. They're telling him to go, and he does.
Yes, he has. All right, and he'll try
and stay
off the race.
Gelo, kembali lagi tuh ke track tuh. Gelo. Bisa gitu ya. Ini baru tahu loh. Anjir, diangkat crane, ditaruh di aspal, anjay, jalan lagi tuh. Gelo. Bisa gitu ya. Gue pakai suara biasa aja lah anjing. Lama-lama kepala gue pusing cok kalau pakai ini. Porsche Penske bersama dengan Ferrari of course. HF itu apa gue nggak tahu, sorry. Gapnya berapa detik? 0,7 anjing. Sumpah cok, slow zone. Oh, slow zone karena tadi ada itu ya. Yellow flag tadi ya. Oh. Oh, di apa? Berisik ya. Oh, slow zone-nya di situ. Setelah chicken, setelah keluar chicken nanti baru slow zone-nya udah keluar. Gelo, asik weh. Asik ya? Anjing asik juga cok. Kayak suara nih, kayak suara mana. Suara mana nih? Suara ini nih.
Exactly. So the slow zone is there because it's such a big circuit. You can get away with it.
Pintu teater 69 telah dibuka. Para penonton yang telah memiliki karcis dipersilahkan memasuki ruangan teater.
Tadi tuh ngedengerin itu tuh kayak ngedengerin itu anjir, tau gak sih? Merinding, Cok. Alah, apa sih ini?
And just as it happened then, it gets lifted by race director and goes green.
Kita lihat We're on board with Ferrari. Apakah akan terjadi sebuah aksi overtaking cukup gila, tapi ternyata tidak. Aisyah. Kalau gue sedikit pasif, sorry banget ya. Gue bukan komentator ini, Cok. Tapi kalau misal Kui Entertainment mau ngerekrut gue, bisa lah gue belajar dikit-dikit lantar. Nanti gue bisa memakan pasar Indonesia. Anjay. Jadi kita on board with Sebastian Buemi. In third place. Oh, di posisi ketiga ada Sebastian Buemi, boy. Di Dilarang. Posisi pertama ditempati oleh Porsche. Posisi kedua ada Ferrari. Posisi keempat ada Toyota. Posisi kelima ada Ferrari yang ditempati oleh Antonio Giovinazzi. Oh, ternyata Sebastian Buemi ada di sini side by side antara Porsche dan juga Ferrari. Apakah terjadi sebuah aksi overtaking? Dan ternyata sebuah aksi overtaking terjadi di lurusan yang sangat-sangat gila. Sebuah top speed yang sangat gila yang dihasilkan oleh Ferrari. Bahkan Porsche tidak bisa membendung seberapa gede power yang dimiliki oleh Ferrari ini kita di sini. Apakah bisa Porsche membalaskan dendamnya di sini bersama dengan slipstream yang terjadi? Bisakah dia setidaknya mendekat atau melekat bersama dengan Ferrari yang dipegang oleh orang Denmark? Gak tahu namanya, gua lupa anjing. Halo guys, buat kalian yang baru datang, welcome to the stream. Have such a wonderful day, welcome. Aduh, Cadillac cukup kurang suka ya. Jadi dari sini Sebastian Buemi terlihat cukup tertekan oleh adanya Antonio Giovinazzi yang ada di belakang. Oh, akhirnya udah bisa menutup lagi, nice. Proton dari Porsche dari Proton. Gimana sih? Kita lihat sini Cadillac sedang mencoba untuk mengejar Porsche yang ada di depan. Gila, karena traffic aja bisa terbantu sampai sedekat ini loh, Cok. Mungkin ini yang bisa yang menjadi daya tarik dari WEC sih ya. Anjing. Kalian lihat nggak sih itu gapnya seberapa, Cok? Gila. Sebastian Buemi. Toyotanya. Where with Sebastian Buemi in fourth position, gonna overtake the top position by Cadillac. Wah, bener. Bagus. Nice, bener. Wah, ini efek-efek dari gua kah? Efek-efek gua tonton kah? Jadi seru. Anjay. Gelo ya, anjing. Gue juga nggak tahu sih apakah race sebelumnya juga seperti ini. Jadi kita lihat di sini Ferrari mencoba untuk menjauh dari kejaran Porsche. Namun Porsche menolak untuk menyerah untuk hal itu, dan kita lihat Porsche masih mencoba untuk menempel ketat Ferrari di berbagai sektor. Meskipun Porsche juga tahu bahwasannya dia akan kalah di straight line, tapi Porsche memiliki kekuatan tersendiri yakni di fast corner. Dan kita lihat di sini ya, ini straight line nih. Kita lihat seberapa jauh perbandingan antara Ferrari dan juga Porsche dalam top speed, dalam urusan top speed tuh. Lihat, anjing menjauh, Cok, langsung, Cok. Nah, gini dong, ada traffic lagi, let's go. Bayangin anjir ketika lagi gini kan, kemudian ada orang TikTok tuh yang bilang, sorry sir, English or Spanish? Wah, mampus. And here we go, we're riding with Sebastian Buemi. Mencoba untuk mengejar Cadillac Racing yang berada di posisi ketiga. Darren Loong, siapa Darren Loong anjing? Tilsia anjing. Dari di sini di belakang masih ada Antonio Giovinazzi yang mencoba untuk kabur dari traffic yang sedang terjadi yang ada di depan. Robert Kubica di mana? Di posisi ketujuh anjing, babi. Jauh kontol. Tapi kita lihat di sini Robert Kubica mencoba untuk menjauh dari traffic yang ada. Robert Kubica mencoba untuk
of 24 hours.
Passing. Wah, dan di sini Proton mencoba untuk overtake dari McLaren. What the hell, dari Inception ya. Anjing, tadi bagus-bagusnya Bacoott tiba-tiba diganti deh GT3 babi. Ben Barker masih mencoba untuk overtake, untuk mencari celah yang dihasilkan oleh Inception Racing. Dan kita di sini Hypercar sedang berada dalam fase-fase bagus, dan kita di sini apakah akan terjadi sebuah overtake dari Sebastian Buemi kepada Nicholas Nielsen, dan terjadi, tidak terjadi guys. Ya. Dan kita di sini ya, si siapa ini namanya? 1 2 3 4 anjing, Sebastian Buemi, Sebastian Bourdais, Lauren. Siapa itu anjing? Gak kelihatan, Vantor dan juga Nicholas Nielsen. 4 posisi teratas dari kelas Hypercar sedang berada dalam posisi yang terbaik, dalam posisi yang sangat dekat. Jadi kita di sini Sebastian Buemi memiliki sebuah traksi yang cukup bagus. Apakah dia bisa lebih dekat lagi dalam corner ini? Ternyata tidak bisa ya, tiga-tiga. Ini si Buemi Toyota ini menang di sektor apa sih? Gue kagak ngelihat anjing, jujur-jujuran ya. Gue kagak ngelihat sektor mana yang bisa membuat apa anjing, suara helikopter. Kuat itu nggak ngelihat gue sektor mana. Information to pit lane. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. Car 50 has 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for an unsafe release. Kena penalti, mampus kau deh. Tapi kalau sampai ini masih kena penalti dan masih bisa menang, keren sih, gua akuin anjing. Tapi ya gimana ya, orang ini 24 jam cok, jadi masih lama banget guys. Apapun bisa terjadi anjing. Lamborghini yang belakang sendiri bisa jadi ke atas cok. Anything can happen bro, everything is possible. Dari sini. Oh anjing, gua kira aksi overtake, ternyata aksi ini overlap dari Antonio Giovinazzi. Bukan nih, dari Nicholas Nielsen. Tuh Toyota gelo ya, Sebastian Buemi bisa membawa Toyota sejauh itu loh anjing, gila sumpah gila. Jota mana Jota Hairsteam Jota udah posisi 10, mantap. Tapi Jota yang satunya turun, goblok. Kok bisa sih? Kenapa ini? Salah. Kita dari sini Porsche masih belum nyala, dan kita dari sini bahwasanya Ferrari sudah berhasil untuk mempas dari Antonio Giovinazzi up to 4 position. What a nice drive. Anjing muter-muter kontol. Babur.
Now we've got car 51 bearing down on Sebastian Bourdais. Suddenly it's all action again.
Kenapa uploadnya tiba-tiba ngedrop gini sih?
Wifi
kontol.
P2 car as well in front. What's it going to be as they head down towards Melsen corner? Bourdais not backing down. And it looks like, what a move there from Giovinazzi round the outside on the exit of Melsen corner. Bourdais could have
bikin marah doang ya, wifi kontol anjing. Tapi dari sini masih bersama dengan Porsche mengejar Ferrari. Dari sini Sebastian Buemi akan bisa melakukan sebuah aksi overtake balik yang sungguh sangat cantik. Ternyata tidak. Ternyata Antonio Giovinazzi berhasil menduduki posisi ketiga. Sorry guys, tadi gua nggak fokus sama sekali karena anjing tadi memang babi wifi kontol. And here we go. Nicholas Nielsen sudah berhasil melewati traffic yang ada di depan, diikuti oleh Vantor, Lucas, nggak tahu L-nya apa nih. Yang penting bukan Luz, anjay. Diikuti oleh Antonio Giovinazzi di posisi ketiga, kemudian ada Bourdais di posisi keempat dengan Cadillac. Oh, so it's virtual P3. Nice. Sebastian Buemi. Tuh, mendungnya tuh gila, udah gelap banget anjing. Tapi di finish line sama di sektor pertama itu cerah gitu loh. Nick De Vries udah posisi ke-17. Kita kasih tepuk tangan dulu nggak sih? Enggak tepuk tangan. kita kasih apresiasi dulu nggak sih? Udah berhasil membawa Toyota up to 17 position. Nice. Dan kita lagi di sini kita we're riding with Robert Kubica in Ferrari in 7 position, mencoba mengejar dari Milesi Alpine lebih depannya. Alpine mencoba untuk mengejar dari kontraktor tuan rumah. Kontraktor apa sih anjing? Tim pabrikan tuan rumah. Maksud gue tuh itu First Team Jota, yang satunya naik, yang satunya turun ya, biasalah memang karena kehidupan itu seperti itu guys, kadang naik kadang turun. Kalau naik turun mah ngewe. Sumpah kalau ini semisal ada Cahayu jangan nonton ya. Saya kalau semisal ada apa-apa hubungi Mas lewat Discord ya. Thank you.
Porsche that we were discussing with the possible so far so good, rearing its ugly head once again. Right, on board with Charles Malaysi then. You are currently in 6th place. You're chasing after Sebastian Buemi, and under braking, closing fractionally maybe down towards the approach of the chicane. Buemi in turn has got himself back onto the tail of Bourdais. That is the Proton Porsche with the corruption of that old FAT International livery, and this is still a very long stop. That's more than a door, I would have thought.
I think it's more than a door. We will keep an eye on
Emang
that.
long
We'll see
stop
what
ya?
we can get to you from the team.
Oke.
Bruce, I'm sure we'll be patrolling pretty rapidly there. Meantime, on it goes.
Buemi's on a mission, isn't he? He's caught right
Tuh,
up again under braking
kan
then.
di sektor gua udah bilang anjing di sektor pertama cerah, sektor kedua 3 setengah 2 dan setengah 2 lewat 2 menuju ke 3 yang udah setengah, kemudian sampai dengan mau menuju ke finish line. Itu caranya kita lihat di sini terjadi sebuah aksi overtake yang dilakukan oleh Huracan GT3.
Yep, that's Damon's Lamborghini now up into 11th place in this 23 car.
That was Ian James that she got past. So James ahead of James.
Buat kalian yang mau nonton di 1080 boleh kok ya. Bisa. For you guys who wanna watching it in 1080, you can watch it now. I think it's good. Maybe I don't know.
Dead zone round the back of the circuit, around Mulsanne corner. So if the engineer tries to speak to you there, it's very intermittent. So that's the
Anjing, udah sejam aja gue udah mulai ngantuk babi. Gini bilangnya mau stream 24 jam tai. Dan kita di sini kita memperhatikan LMP2 sedang mencoba kejar-kejaran anjing. Ada merah, kuning, biru di langit yang biru. Apalah. Dari posisi kedua 3 4
and also Ollie Caldwell and Matt Bell effectively out of contention for now after their earlier pit stops.
Ada yang kenal gua. Oh, Yarvis and Jacobson. Piscal gua kayak pernah denger deh Piscal. Nama Piscal. Siapa yang kuat nonton 24 jam ini anjing? Aduh. Tahu cok sumpah kegerku lo loro anjing. Ini misal karakterku rada yo apa sepurane yo rek. Misal karakterku yo apa ngono lho. Aku yo njaluk sepuro sumpah cok pegel cok. Aku iki lungguh ning lantai. Ora ono sendenan su. Pegel cuk boyok iki semisal mbok longgo 24 jam ya cuk. Sorry. Pegel guys, sumpah pegel.
We understand the first pit stop for number 9.
Nggak ada yang mau komen-komen sih, jadi gue juga nggak tahu mau bawa siapa anjing. Gue udah pengetahuan kurang di WEC, kalian nggak ada yang komen, padahal yang nonton lumayan. Kayaknya terus gue ngapain babil? Say hi ke, kalian juga nggak tahu, ya udah kita sama-sama saling nggak tahu gitu loh.
Dave, that was an early stop there for Paul de Resta in a number 94 car. They've only done 6 laps.
So it's not a scheduled stop, is it? No.
Definitely not a scheduled stop there.
Right, keep an eye on what's going on with Peugeot.
Tuh, sekarang cuma 2 anjing yang nonton. Terus sekarang ada 3, gelo. Terima kasih buat kalian yang masih nonton ya guys, I love you. Ferrari masih memimpin dan kita dari sini Sebastian Boy mencoba untuk menghasilkan top seat sekencang-kencangnya untuk mendekati ke Cadillac Racing, tapi ternyata tidak bisa, Bung. Karena apa? Karena Toyota tidak kuat di sektor manapun ya. Gue lihat di lurusan kurang, di fast sektor kurang, pengereman pun juga nggak terlalu bagus. Jadi gue sendiri bingung juga. Ini Toyota tuh bagusnya di mana nih? Tapi bisa menjadi juara bertahan dulu ya. Sebelum era Ferrari datang, anjay era Ferrari nggak tuh? Ini bukan era lo lagi, kayak gitu nggak sih? Tuh Cadillac Racing Sebastian Bourdais bersama dengan Sebastian Buemi, kakak adik nih kayaknya. Gak kedengeran, radionya jelek banget anjing.
So you managed to do that, and this 9X8 2024, did you have some input as well into the design of this evolution?
But you know there is a strong evolution on this
Februar rusak lagi, Thailand.
with this rear wing. So we managed to keep, I would say this kind of feline posture that was, I would say, the strong signature of the first generation of 9X8. And as you can see also here with this new 9X8, there is a specific livery that we specifically designed for this car, which is plenty of head of lion.
Kan kalau yang diambil base 2 nggak bisa, cok. Ya harus data last lah, bener. Tapi average masih bagus Bourdais sih. Jadi lah kan dibilangin coba. Tapi gue juga lebih aneh dari Alpine, kemudian Ferrari yang dikendarai oleh Robert Kubica. Itu kok kenapa nggak bisa mendekat ke Toyota? Padahal Toyota tuh kurang bagus gitu. Berarti yang lain lebih kurang bagus ya.
We'd also heard in the background Lawrence Van Thor talking about the Porsche being loose, possibly a legacy of any oil being thrown at him.
Gue bingung anjing, vape nggak bisa. Gue harus ngapain? Makan udah kenyang, masih tersisa terang bulan 1. Terus ngapain, cok? Kalau semisal gue ketiduran, sorry ya guys ya. Gak niat banget anjing jadi restreamer. Tapi kalau restreaming kayak gini capek gak sih?
In 8th place, it is Nicolas Lapierre's Alpine. 9th for Porsche, Fred Makovici, and in 10th the.
Labnya kurang berapa bang? Nggak ada lap. Di sini tuh nggak ada lap guys ya. Adanya itu hitungan jam mundur 24 jam. Berarti mereka bertanding 24 jam bener. Mereka bertanding selama 24 jam. Pegel dong. Ya kan diganti gitu. Jadi ada satu tim tuh ada 3 driver. Kayak contoh Ferrari AF Course. Itu kan ada 2. Berarti mereka ada 6 driver seperti itu. KFC selalu menggunakan bahan berkualitas 11 bumbu original, menjadikannya pilihan penuh kenikmatan. Jadi buat kalian yang merasa ingin makan makanan ayam yang berasa lebih nikmat daripada ayam-ayam yang lain, mampirlah ke KFC guys, jangan lupa, oke? KFC terbaik. Gue juga gitu sih. Gue jujur gue kalau masalah ayam tuh, kalau masalah Kentucky dan segala macamnya tuh, gue setuju ke KFC. KFC itu terbaik cuy daripada yang lainnya. Cuk ora ketok opo-opo ya nek ngene wae.
Yeah, apparently that happened from the Ferrari that Bourdais was following earlier on. And he's done the right thing there, not to bother using the windscreen wiper. So that's showing his experience there once again, Bourdais. He's going to have to wait in another 4 laps or so until the next round of pit stops where they can clean the screen.
Well, I guess this is the other question. Do you have tear-offs on these screens? Where's the crossover between clean it or tear it off?
You usually use the tear-off when first stage when the sun starts to set, but it's not sunny today.
Great work, buddy. Great work.
Dan kita di sini masih terjadi sebuah traffic lagi. Bukan masih tapi lebih ke lagi.
Now we know that the teams
ini mereka nggak bisa balas radionya apa gimana ya?
And they always will tell you, or many will tell you, that the first stint might be a little bit shorter because they want to get some data back.
Giovinazzi mencoba untuk passing dari Vantor dari Porsche di sini. Apakah akan terjadi sebuah aksi overtake? Sepertinya akan terjadi sebuah aksi overtake di lap ini ya. Karena kita di sini meskipun last lap masih lebih kencang Vantor, tapi kita di sini Antonio Giovinazzi bisa meningkat lebih baik.
Yeah, I'm not feeling good, mate. It's sliding around like crazy.
And why did we have on the safe release?
Gua kalau misalnya gini, tampilan gue gimana cuy?
Why did we have an unsafe release? Well, because you were released, basically. It was too tight.
So that was either asking the team, how did we get ourselves in that position? Why did you release the car in an unsafe way? Or you could interpret it the other way. Why did I get a penalty?
Itu keputusan tim sih.
I think it was the former.
Lu cuma nurutin aja ya nggak sih?
Well, it's pretty clear you get a penalty for he knew about the unsafe release, so he's saying. Why did you
release me in that way? Yeah. So Nicholas Nielsen also though complaining that the car's sliding around. So there might be more to this oil story as the stints develop. Their second and third that gap just stretched a little bit over the remainder of the lap, has it not? Because they were almost nose to tail coming towards Indianapolis.
Bener-bener nggak bisa ditebak lo pace-nya. Dekat tiba-tiba kencang, tiba-tiba jauh lagi, kencang lagi, dekat lagi. Tuh, Porsche sekarang udah mulai mendekat lagi ke Nicholas Nielsen anjing. Udah tinggal 2,4 detik. Sekarang malah si Kevin Energy jaraknya 1,06 kan kayak sedikit apa ya sumpah cowok. Ini WEC deh. Oh, apakah si Porsche ini mengalami sedikit penurunan pace ketika memasuki di sektor kedua dan juga ketiga, di mana sektor kedua dan juga ketiga itu ada bukan hujan ya guys, tapi lebih ke mendung ya. Ada cuaca yang sangat-sangat buruk di situ. Namun ketika sudah memasuki sektor 3 akhir sama dengan sektor pertama, itu si Porsche tiba-tiba menjadi lebih bagus karena mungkin kondisi trek lebih panas. Mungkin seperti itu ya. Kita beranggapannya seperti itu karena kita juga memakai kacamata seorang amatir guys. Gak bisa apa-apa cok. Ya kenapa nggak dilihatin di sisi yang posisi ke 10 tuh. Ada Cadillac, ada Porsche, ada Cadillac lagi, ada Porsche lagi. Itu kenapa nggak dikasih tahu tuh, itu juga menarik tuh kalau buat ditonton tuh.
For me, as we see the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars weaving through, that's a point I was going to make a little while ago here, gentlemen. Those two significantly further back down the order and have not been in that lead group. Strategy or inherent pace?
I would go strategy primarily. Pace might be a question mark, but we know that one of the Porsches can live up there. And another one that's kind of the same vein, started at the back of the class, but Toyota hasn't really come storming through. Now, you could argue that it's hard to come storming through because the cars are so evenly matched, and there was more traffic for Nick DeVries to have to get through anyway. But that hasn't made the progress I thought it should.
The particular point at which it was frankly odd was not making any progress at all in the first lap and a half. Despite the fact that the car's certainly with more pace ahead of him.
Nick DeVries, by the way, though, speaking of him, his average stint so far has been a 3 minute 34.3.
Kemana? Nick DeVries ke berapa? Ke 16? Bagus sih kalau memang bisa ke 16 sih.
Robert Kubica in the number 83 Ferrari, 336.2. Sebastian Bourdais, 334.7. Nico Lapierre, 335.1. So DeVries is fast.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were asking a moment or two ago about Paul Resta's stint, saying it was short, it was an early pit stop. An incident between him and Eduardo Mortara is under review, and I wonder whether therefore he came in because there was some damage or he felt there was something wrong, and that's why he bailed early from that. So there may have been contact that we didn't see, which was the catalyst for the pit stop.
Yeah, I'd put money on that being the fact that that did happen. It obviously happened.
Apa 480 nonton lah di 1080 nonton kok di 480 dikasih 1080 jadi mati tolol. Sorry. Kita kembali ke jalannya racing Cadillac ya. Cadillac di posisi kelima dibuntuti oleh Alpine, kemudian diikuti oleh Ferrari yang ditunggangi oleh Robert Kubica. Gelo, kemudian diikuti lagi oleh Alpine. Tim Jota tuh bagus loh sebenarnya, sumpah. Gue nggak bohong cuy. Tim Jota tuh bagus marketingnya. Kalian kalau misal lihat video-video dia, video-video marketing dia tuh bagus banget sumpah. Kagak bohong gue.
The other two rather, Cadillac, those cars have been pacey, and for me the surprise package so far, the 2024 Le Mans 24 Hours.
Yeah, I mean this car, yeah.
Both of the Alpine cars in the top 8, 6th and 8th at the moment. Charles I don't think has been out the top 6 from the very start of the race. As you watch the pit stop underway here at United Autosports.
Pengen gue streamingin di sini, tapi takut malah makin jeblok sih ini gue. Pengen gue streamingin di Discord juga. Info P1 bos, anjay. Ingat Toyota 2016, ingat WR apa itu? WRT 2021. 50 penalti yang safe release. Nah, mending kalian nobar bersama gua anjing di sini, babi. Tapi sambil kalian juga dengerin bacotan gue sih. Kalau kalian merasa oke dengan itu, gue ya nggak apa-apa. Tapi kalau enggak ya nggak apa-apa juga. Gue oke aja.
Paul di Resta gets a warning flag for his incident with Mortara, but nothing more draconian than that.
Gue pengen share linknya, tapi takut dikata-katain cuk, sumpah. Udah 2000 overtake, babi. Keren juga, be.
You can sometimes pick up the dust and dirt on your tires, and on an older set can take
Wujud
a bit of
total
confidence away as you lose a bit
ada
of grip.
75 overtake, kemudian ada Cadillac 78 overtake, sama Wujud lagi ada di 80 overtake. Malah bukan Ferrari ya, bukan Ferrari, itu Porsche.
He was attacking before that happened.
Sedikit unik sih.
It was because he was in the dirty air, traveling so
Bisa dibilang.
closely as we head into Mulsanne corner. The GT's done the right thing there. Actually very kind on Milesi, gives him enough room on the inside.
John Van Rompuy gets out of the way. Phil Hansen, incidentally, has just done Porsche 38's best lap of the race. And Sebastian Buemi,
gue suka banget
than the three ahead of him last time.
Suaranya. Robert Kubica. We're riding with Robert Kubica sedang mendekat ke siapa, cok? Siapa atasnya anjing? Porsche, gua nggak tahu, babi. Proton masih mencoba untuk passing ini ya, si McLaren. Apa sih namanya? Inception. Itulah. Ini supaya yang nonton please komen lah, bantu gua ngomong lah, please.
Check the brake because it's really bad.
Brakes then for Maxime Martin into the pit lane comes the Iron Dames Lamborghini. So another shuffle of the order in the LMGT3 class.
Yeah, those brakes, it goes without saying, got to go a long way. So not a great message coming from your driver if they're already asking you to look into that. And the next pit stop, they'll be looking at brake pad wear.
Aku pengen ngomong tapi gak ngerti ngomong apa. Aku ya butuh komentator, coba matamu komentator.
Another point there, the two leading cars in this class have been nose to tail pretty much throughout this.
LMP itu aku ya gak ngerti apa-apa. LMGT3 ngerti ku mek Shanghai, ambek pernah Valentino Rossi pernah satu tim ambek Shanghai. Ya kan? Nah, terus Hypercar ngerti ku Ferrari menang tahun ini. Toyota sebagai kandidat juara tetap. Apa ya, Toyota tuh pesaing hebat lah bisa dibilang. Terus kemudian Porsche ya karena gue suka Porsche anjing. Ini karena apa? Karena gue suka Porsche. Tuh, Pertamax Turbo, perfection in performance. Jadi buat kalian yang punya sepeda motor balap atau sepeda motor dengan cc yang cukup tinggi di atas 160-170 guys ya, kalian bisa menggunakan Pertamax Turbo untuk apa, hasil engine yang lebih baik seperti itu adik-adik. Hypercar dari apa ini? Masuk ke dalam pit lane. Waduh, siapa ini? Data Bricks. LMP itu ya. Wah, cok muni ini enak itu. Oh, he's sliding. Ini bukan mobil drift, abang-abang. Ini tuh mobil balap. Dongo. Apa mereka ngantuk kali ya? Udah ini. Udah 1,5 jam ini berjalan. Bonus lah. Oh, by TF itu ini yang warna ungu yang kata gue tadi bagus. Gelo, Giovinazzi masih ketiga ya, masih belum mendekat ke si Porsche. Nah ini mulai mendekat, tadi mendapatkan sedikit tailgate yang bagus ya dari LMGT3. Itu apa ya, slipstream sedikit itu cukup berpengaruh loh sebenarnya bagi kecepatan dan juga akselerasi ya khususnya ya.
And it's the same door latch that both of the Jotas have got.
Slipstream sedikit, bahkan Fernando Alonso pun juga pernah melakukan slipstream yang cukup ekstrim ya bisa dibilang ketika di tahun 2012, correct me if I'm wrong, waktu itu si siapa pembalap yang ada di depannya itu mau melakukan pit stop. Nah Fernando tuh benar-benar ngikutin dari belakang sampai dia mau masuk pit stop demi mendapatkan apa? Demi mendapatkan slipstream anjing. Sebegitu sakralnya memang slipstream tuh. Siapa ini? LMGT3. Sean Gelael kah? Oh bukan guys. Gua nggak tahu apa-apa cok. Oh udah 1 jam setengah waktunya berhenti. Iri B, iri B. Wah, kita dari sini. Apakah Nicholas Nelson mencoba untuk serve penaltinya sekarang? Karena tadi dia kan mendapatkan penalti karena unsafe release ya. Dan itu cukup berbahaya juga sih, Jir. Bayangin cok, lo apa sih? Begitulah. Ya timnya sih yang salah tuh sebenarnya timnya guys, bukan drivernya. Drivernya mah nurut aja. Oh ya kan buat serve penalti. Berapa detik? 10.
In Alpine 35, number 4 Porsche Felipe Nasr, and number 2 Cadillac is in for Alex Lynn. Also, Nick De Vries is in, and you've got Nico Müller in as well.
So this is why he's serving that penalty for this moment here.
Tuh,
10
seconds anjing.
Bourdais had to slam the brakes on a clear unsafe release.
Ya bukan salah dia lah, salah timnya lah buat ini. Tapi ya gitu tuh termasuk salah satu bagian strategi ya. Gue besok pengen lari-lari ya. Tapi gue kagak tidur, gimana sih?
To the fast lane as we now look back at Sebastian Bourdais behind him
bersama dengan, jangan bilang Sebastian BMW, bukan, bersama dengan Alpine sekarang.
He's got genuine pace here.
Alpine. Oh, berarti udah di pace ya itu ya. Kapan anjing ngepasnya? Anjay. Kayak Dilarang.
Absolutely. I go further with the Alpine thing. I think there is
liverynya Cadillac bagus ya anjing. Liverynya Cadillac tuh.
Because he has been the gun in those cars.
Porsche biasa aja. Ini LMGT3 itu rata-rata juga oke loh.
In the pits now, the Soto Fraschini. And here's the shock news: the Soto Fraschini has not been running last at any point this race.
Lihat aja cok bentuknya sampai kayak gitu loh. Aeronya kayak gimana, tata cara elektriknya kayak gimana, combustionnya kayak gimana, itu bener-bener keren sih menurut gue sih. Sumpah. Kayaknya mungkin lebih complicated daripada Formula One deh. Ya kan, cuma karena Formula One itu lebih menang di kecepatan sih. Bukan kecepatan, lebih ke downforce. Downforce yang dihasilkan dari F1 itu lebih bagus daripada yang lain. Ini kepala gua sampai ngilang.
Is it very fickle, the weather? All the forecasts that we've had have been contradicted somewhere along the line this week. But, you know, rain expected. Light rain, heavy rain, we don't know. Nor do we know whether it's going to be all the way around the circuit. So it could well be that you've got a dry section and a wet section, and then what do you do for tyres?
Yeah, I've got the voice of Jason Statham in my head, and he's saying, it always rains at Le Mans.
Right, this is Robert Kubica that you are riding with, and he owes us a pit stop. He's up into 6th place at the moment in the AF Corsa Ferrari. yellow as opposed to red, threading his way through the Porsche curves. Fantastic section of the circuit this. And then straightens it up now. Let's see whether he bails for the pit lane, because pit in is to the right. Coming up now as he approaches the Porsche chicane. There's traffic ahead. And gone.
Well, just looking at the right-hand tyre there, it looks like he had a little bit of blistering or maybe just pickup. And wonder if they're going to change these tyres in this pit stop coming up. They didn't, did they, on their number 50 Ferrari, from what I saw. So yeah, let's keep an eye on if there's any driver changes going on, and hence tyre changes as well. The tyres look like they're ready down there at Porsche, and it's a set of softs.
So Vanthor out of the lead is in, and a driver change, and you've also got number 51 Ferrari in behind it, so you could have a change between those two in the pit stops here.
Yeah, so you got Lotterer here as we look back at him getting into the car, and they're going to put a set of soft tyres, I believe, on that Porsche, which started on the mediums.
Car to watch the progress of, by the way, is the number
Tapi ya, siapa juga anjing yang mau nonton orang kayak gini ya?
grazing the top 10.
Nggak ada ininya, tapi juga susah loh anjing ketika lu cuma sendirian, ya kan, lu sendirian, terus kemudian gak ada yang gantiin, terus lu mencoba untuk tetap hype untuk 24 jam non-stop, itu menurut gue impossible ngentot. Mungkin ya, mungkin kalau kalian mencoba untuk terlihat gengki atau fire up untuk 5 hours, I think that's still okay though. Karena gue juga pernah gitu loh, pernah kayak gitu, jadi kayak ya kalau 24 jam mustahil lah. Udah gila kali.
Brought it in, having been quick towards the end of the stint as it got lighter, and the car quickly cycled through, dispatched. So now we need to see where number 50 Ferrari is.
Sorry guys, sedikit patah-patah tadi. Gak tau, itu kayaknya patah-patah tuh bukan dari gue deh. Itu kayaknya patah-patah memang dari server deh. Anjay, Giovinazzi udah jadi top. Udah menjadi pemimpin race, diikuti oleh Sebastian Buemi, kemudian Robert Kubica. Wow, jebolan Evan semua gini top 3 gelo. Ada Sebastian Buemi di posisi kedua, ada Robert Kubica di posisi bukan anjing, posisi ketiga ini Nicholas Nelson, gob. Ya Allah. Sorry guys. Jangan remehkan acuh. Sorry guys. Kita lihat di Discord ada apa nih? Tuh, kalau gua sambil apa dari stream gue ya nggak kuat 1080 ya. Kuat ah.
Okay, so we are now leading the race. The Porsche number 6 is changing
Anjay.
Toyota behind you.
So we're now lead the race now. Anjing, kenapa nih? Anjing. Itu apa, oksigen sama minum? Sampai segitunya loh, coba bayangin. Fokus tingkat dewa coy. Tap to pay dari Livin by Mandiri pertama di Indonesia. Transaksi satset tinggal tap tanpa dompet, tanpa ribet. Bisa transaksi di luar negeri tinggal tap. Livin by Mandiri super app super lengkap. Sumpah, Kui Entertainment notice aku dong please. Kasih gua pekerjaan please. Tuh udah banyak yang pakai soft coy. Udah banyak yang pakai soft karena memang apa ini namanya? Cuaca udah mulai sedikit lebih dingin ya. Karena dilihat dari tadi cloudy loh, mendung loh. Mungkin sekarang mendungnya lebih merata sih karena dari tadi kita lihat tidak ada apa ya? Air mata, tidak ada matahari. Di sektor manapun tuh kita nggak ngeliat matahari cuy. Padahal di sana jam berapa guys? Wow. Terima kasih traffic. Nicholas Nelson mencoba untuk mengejar Sebastian Buemi.
Should rain in 2 laps, starting from Indianapolis. Should rain in 2 laps. Your
Rain in 2 laps.
Next car in front, Toyota number 8 for the position.
Gue siap. Rainy into laps. Gue siap. Gue ingin melihat segala drama yang terjadi di WEC. Bodoh. Tuh kan, mendungnya tuh parah cuy. Udah gelap. Ini berarti memang ini siapa nih? Ini dukun-dukun mana nih yang ngasih mendung di Prancis? Ayo jujur kalian. Buat kalian yang sekarang sedang nonton di Kui Entertainment, coba ini bentar gua klip sendiri kayaknya. Nggak tahu ding, mungkin bentar. Gua record dulu. Ini pesan ini buat kalian yang sedang menonton WEC di Kui Entertainment, khususnya orang Indonesia. Kayaknya semuanya orang Indonesia sih yang nonton. Siapa yang ngirim mendung di Lemang? Siapa? Jawab sekarang. Siapa anjing? Gua mau mengucapkan good job. Terima kasih. Karena bikin race ini akan ada sedikit drama. Karena itu sih memang yang kita butuhin itu tuh drama cuy. Jujur-jujuran yang kita butuhin itu drama cowok. No offense. Okay.
Just come up the Tête Rouge down Mulsanne and it can be dry, and halfway down the straight it's pouring down with rain.
Just had a quick look at number 50 Ferrari. That's
number 50 Ferrari. Nicolas Nielsen mencoba memberikan kepada Sebastian Buemi, kita lihat gaining. Apakah dia bisa mencoba untuk overtake di dalam? Ah?
Don't be afraid on the bars. You can go to front 4, rear 1. Don't be afraid on the bars for the first couple laps, but understood.
Orang udah visibilitasnya berkurang ya, masih disuruh don't be afraid. Pala bapak kau don't be afraid ya.
Yeah, so I think Buemi was then talking about the whole cold tire situation, and actually the engineer saying to him, look, you can change your roll bars to help you out on the first couple laps, so potentially go a little bit softer, just to help you out while you're struggling with the temp in the tires, and then actually change them back.
Menarik, dan kita lihat di sini Nicolas Nielsen mencoba untuk stream kepada Sebastian Buemi. Apakah dia bisa mencoba untuk menghasilkan sebuah overtake, dan kita lihat juga Robert Kubica mendapatkan sedikit tekanan dari tim Alpine, dari tim tuan rumah lebih depannya. Dari sini Porsche. Oh, passing LMP2, sorry.
It's going to take him a few corners, a few half a lap.
Ngedimil suara ngocok.
He's on fresh tires as well, so it's even harder. New tires.
Ya, maksud gue tuh, coba lu bayangin ya, ketika lagi enak-enak gini, mungkin ketika katakanlah si Ferrari udah lead jauh nih, udah lead sampai 3-5 menit, terus tiba-tiba si engineer-nya di radio itu bilang gini, Antonio Raul, English or Spanish? Jadi kalau ngomong gitu kan jadi ngeri sih. Gue jadi ngeri anjay.
Let's push on that Toyota that's struggling a lot with balance.
Nothing is sacred, nothing is secret, is it? Sebastian Buemi tells his engineer something, we all hear it, and that's passed back to the Ferrari driver.
The other thing we've got to look at here is we're talking about hypercar and the changing conditions, etc. But actually the other thing to consider, certainly in
mana anjing katanya 2 lap. Mana babi. Sekarang mendungnya udah hilang. Ayolah mendung lagi lah. Orang Indonesia mana? Mana kekuatan magis kalian? Keluarkan, datangkan hujan, please. Gua memohon banget nih, please.
Okay, so if rain is to come, we expect it turn 17, turn 18, or turn 2 first. Turn 17, 18, or 2 first for rain.
Okay, please.
It's a bit of a geographical difference, isn't it, between 17 and 18 and turn 2.
Please.
It's a fair spread, yeah. So 17, 18 is down on ice, is it?
Please.
It's towards the end of the Mulsanne, heading
please.
down
Please,
the
yes.
Mulsanne corner, sort of the kink before the corner
please.
itself after the section.
Datanglah, please hujan, please.
Turn 2, which
please
is
hujan, please.
diagonally opposite, really.
Gua nggak banyak minta deh hujan deh. Biar apa? Biar terjadi sedikit drama.
Anyway, the instruction to Nicholas Nielsen was push because Sebastian Buemi struggling with
balance. Nicholas Nielsen ambil curve-nya terlalu dalam.
If there's anything else on the back of number 50's team manager being summoned to race control, but
ini oke lah. Tapi yang tadi terlalu dalam anjing, kelihatan banget, Cok. Please hujan, please datanglah. Ringai hujan basahi hati.
It's never a good thing. They often they don't actually want to have a chat and a cup of tea with you. So
please, datanglah please hujan.
Comes of that, but I can't see it being a good thing.
No, the team manager in question, Matti Breliasco, who has been with AF Corsa for about 100 years, but
tapi kalau misalnya hujan di salah satu sektor doang kan juga sedikit aneh gitu. Ban-ban apa yang harus mereka pakai? Apakah mereka akan melambat di sektor tersebut atau seperti apa? Gue cukup ini sih karena apa yang terjadi di Spa dulu ketika ada hujan ya kan. Spa tuh di mana ya? Bukan Spa kayaknya deh. Yang Spa yang gue lihat tuh si cewek-cewek anjing melintir. Di Erof anjing melintir. Di Erof malah melintir. Kayaknya bukan Spa tapi di tempat yang lain deh. Atau gue.
Yeah, Jean Malaysia's been a bit of a hero thus far, and he might benefit, mightn't he, if these two start squabbling amongst themselves. Look back from the Toyota, that Ferrari is getting
closer. Si ini ke urutan 7, gelo. Nick De Vries, mantap. Terusin. Teruskan. Teruskan ngapain? Gak tahu pokoknya teruskan.
Right, it is now 17:37, about to become 17:38. The rain was expected a minute ago. Robert Coope is under investigation for an unsafe release as well.
The rain should finish in less than 10 minutes. The rain should finish in less than 10 minutes. So we go for it.
Copy. Okay, so the rain. It's not entirely sure it started, are we?
So yeah, I guess if it does come, it's going to be a very short shower, and perhaps it's a situation where you stay on slicks,
and it'll just catch one corner. Yes, the wipers are on, and spots of rain.
Yeah, one corner doang kan.
Here, isn't it? Porsche curves where it's wet, and they're having to be very, very careful getting around the LMP2 traffic there.
So that's the engineer coming on, basically saying, look, we know it's a short shower. Whatever happens, you know, we're just going to.
Tapi kalau sampai shower enggak sih kayaknya sih. Sampai rain shower kayaknya enggak ding.
Toyota in.
Interesting.
Tapi kalau hujan, iya. Tinggal nunggu waktunya aja kalau hujan.
Well, this is not turn 2 or 17 or 18, is it? So that information, I'm afraid, was not strictly relevant. The Toyota team went straight to wets at Imola and it worked well. Let's see whether it's going to be the same principle here. Let's have a look. Team is ready and wet stand by, Peter, don't they?
They are, of course. So we've got a split strategy between Ferrari and Toyota.
Oh, Buemi kenapa nih Buemi?
It's going to be wet, and
ganti
the other
driver
one thinks it's going to dry up quickly and just stay on the slick.
Oh, ganti ke wet.
On to wet. Also in is Charles Malaysi and also in Sebastian Bourdais. And wets are
ganti wet semua.
For the Cadillac, as you can see. This could be
menarik.
a big gamble.
Cadillac juga ganti wet.
Those teams are going to be heroes if the road gets
Dixon,
really wet.
anjing gua kira Jack Dixon anjing.
Ferrari within 10 minutes the road will be gone again, or it will have stopped.
And plus there'll be areas of the track
aduh elektrik jelek banget anjing suaranya.
That's going to burn up those wet tires.
So this could be
gua tuh pengen yang kayak gitu.
This is a case of if you're going to go out in wets now, you have got to look after them, because if you go out and push too hard on the dry parts, you're going to
anjing betapa susahnya tuh jadi pit crew WEC ini ya.
Drivers of sort of maturity, experience, etc.
Talking of maturity and experience, Bourdais and Malaysia are under investigation for their pit lane behaviour at 17:28. Anyway, we'll come back and see whether there's anything. It's not this pit stop, it's an earlier stop, presumably. There you've got number 9 in, which is the Proton Orica, started by Ben Viscal, and
udah mulai ada rintik hujan cuy di kamera ini, di kameramen. Bahkan kameramen pun juga tidak selamat cuy.
So this stop shuffles the order yet again, and there is number 50 Ferrari, Nicholas Nielsen, who was running in second place. The gap 8 seconds.
Antonio Giovinazzi, Nicholas Nielsen dan juga Robert Kubica masih anjing tiga-tiganya. You look at that. 3 Ferrari dibuntuti oleh 3 Porsche. Anjir. Let's go, kena. Ini tuh ibarat kayak Ducati Lenovo sama Pramac anjing. Robert Kubica masih coba untuk menahan serangan gemburan dari tim Porsche, baik itu dari tim Porsche Penske atau Hertz tim Jota.
Let us know the situation in this lap. We are ready.
Now the track is dry. It was just from
the track
to, let's say, surface.
The track is dry. Bagus banget Pak Kubica, Pak. Bisa gitu ya buat ngasilin. Bisa gitu tapi beneran. Buat ngasilin apa perbedaan tuh.
But the pit lane is getting very, very wet indeed. And everybody around us is going for an umbrella.
I was just about to say, I can't believe that the wet is the right call, because looking at the circuit on the TV here, the screen in front of us, it looks absolutely dry. And then
aneh banget coy, api gue kagak mau lihat
just
sendiri loh.
pointed out to look at, actually just look out the window, Rob. It's pouring down with rain, so yeah, that was very helpful to actually remember to look out the window.
But again, it's not wet all the way around. This was what it was doing yesterday.
Iya, masih belum wet banget.
The occasional heavy but very, very brief shower. So now on slicks and on a wet part of the racetrack,
kita lihat yang masih pakai slick. Waduh. Giovinazzi udah masuk pit untuk buat ganti ke wet. Bagus, nice. Hertz tim Jota juga ikutan, nice. Bagus.
In Imola, it was the Ferrari team that gambled not to go to wets and lost out. We've already seen Toyota gamble, Cadillac gamble, Alpine gamble and go on to wets, and there's going to be a driver change here as well.
I think in this situation, Ferrari just have to cover what Toyota do.
Yeah.
And if they do it, then they should also do it.
Apa itu?
So James Collado is going to take over. Of course, this is the winning team of last year.
Oh, ganti driver.
At the moment, heavy rain reported at Marshall
Biar
Post 7. Right, so those that are on wets now
ganti
can okay,
driver.
given parts of the circuit, but where it's dry, those on slicks will be able to get themselves back up to proper pace. But it's real heart in mouth stuff now if you're on slicks, isn't it?
Wah, gelo itu si Robert Kubica udah dipas oleh tim Porsche. Nice. Oh, tapi di sini belum basah sama sekali ya. Masih kering tuh. Udah anjing. Udah, Cok. Udah. Wow, kenceng. Porsche kenceng, gelo, nyali gede, Bro. Bodoh amat untuk masalah ini nih, yang penting nyali gede tuh. Kenceng weh, Porsche nyalinya gede. Tapi dari sini Robert Kubica mencoba untuk lebih mendekat.
At the pit area that you know, even if you've got 3/4 of a dry track elsewhere, it's so wet here that it's
ini kondisi cukup tricky sih karena sebagian masih kering, terus sebagian lagi udah basah parah. Tapi bukan separah yang sampai apa gitu, enggak, sebenarnya enggak yang parah-parah banget, tapi bisa dibilang basah. Kita lihat di sini Porsche side by side to the outside line. Nice move. Ada apa dengan Nielsen? Ada apa dengan Ferrari? Pengalaman ini pengalaman udah mulai ngomong kah? Anjay. Dari tadi di sini Robert Kubica mencoba untuk pas dari Nicholas Nielsen. Apakah dia bisa mencoba untuk pas dari timnya sendiri? Oh mengalah pe. Oh mengalah dia. Harusnya udah mulai masuk ini sih, masuk pit sih. Robert Kubica tuh salah satu driver legend weh.
Nicholas Nielsen sets off in pursuit of Lotterer and it looks really treacherous here.
That's heavy rain.
Really wet. Yeah. Wah, nggak bisa sih. Ini udah harus masuk sih, nggak bisa sih. Nggak bisa kalau lu mau paksain, nggak bisa. Anjing, tapi di sini masih kering, Cok. Robert Kubica sumpah ini pengalaman udah mulai ngomong sih. Tuh, lihat.
But Kubica on this lap is absolutely on a mission. He's gone from third to second, and he might be the leader by the end of the lap.
Yes, setuju sama sang komentator.
On the tail of Lotterer.
Of course, he's also got rally driving experience. He's driven all
sorts of different anjing, Robert Kubica tuh udah lengkap ya dengannya. Speknya. Rally iya. Formula One iya, WEC, anjing udah lengkap cok packingnya.
falling away a little bit. Kubica dropping away coming out of the Porsche curves. If you're going to lose out to a Porsche anywhere, the Porsche curves will be replaced. And Lotterer then accelerating.
Tinggal tunggu aja mau di overtake kapan. Anjay. Mau di overtake sekarang atau nanti? Ya.
Nicholas Nielsen in third place there. Let's listen in.
It's gonna stop at the next lap, mate. It's gonna stop at the next lap.
Okay, so we stay out. What tires are the 83 on?
So into the pit lane comes Lotterer, presumably because he wants wets. At the same point that Nielsen is being told he's going to stop in the next lap
next
or
lap,
two.
ya benar.
Again,
Nielsen dapat kabar buat stop next lap.
Strategy, so let's see.
Ya beda strategi lah. Menarik. Anjing, masalahnya dari tadi 1, 2, 3 itu selalu mepet, cok. Sometimes 1, 2, 3, 4 malah. Gila loh ya. Tapi yang terlihat sedikit kurang itu di LMP2 ya. Karena gue lihat dari tadi kayak jarang banget aksi-aksi overtaking atau apapun itu tuh kayak jarang banget. Tapi kalau di hypercar itu tadi sering banget ya kan. Khususnya di Porsche bersama dengan Ferrari, kemudian bersama dengan Cadillac tadi juga, ada Alpine juga. Jadi gue sendiri juga nggak tahu, ini sedikit aneh sih kalau menurut gue mah.
Of course has gone on to wets, and these two Ferraris are still on slicks, and Nielsen coming back at the race leader, Robert Kubica. He's the race leader, Kubica, by dint of staying out, because of course Lotterer did lead and pitted, and he won't be leader for much longer because Nielsen is all over him like a cheap suit as they come down to the braking zone for the first.
Bener-bener ditutup lah anjing.
Just ahead, but Nicholas Nielsen right there.
Bukannya tadi dikasih jalan ya sama Nielsen ya? Kenapa sekarang malah kayak gini?
Sebastian Buemi lapping quicker than anybody else ahead of him at the moment. Buemi who went on to wet, didn't he? Toyota number 8, 7th place, but he's lapping quicker than anyone ahead of him as we look at this lead battle. Kubica hanging on to the advantage, but only just.
Jadi kita lihat di sini Robert Kubica dikejar oleh rekan seremnya dan Nicholas Nielsen. Nicholas Nielsen melakukan sebuah aksi overtake di sini, ternyata tidak karena akan ada sebuah chicken di depan, sayang sekali. Namun kita lihat di sini ada LMGT3. Halo. Gelo. Masih bersama di lurus yang cukup panjang. Nicholas Nielsen. Pas hit. Oh, pantes si Robert Kubica pakai ban soft. Pantes bagus anjing. Di kondisi trek yang cukup dingin. Ditambah mungkin ada beberapa trek yang masih yang udah basah gitu. Jadi kayak soft tuh masih lebih oke lah. So gue ya, correct me if I'm wrong ya. Bip, anjing ada dimnya cok, di dim anjing. Wah, ya lebih banyak kalanya sih. Kalau menurut gue ya. Tapi kalau si Robert Kubica bisa ini sih, bisa bagus banget sih. Mungkin dia bisa stay out lebih lama kayaknya. Karena hujan juga terpantau masih rintik-rintik ya. Belum yang middle heavy gitu. Jadi masih gerimis-gerimis macam kita. Di sini ada salah satu mobil dari LMGT3 yang terparkir di pinggir jalan. Mobil siapa tuh? Dan jangan lupa buat kalian yang ingin transaksi lebih mudah, gunakanlah Livin by Mandiri. Oh, ada kontak ini mah. Wah, kalau ini mah kontak anjing. Bukan kecelakaan tunggal ini mah udah masuk kontak tuh kayaknya tuh. Let's see. Tuh LMGT3 GMW Motorsport. Proton Iron Teams Proton. Nih, siapapun kamu, selalu ada cerita di Taco Bell. Perut ngebel, waktunya Taco Bell. Ini konteks sih. Sorry guys, tadi ada ini dikit ada iklan. Ini kita lihat di sini LMP2 bersama dengan LMGT3. Wah, ini bukan sepatutnya sih. Wah. Kalau siapa yang salah, kalau gue lihat dari kacamata sekilas itu kesalahan dari LMGT3 ya. Karena dia harusnya juga udah baca ada bendera biru dikibarkan. Kemudian spion minimal dilihat lah kontol. Ada spin gak pernah dipakai itu. Buat apa memang?
343 from Nicholas Nielsen in the Ferrari.
Kayaknya gue bisa berkata kotor nanti ketika jam-jam malam deh. Sekarang belum jam malam guys, masih banyak bocil cow di sini. Dan kita di sini kan sektor ini itu hujannya lumayan cukup lebat ya. Tapi nah di sektor ini kering anjing. Kering cok.
So it's lost 6 seconds to the leaders. Yeah, 3:49 that last lap for Buemi. So it's advantage slicks again, isn't it? And that's going to really hurt Lotterer because he'll have only been on those.
Pinter sih, Ferrari nggak memasukkan si Robert Kubica sama Nicholas Nielsen buat masuk ke wet. Pinter sih menurut gua. Jadi mereka menggunakan Antonio Giovinazzi sebagai umpan. Antonio Giovinazzi sekarang ke berapa bang? Sekarang ke 8. Tapi itu kenapa namanya Jecalado? Karena tadi udah diganti guys ya. Tadi udah diganti. Jadi dalam satu tim, dalam satu mobil itu ada 3 driver yang menggantikan selama 24 jam. Jadi beberapa driver itu sudah memiliki jam istirahatnya masing-masing. Kita dari sini Robert Kubica run the inside the LMGT3. What a nice move there. Dan kita dari sini tapi Nicholas Nielsen mempunyai top speed yang sedikit lebih kencang daripada Robert Kubica, tapi Robert Kubica menang dari sisi dalam. And let's see siapa. Nah ini sektor yang cukup tricky karena sedikit basah dan sedikit kering. Kita dari sini Robert Kubica melakukan sedikit kesalahan dan run on the outside from Nicholas Nielsen side by side on the main strike. Can he pass Robert Kubica? Yes, he can. But let's see in here until to the next chicane. Robert Kubica got the inside. Itu belakang siapa cok? Porsche. Porsche-nya hypercar. And Robert Kubica can pass the Nicholas Nielsen. Dibilangin pengalaman itu di atas segalanya, coy. Fabulous racing, gue setuju. Ini kenapa yang racing dari tadi cuma Ferrari doang ya anjing, yang lain kemana? Toyota, Porsche, Cadillac, Alpine. Gue tadi ngeliat Alpine naik tapi nggak ditayangin bahasa. Ya Allah, ya Robi, ya Malik, ya Kudus. Tapi memang ini cukup menarik sih untuk ditonton sih. Ini bisa bikin kita melek ya untuk beberapa saat. Udah masuk lap berapa bang? Nggak tahu lapnya tapi 2 jam ya sudah berlangsung. Lebih ke 1 jam 54 menit. Ini hujannya udah terlihat parah nih di sini nih. Di sektor berapa? Sektor kedua guys ya. Udah mulai parah nih sektor kedua. Dan kita lihat di sini dan sektor pertama ini kelihatan nih. Sektor pertama menuju ke finishing lagi anjing, finish line. Cukup ini ya, cukup basah ya. Basah seluruh tubuh. Nangis madu. Sorry guys. This is my new home. This is Bacoott.
And Sebastian Buemi, his last lap was a 350. It does definitely look.
Nah, Sebastian Buemi udah mulai memelan ya.
Rain forecast comes very shortly. Then those that are still struggling on the wet tires will be given a lifeline.
Yeah, according to our data here, Will Stevens is on slicks.
Kita lihat di sini. Nicholas Nielsen, anjing. Passing LMP sebenarnya gue mau bersin.
Just got a glimpse of Robert Schwarzman getting ready to get on board the 83 Ferrari. He shares with Kubica, who's behind the wheel now, and Hehehe, who will be the third man. Into the pit lane has just come Sebastian Buemi.
Waduh. Ngeri gitu. Sedikit.
Yeah, so they've
over apa sih? Oversteer weh. Gimana nggak oversteer anjing? Keadaan basah masih pakai ban kering. Tapi basahnya tuh nggak basah yang ini tau gak sih? Basahnya tuh masih apa ya? Kalau di bahasa makanan tuh nyemek ya. Masih basah nyemek. Tapi Sebastian Buemi, ini masuk buat slick lagi kah? Si Buemi? Padahal laki loh, kenapa namanya Buemi ya, bukan Pak Emi ya? Aneh ini. Sorry. Diganti kan? Oh enggak, ini Porsche. Gila, top. Apa yang dilakuin oleh Ferrari top. Bagus banget. Suka gua. Itu baru Pak. Ambil semua resiko yang ada. Kalian itu punya data, manfaatkan sebaik-baiknya. Ini siapa nih Yuki Tsunoda?
Where we are, no umbrellas in sight, but
Siapa
it is
ini?
very, very windy looking out of the window. Their number 7 Toyota is on its way out of the pit lane, and Kamui Kobayashi has taken over from start.
Kobayashi.
Patrick Pilet, by the way, for Vector Sport.
Belok dari F1 lagi cuy.
And Larry Tenborger is still leading.
Belok, gue mantap Ferrari, gue suka banget Ferrari, mantap. Strategi yang penuh dengan resiko. Hujan pertama, lu bisa prediksi ini hujan nggak bakal lama, kalian stay out. I appreciate it. Tapi bukan nggak lama sih, tapi lebih ke hujannya tuh lebih ke arah light. Dan karena track ini dilewati oleh banyak orang, jadi track ini nggak terlalu basah. Beda dengan Formula One. Cuy, ini ada berapa pembalap anjing? Satu kelas aja bisa 20 cok. Iya kan? Katakanlah adalah hypercar ada 20. Kemudian si LMP itu ada 10, udah 30 ya kan. Kemudian ada LMGT3 ada berapa 15. Let's say, gue juga nggak tahu ada berapa. Tapi ini cukup bisa dibilang berhasil sih ya, karena bisa bikin semua driver itu kembali ke pit untuk mengganti bannya yang sudah diganti ke wet menjadi apa ini namanya ban botak lagi, ban slick lagi gitu. Jadi cukup bagus sih. Apa yang dilakukan oleh Ferrari ini menurut gue cukup bagus, karena mereka ya let's say kalian juga, tapi harus ada komitmen juga, dengan catatan si Nicholas Nelson berhasil mendapatkan apa ini namanya tempat terbaik gitu selama stint. Ya it's oke aja kalau menurut gue mah. Tuh kalian aja nomor 14 tuh, mobil yang dikendarai oleh Antonio Giovinazzi dan kawan-kawan. Wow. Ini dia. Ini. Anjir. Tiba-tiba diganti di LMGT3. Maksud kalian tuh apa? Ya Allah.
And a drive-through penalty is being given to Thomas Floor for causing that collision as the lead has changed.
Oh, the lead has changed. Nice.
Okay, we are losing too much time with the rain, with the wet tires. We are going to box for soft.
Box for soft, bagus. Memang Ferrari satu ini bagus di kencengan ya, bagus di main streak ya, bagus di streak line. Tapi kalau di braking bagus punya Robert Kubica, atau memang mungkin driving style dari Kubica aja yang bisa membawa mobil yang sedikit underperform menjadi kelihatan wah gitu. Who knows lah. Udah kena kan? Oh, sekarang udah 17-9. Sedikit stay stream sampai malam hari, sumpah gue kepingin lihat sumpah. Gue kagak bohong. Gue pengen stream sedikit lebih lama.
Thomas Floor had been shown a blue flag and therefore didn't respond properly.
Oh, Proton. Finally Proton bisa ke posisi kedua. Oh, sekarang malah dikejar oleh Iron Kings. Oh. Dari mana? Dari Lamborghini ya? Oke, hello. Gua numpang nyenden, guys. Numpang nyender.
Ollie Milroy being warned about being careful between the second chicane and Arnage, so still slippery down there. But here, look, the sun's coming out.
Second chicane masih cukup licin ya.
And all that seems to be the 51 cars drop right down the order, and we did see that coming in. And we said at the time we saw it on slicks when it was pouring down the rain. sort of came in, we assumed they went out on wets. In fact, they were out on wet, so they've lost a chunk of time as well. So this is having a massive effect on the
Kenapa
race.
gua kasih space hitam-hitam seperti itu biar logo gua bisa menyatu, jadi nggak terlalu mengganggu logo sponsor, guys. Logo gua yang mana tuh logo community gua, guys? G20 anjay. Tuh udah mulai terang lagi. Alah, tapi terima kasih kepada bentar, gua harus duduk nih.
Yeah, whereas number 7 Toyota, Kamui Kobayashi, is just chipping away.
Terima kasih kepada para orang Indonesia yang telah mengirimkan hujan meskipun cuma sedikit ya. Namun hujan yang sedikit itu sudah mengakibatkan beberapa drama yang terjadi seperti strategi yang berubah-ubah, kemudian ada beberapa sektor yang masih licin. Terima kasih, kalian terbaik. Raul.
At the beginning of the race, I got some oil on the windscreen.
Kita kembali lagi.
So and then I tried to do the washer, but it was not working properly and got worse and worse. So I did the whole stint without seeing anything mainly. Then second stint was quite okay with the medium tires and yeah, with the rain car.
Waduh, langsung kelihatan cok, bedanya cok, matane wah.
But yeah, it got worse and worse in Porsche curves and. We tried to put some rain tires, but I think it was not the right call. So we'll see. There is still 22 hours remaining, so and car feels good. So we'll see where
22 hours remaining, jadi masih 22 jam lagi ya, jadi masih lama banget, guys.
Now in the meantime, it is Nicholas Nielsen ahead of Robert Kubica. We're on lap 34, and the gap.
Buat kalian yang lagi nonton, jangan lupa share ya, adik-adik ya. Bantulah minimal anjing, bantulah streamer kecil ini untuk bisa mendapatkan pundi-pundi uang, guys.
Will Stevens third. Now he is a long way back, 26.5 seconds adrift, and lapping.
Aku juga mau anjing bisa mendapatkan duit dari YouTube lebih dari TV Boom. Wow.
In fourth spot, as I say. Let's go to Deval.
There is another shower expected in 25 minutes, Loic.
Oh, another shower expected in 25 minutes. Menarik. Oke, menarik. Aduh, yellow flag lagi. Ada apa nih?
Certainly tomorrow morning is forecast
Robert
heavy.
Kubica.
Double yellow at Marshall's post 24, and that's where we're heading to because it is the approach to Indianapolis. So have a look out of the front of the car, well, or trackside now, because they're heading into that yellow zone. Let's see if we can work out who it is that has gone off the circuit.
Dimana yellow zone-nya, Cok?
Up towards Indianapolis. Gap
Dimana
comes
nya?
right down.
Langsung kepotong gitu gapnya.
To the yellow rather better there than behind him Robert Kubica did, but there's nothing apparent as to why the yellow would be there.
It's quite interesting between these cars as well because Nielsen's actually.
Waduh, kalau udah masuk lurusan gini udah kalah jauh nih si Robert
Kubica.
Kubica.
On the softs, but the pace seems actually quite similar.
Tuh, kalau lurusan kalah dia, cuma kalau di pengereman tikungan lambat dia menang banget.
Okay, so that was a little moment ago. They've gone through that corner. They've now been removed as well. Robert Kubica didn't slow down that much.
Gue juga pengen deh kayak ke Lemans gitu ya. Gue juga punya angan-angan gitu guys. Jadi gue ke Lemans, ke Prancis, ke Lemans ya kan. Kemudian nonton acara WEC ini selama 24 jam dan gue ngecamp di dalam sirkuit itu. Gue pengen banget sih. Kan itu kan kayak ada banyak camp fan ya, fan camp. Mobil fan itu loh yang camp. Gue lihat tadi kayak banyak, jadi gue kayak pengen aja gitu. Bayangin lu pagi-pagi, nggak pagi deh kayak jam-jam 2 gitu kan bangun. Terus kemudian kalian ngeliat menarik cuy, sumpah menarik cuy. It's gonna be so fucking great experience. Asli sih, kalau menurut gue ya.
Yeah, I think that's the same in some of the other classes. Just looking at GT3.
Buat kalian yang datang minimal komen apa biar gue juga ada bahasan anjing. Jangan biarin gue sendiri, Cok. Gue juga nggak tahu kalau sendiri tuh mau bahas apa. Nih, ada yang nonton ini nggak sih? Ya nggak ada.
Confirm box this lap. Confirm.
Box this lap. Apakah mau ganti driver, swap driver kan? Harusnya sih swap driver sih harusnya sih.
So Nicholas Nielsen comes into the pit lane at the end of this lap, and mediums his call.
Yep, you can
Mediums, lagi-lagi mediums, menarik.
He's very confident
Menarik.
on that tire as long as the track's dry. If it's that little bit extra wet, you can see he drops back. He's not so confident, but yeah, let's see if this rain comes in 25 minutes, it might be all changing.
Menarik, menarik.
Absolutely right. As we've just had Robin Frins, number 20 BMW, do that car's best lap of the race. Number 20 BMW, the art car, chipping its way up the order, sort of flying under the radar as it has all weekend. Andrea Caldarelli has done a personal best sector.
Dan kita di sini Riley bersama dengan Robert Kubica di posisi pertama.
So yeah, he's trying.
Gading kedua ding Zari.
Benefited from fifth now from way back, so you know it's really mixed the order up.
And we've got a Lexus leading LMGT3, Esteban Masson. For Bacoott ASP team leads the way.
Suaranya itu loh.
Nielsen coming then down
Enak
towards the corner on effectively his inlap. From the radio traffic, we're being told that he's going to come in at the end of this lap and go on to mediums. What about Robert Kubica behind? Let's listen into 83 Ferrari.
2 laps to go, 2 laps to go. 50 is informed to full push.
Right, so in lap for Nielsen, 2 more laps for Kubica.
So the question is, what tire does he go on to?
Berarti sedikit lambat 1 lap ya.
So we know Nielsen's
Itu
going to medium tires, but
di F1 juga banyak banget yang pakai strategi gitu.
In general, it's a quicker compound right now.
And could you, assuming the rain does come and you're on softs, and you want to stay out on the slicks, does a soft compound give you a better chance when it rains? So maybe the soft is a good option right now.
Tuh, dengerin. Soft itu membawa grip lebih baik di keadaan hujan. Itulah kenapa Robert Kubica bisa sangat strong meskipun tadi sedang diguyur gerimis dikit karena dia pakai ban soft. Itu meskipun gua nggak tahu WEC, tapi gua juga tahu untuk hal-hal dasar kayak gitu, anjing. Tapi beda lagi kalau MotoGP ya, kalau udah masuk ke motorcycle itu udah beda kelasnya. Cuma kalau mobil memang soft. Oh. Lucu lo gur spion nih.
I was about to say the mirror has come loose, but the screen has come loose, but into the pit lane it comes, and Nielsen on the radio.
Yeah, no problem, mate. Just clean the wind.
Yeah, mate, we're gonna box. We think the soft is a safer choice for the weather that is upcoming. We will put Antonio with the soft. We think it's a safer choice.
Bener. Memang harus gitu sih. Karena kan tadi juga ada beberapa rumor ya kan bahwasanya hujan itu akan hadir di 20 menit kemudian ya kan. 20 menit ke depan. Nah, kalau memang itu benar-benar akan terjadi sih bagus banget kalau mau ganti ke soft sih. Avoko.
So Nicholas Nielsen, who has done the fastest lap of the race early on, lap 3, gives way to Antonio Fuoco, and that is a very bad damage car up at turn 3. Is that 54 Ferrari again, the Thomas Floor Ferrari?
I wonder whether we're going to see a safety car here.
We might do.
Ada kata-kata againnya loh ya Allah.
Damage there as well. It's all self-induced, isn't it, guys?
Kind of looks like.
Bang belok kiri, bang bukan belok kanan, bang ya Allah.
It's a bit of a strange one actually, but I guess
belok kiri,
could that be a legacy
belok kanan.
Well, I'm thinking it's a legacy of the kink to the right, and he's lost it on the exit of the kink to the right.
I was just wondering whether, after that earlier clash with Naveen Rao, that's done some damage that possibly finally has put him off. But the net result is, I think that car's probably badly damaged enough to be out of the race.
Tapi kalau memang yellow flag ya bagus sih.
In the pit garage. Bruno, there is a lot happening with Alpine in Formula 1 here in Le Mans. The launch of the new A290, So competition, but also road cars.
Yeah, great week for Alpine this week in Le Mans with the launch of the new car. A290, the first car of a new era for Alpine, the first car of the Dream Garage. And now here in for the 24 hours of Le Mans with the A424, the fourth race of this car only. We can't wait for racing. Then we know that a lot of things will happen at the race, and then last week, next week, Formula One, 24 races, a tough agenda, but an incredible project for developing the Alpine brand, which is really sporty with its DNA, and we are very proud of that project.
Lagi-lagi sektor pertama, ya Allah, ya Allah. Wah, ngomongnya kok juga nyetir kayak apa sih? Wih, nek ngantuk iku njaluk ganti. Ngomong neng engineermu, bos, aku ngantuk, fokusku sepertinya menghilang. Boleh nggak kalau semisal aku diganti? Daripada kok ngini cok ngerusak reputasi kon. Ngerusak jeneng dewe kan yo. Ya apa yo? Mending kan ngomong dulu bos. Tapi ya bisa terjadi karena hal teknis sih, kayak mungkin sleep atau mungkin lock up. Ya masih banyak hal yang terjadi lah. Tapi ingat cuy, ini tuh WEC bukan F1, bukan MotoGP, bukan apa. Itu ketahanan cok. Gue mau mandi ya.
Yeah, it's always the carbon all
Oh, ini pemenang
can potentially then cause
24 jam lemang tahun lalu.
So they'll do the job probably, but usually to do clear things up very quickly here. I don't think the damage to the barrier was substantial. It was more the impact was the energy was dissipated by the tyres he hit. So actually, I don't think that's going to be too long.
Izin mandi gitu ya.
Right, in comes Robert Kubica, and he's going to give way, isn't he, to Robert Schwarzman. I think we'd seen him standing ready. Now we need to have a look at tyres, don't we? What are they going to choose? So the fuel goes in first, and what's standing by? Was it soft that I saw? Robert Schwarzman gets in.
I would imagine they're going softs just like
Alah dari Israel,
and it worked for them. So yeah, I would think
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. All eyes on
Lamborghinis have really benefited from all this. Both of them. They stayed on their tyres from the start.
Yeah, they might not have had the pace, but they've come up the order, and the car needing to go onto its dollies.
Bisa miring gitu ya? Mandi bang. Iya, ini gue mau mandi. Cuma, Yam, lu sini Yam. Lu gantiin gue dulu Yam. Ngomong-ngomong Yam. Sini Yam. Gue mau mandi bentar Yam. Biar stream ini tuh nggak ini. Gua share screen ntar. Sini Yam.
That looks like softs on the Kubica car,
Yam.
isn't it? The 83 Ferrari.
Which is what
ke Discordnya, ke Discordku.
So,
ke ini ke G20 ada di ruangan streamannya. Gila ya. Bentar doang. Lu kagak kasihan apa sama gua? Gua mau 24 jam di sini anjing, lu kagak kasihan Yam. Ah parah sih lu Yam. Parah sih lu kagak kasihan sama gua. Ah cukup tahu Yam. Tahu gua. Sekarang gitu ya, udah mulai sombong ya. Mentang-mentang udah 1000 subs. Disuruh nungguin nggak mau. Dulu sebelum ada YouTube lu mau, sekarang nggak mau. Gantiin gue bentar aja. 15 menit, habis itu gue langsung balik. Asli. Kocak BGT, lu kocak BGT. Gantiin gue lah bentar. Ntar gue share screen, jadi lu bisa nonton ini.
And the drive shafts on the cars, and that tells the organisers what power
beneran, kapan sih gue bohong tuh? Lu kapan coba? Kagak pernah kocik.
The sensor, you could have nothing wrong with the whole car, but if you have a problem with the sensor, the FIA will ask you to come in and fix the sensor because otherwise you don't know what power output you've got.
Didn't something like that happen to Nick Tandy's Porsche at Daytona? And he
Kenapa gila?
There was something on a similar vein. It's in the back of my mind. So yeah, it's as you say, very well monitored.
Apa-apa?
And you don't get away with it with all the data, the telemetry that's available to
Enggak. Ya lu ngomong-ngomong biasa aja. Ngomong apa kayak gitu.
Will at turn 1 effectively start at the exit of the 40k, Marshall's post 35. So
bentar, gua coba share screen ke lu.
Round turns 1, 2 and 3. And there is number 50 Ferrari
Udah kelihatan nggak?
moving itself ahead of the Jota Porsche coming down now through the chicane.
Kelihatan nggak?
There is number 12. So that means that you're going to have Antonio Fuoco
Tapi
in the
nggak
lead
ada
of the
suaranya ya,
race.
Yam, ya?
Will Stevens still behind the wheel of the Porsche in second spot.
Nggak ada.
Oh no, you just pitted and left.
It's not
Oh,
Don't think so.
gue share screen apa lu nonton dari YouTube?
I would be surprised.
Bear in mind everyone else stopped as well. So
Tapi nggak, iya makanya gue share screen aja kalau gitu.
I would have thought that on his outlet that would have put Fuoco ahead.
Ini apa? Emang Bang Naka nggak share screen?
Enggak, tadi bukan share screen.
Come what may, Nielsen, sorry,
Tadi bukan share
ahead of
screen
Will
tuh, udah tuh.
Stevens, which stopped for that earlier, and then behind
Ya, ya.
number 20 BMW that we've hardly seen really, but it is creeping into the mix now. So Robin Frinsby, very successful, very quick dash drive at the wheel of it, and has also now, I think I'm right in saying, put himself up past. Yes, he has. Robin, the Will Stevens.
Ya, bentar gue keluarin avatar lu bentar.
Will Stevens, who's been in that car since the start, dropping back a little bit as Fuoco comes up towards us.
So I think Schwartzman is actually coming into Porsche now.
Apologies in that case. Right, so he will still therefore lead the race.
Okay, I'm not going to fight you out. We're better to go with him.
Yeah, perfect. Good strategy. Stay with him. Still 21 hours to go. Still a long way.
Itu yang mengemudi juga
Will
nggak tahu
Stevens then
siapa
prepared to let
dari
them go
negara
but stay with them. So if Schwartzman has been able to keep the lead, then that's been very good work indeed, given how close he was to number 50 Ferrari in their earlier battle.
Of course, 50 had to leave the pits with fresh tyres, fresh driver, cold tyres. You've got a hot lap, a hot inlap from Kubica. So now you've got Robert Schwartzman on a cool lap, cool tyre lap, just trying to keep the distance really.
And you are absolutely right, Peter. Apologies, he is in the lead of the race still because he's broken the beam and therefore will have quite an advantage over second place Michael Christensen, who will complete his outlet, and then that's going to put Fuoco third. That's some way back.
How did he gain 30 seconds on Fuoco?
37 lap juga kagak tahu ini nilainya bagaimana ya. Tapi itu ada itunya. Mungkin itu ya. Apa iya ya? Gimana ya? Nggak tahu. Ya udah, pokoknya itu.
Gue tinggal bentar ya, Mas. Gue tinggal mandi bentar ya. Lu jagain orang-orang ini, bentar.
Orang-orang siapa? Orang-orang gak ada orang ini.
Nggak tahu lu ngapain lah di sini. Thank you. Sip.
Yaudah, yang keluar ya di dadah.
Bentar, gue mau mandi dulu. Gue belum mandi, kocik.
Ini orang nge-stream dari kapan sih? Emang belum mandi beneran anjir, orang niatnya iseng ya. Nah, suruh mandi, nggak mandi beneran.
Bentar dong, yang anggap aja ini tuh sebagai bantuan gitu. Jadi lu tuh sebagai YouTuber besar itu ngebantu YouTuber kecil gitu. Ya kan bener. Apa aneh?
That's the green at the other end of it. So
we'll
try and unpack that.
Bentar ya, gue tinggal bentar ya.
Pokok
misalnya gue balik kagak ada lu, berarti lu memang.
Oke, 50 batasnya pokoknya sampai setengah 12 udah. Setengah
10 menit doang, parah. Ya udah, bentar gue tinggal.
Mandi nggak pakai sabun juga Bang Naka.
Parah. Kocik, emang lu mandi bebek.
Oke, udah mandi, jangan pakai banyak biji.
Sabar, iya sabar.
Udah itu nggak tahu nomor 1 siapa, namanya Harris Tim Jota. Ada Toyota GR. Bro Baka, ada Bro Baka. Ini Bro Baka.
Di stream.
Oh iya, ini Bro Baka cuman komen rob doang.
Ya makanya.
AF kursi terdepan Bung, disusul oleh Porsche Penske, Ferrari Aforske, Toyota GR, Hertz Tim Jota. Aduh kagak tahu itu Aforske ada CC-nya.
Tim Jota, gelo.
Anjay, kelas banget. Iya sih, yang tuh pro anu begitu sih. Ya, walaupun kocak. Iya teman-teman. Nah, Toyota menyalip. Ya sekarang nomor 7 teman-teman. Nomor 8
nih. Ada
nih.
berbakat tuh.
Anjay. Aduh kakak, you support. You support. Kelas B gitu kocik. Anjay. Ya, si AF Corse belum ada yang menganu. Tapi nggak tahu penilaiannya gimana. Pokoknya itu kalian bisa lihat ya di pojok kiri itu. Ini nggak tahu itu konfliknya apa. Yang support there is no pink one. Nggak ada pink. Ini ada nggak mobil yang warna pink? AF Corse, Porsche Penske, Ferrari A-Force, Toyota GR. Oh, Toyota GR ada dua. Itu satu mobil tuh boleh berapa mobil sih? Maksudnya satu racing tuh boleh berapa sih? Kalian yang nonton komen dong, yang kagak paham ini anjir. Ini orang tiba-tiba suruh yang bantuin dia nge-hostin, kocak ya. I don't know cars. Really? Itu Bacoott, help ya, room. Yeah, he's crazy. Belum mandi ya, bang? Mandi bang? Belum mandi orangnya. There is no pink one. Yam support the pink one, but I don't see it. Is that pink? There is no pink car. Oh, is this pink? No, red. Red car. AF Corse, Penske, Ferrari A-Force. Ini lagi mandi kocak ya, orang mandi nonton beginian bang. Cemplung ntar. HP-nya dibuat sabunnya. Ya teman-teman, saya mewakili host yang ada di sebelah sebelah kanan ya. Hostnya sedang mandi. Nah tiba-tiba saya disuruh untuk menganu ini. Walaupun dia kagak paham ya, kagak paham ini balapannya bagaimana ya. Nggak tahu, yang mendukung yang menang aja lah. Yang menang siapa nggak tahu. Pokoknya di posisi pertama kita lihat ada AF Corse. Dari tadi urutannya begitu, belum terbalap-balap. Berdua ada Porsche, bertiga ada Ferrari, 4 oleh Toyota, 5 oleh Hertz Team Jota. Anjay. Ferrari A-Force juga ada di keurutan ke-6, Porsche Penske lagi ada di urutan ke-7, terus ada Toyota lagi. Bisa berarti bisa lebih dari itu ya. Apa? Kalau balapan tuh bisa kayak umpamanya tim nih ngelawanin beberapa orang itu ya. Ini nggak tahu anjir. Ini tuh ngapain? Ini nggak tahu. Itu isi bensin. Ini lagi nomor 20 ya. 20 tuh siapa? Aduh nggak jelas lagi gambarnya. Waduh hai, itu kok kebalik anjir. Itu orangnya masih hidup kan? Itu kebalik nggak ya? Nubruk apa kebalik itu? Oh my god, nubruk ding. Ya umpan. Okay, man.
And things like that happen, you know, I'd rather have a car that's 2 or 3 tenths slow but predictable every lap than like a bullet but hard to drive.
Now, has Robin Prince been able to get away? Yes, he has. You can see the damage, but he's got to do a whole lap to bring that round. It looks like the suspension's damaged.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I think that's more damage than it potentially first looked. It looked like that rear right was pointing in a different direction.
Yeah, so it's crabbing a little bit, isn't it? So he's going to do a very, very slow in-lap, and then, so there's time lost here, and then there's time lost in the yeah, puncture, you're absolutely
full
right.
of
In fact, that's likely to shred itself, that tyre.
His car is full of
The team will be looking at this. Adam Hardy will be on the radio saying,
wow.
just go slow, Robin, bring it back. It doesn't look like he's going slow. No, and he's lifting the wheel as all the weight transfers. This is going to be a wild ride on the way in, isn't it?
He just needs to keep his head here.
I
you
don't
know,
know
he's made an error. That was purely driver's error
this
there.
person
He just
bored
needs to keep his
on
head
board.
and not panic here, which is
which
a
is
very,
him,
very
I
hard
don't
thing
know.
to do.
Yeah, I was just thinking
I
it's
don't
easier
know
said than done,
him.
isn't it? Because the adrenaline will be pumping. So, number 20, heading for the pit
But
lane.
the first position is still AF
Concerned faces,
Corse.
understandably.
I don't know who is AF Corse, which one? I don't know. Is this AF
Right,
Corse?
let's go on board with Robin Fritz.
I don't know. Very long way. It's very long way.
Slow down. You don't argue with Adam. Very tall chap. Very
I don't know anything about this kind of thing.
GT squad before going to the Car project. He was with
This car.
in GT racing for a
Oh,
long time.
ini apa? Ini mirip Tamiya kah? Dia main pakai baterai atau pakai bensin ya mobil beginian nih?
He can see more than Robin will know.
This is the white one.
Is damaged, but he could make the car a lot worse if he tries to bring it in
Why?
too quickly.
Very true.
Why?
Very true.
They
So, having said that BMW was under the radar and chipping its way up the order, scrap that because it's in this game of snakes and ladders, slow it down again. So right now we have yellows at different parts of the racetrack, and we've got Robert Schwarzman leading by 7.8 seconds. But Antonio Fuoco
Ini siapa sih? BMW?
50 Ferraris. He tries to get back onto terms with the leaders. That great aerial shot looking down on the circuit. As you see, 311, which is being driven at the moment by Jack Aitken on the tail of Mirko Bortolotti. So this is for 12th and 13th places. Lamborghini versus Cadillac here.
Nino.
Both Cadillacs quite far down the order, actually.
I don't support anyone. I'm just support the winner.
All week, really, they've been performing excellently, but
I of course.
Potentially just that weather has impacted where they are. But I think
you're right.
I'd still say let's watch them. They could still be coming
I
back.
don't understand anything.
As long as you don't go a lap down with the safety car, basically you get everything back.
Don't know anything.
So just keep on the lead lap.
Don't know what.
Into a slow zone here they come. We understand 51 is into the pits. It is. James Collado and Soft stand by. Will Stevens is in.
Wah,
Sebastian
bensin,
Buemi in and
ya.
away, as you can see, and also
Bensin, terus
Kobayashi
itu apa?
comes in. So the pit lane getting busy once more, and no
Wow,
suggestion
very
of anybody
fast.
needing wets this time around. Now that we have a bone dry racetrack once again, there is number 12.
Ganti
Will
ban,
Stevens has
ganti
done the bulk of the
ban.
work in thus far, and blasts
Wing,
away.
wing, wing,
Freezing
wing.
cold tires just spinning away.
Blasts away really.
Cleaning, cleaning.
Right. A lot of energy through it, not much movement.
In the car,
We've got
from
quite a few
dirt.
people under investigation for slow zone
From the
infringement, so I
dirt.
won't bore you with the list, but penalties might come. If
String,
they
the
do,
car
then
is
I'll
string.
trot them all out. Away goes
Car
number 7 Toyota, so that makes a bit more headway. than,
Benzin?
other cars.
Benzin in English what? What is benzin in English? I don't know. Don't know. What is benzin? What is
Robert Schwarzman, race
benzin?
leader, number 6, Mike is back into the pit lane. That was the one
everyone
that Lotterer took over on the wrong
is
tyres and had to
cleaning
pit, and is
the
now
car.
serving another stop, and will be
Wow.
away shortly. So we've got the
So,
pit stop cycling
motorsport.
through. More worried faces at BMW as they wait for Robin Fritz.
66.
Of course, the Toyota loses a little bit
Wow.
less time in the box because it's four-wheel drive and it's able to put the car down just that little bit better. Actually, the Caddy gets away. Why? It's got hot tires, isn't it? Didn't change tires.
Right, Cadillac on its way
Uh.
out of the pit lane into that slow zone.
Wow.
So
Oh, this is the name of the racer. Schwartzman, M. Christensen,
Jack Aitken,
Fuoco, and Sandy, S. Buemi, P. Hansen, T. Ioti, J. Cardo, and Grostian, K. Kobayashi. Wow. Nihonjin. And Bortolotti, Katin, Bumble, Bumble, Lotter, M. Jensen, J. Angen, I don't know.
36. The Lapierre Vazivière entry. Very arty shots of the cars getting away from their pit box in the Toyota versus Lamborghini fight here. The Toyota ahead as they come down towards the chicane, so that is Kobayashi ahead now. Bortolotti change between those two.
And also the losers from
Black,
the
oh black,
sprinkle of rain.
not yellow.
Wrong strategy choice,
Black,
and it's really
Toyota?
got them right down as well, down to 12th
That's
position.
polo.
Yeah, Alpine Cadillac,
11.
Porsche. You know, there are quite a lot of losers in
Oh, Kamui Kobayashi. Oh, Toyota from Japan. Toyota from Japan.
Right, you're on board then with Kobayashi.
Saya nggak tahu penilaiannya gimana.
He in turn trying to
Nggak
close.
paham anjir, ini banyak-banyakan lapnya, cepet-cepetan yang paling banyak lapnya. Dalam waktunya itu paling menang atau gimana? Toyota.
Right, Kobayashi then. The gap between them only 0.8 of a second at the last timing point. Bortolotti, who was a star for Lamborghini in GT racing, very much an integral part of this hypercar program, hunting down the car ahead. Next pit stop, BMW receives Robin Frins. Right, how slow a lap was that? Just under 7 minutes.
That took a long, long time to get back. Must have felt like an eternity for the driver. You've got all that 7 minutes to go around the circuit, trying to stay out of trouble, trying to stay out of everyone's way, and thinking about what mistake you've just made. You got all that time to punish yourself and get back to the box.
And straight
Bang,
into
udah
the
bang.
pit box, so more time lost. That's going to lose a lap, 2 laps. There's a replay of the impact.
Mantap ya.
It's a hard hit that.
Lu bisa
Otak
gitu.
lagi ya ngomong. Bisa apa yang cuman bacain nama-nama? Coffee Corse, terus nama pembantunya.
Kenapa tuh yang
Ya
ini?
kok ngapain bacain nama mulu anjir? Looping.
Ini kenapa ini kok bisa gini?
How quickly to get it turned around, but you know it does effectively put you out of the race, and then when you come back onto circuit, because you know
juga kagak paham anjir.
cars always coming back out.
Itu banyak lepas kali, banyak lepas bautnya, jadi miring. Bautnya lepas, baut ban lepas. Jadi miring, jadi ngepot. Tuh lihat, gak ada angin, gak ada hujan, ngepot.
Exactly, you don't really want to be there.
Bautnya lepas beneran tuh, tuh nggak lihat Bang Naka tuh, ada yang mental. Ada bautnya mental.
Tuh di balap lagi tuh. Orang lu bisa gitu kocik, kenapa lu kagak nyarin gini-gini aja lu?
Nah kocak ya. Yang juga kagak paham anjir, nyarin apanya anjir.
Lah ini nyarin ini.
Oh, itu Toyota naik tadi dia 10. Enggak deng, beda nama anjir. Bukan, tadi tuh Kobayashi Toyotanya, ini Sebastian Bue. Berarti tuh apa namanya kayak merek mobilnya tuh bisa nggak lebih dari satu pembalap ya yang ngikutin ini.
Nah, jadi kan ada pabrikan tuh ya. Nah, pabrikan itu kayak Toyota, BMW, Ferrari itu namanya pabrikan. Nah, pabrikan itu ada banyak tim. Kayak lu kan lihat Ferrari kan ada yang Ferrari Of-Course, ada yang Of-Course doang nggak ada tulisan Ferrari-nya. Atau ini nih ada tulisannya Hearst Team Jota nih sekarang nih. Nah itu sama yang atas beda. Nah jadi, nah satu tim itu tim, itu nama tim. Kayak ibaratnya di Indonesia itu ada Persija sama Persib Bandung gitu.
Ya.
Nah, terus dalam satu tim itu ada 3 pembalap yang terus bergantian sampai 24 jam.
Itu balapan 24 jam.
Iya, 24 jam. Jadi 3 driver itu gantian terus sampai 24 jam.
Anjir. Kenapa itu yang menang yang mana yang nomor 1?
Iya itu nomor 1 83 AF Force itu.
Banyak muternya.
Iya, yang paling banyak, yang nggak paling banyak muternya, yang paling depan.
Yang paling depan.
Iya. Yang paling depan. Yang paling depan sendiri. Cuma kan karena ini yang ngikutin itu banyak, jadi yang depan sendiri itu nggak kelihatan. Jadi sering balap-balap yang lain-lain gitu. Yang belakang-belakang ikut pebalap lagi gitu.
Lah bagaimana? Terus umpamanya udah di depan nih.
Nah kayak gini nih balap nih. Nah tapi posisinya nggak naik.
Kenapa?
Karena beda kelas. Jadi di sini tuh selain pabrikannya banyak, timnya banyak, kelasnya juga ada 3. Nah masing-masing kelas itu speednya beda-beda. Yang paling kenceng nih, yang paling atas nih, yang dilihat yang kiri nih, tulisannya hypercar. Nah ini paling kenceng. Terus yang paling kenceng kedua itu ada namanya LMP2. Pokoknya ada tulisannya 2, berarti paling kenceng nomor 2. Terus yang terakhir LMGT3. Nah ada angka 3 berarti yang paling kenceng nomor 3 gitu. Jadi kayak ibaratnya lu anak SD, SMP, SMA suruh tarung jadi satu gitu, main bola. Nah, anak SD kan
Terus penilaiannya gimana?
penilaiannya ya semisal anak SD itu ada 30 SD ya kan, SMP-nya ada 20, SMA-nya ada 30 misal. Nah, ini siapa yang paling atas di masing-masing ini kelas gitu. Yang paling atas sendiri di SD siapa, yang paling atas sendiri di SMP itu siapa, yang paling atas sendiri di SMA itu siapa, kayak gitu. Nah, dihitungnya dari itu. Jadi per kelas, bukan semuanya dijadiin satu terus brul gitu. Kasihan dong yang SD melawan mas-mas SMA.
Beda-beda kah?
Hah?
Beda kan mesinnya apa gimana?
Beda mesin, beda banyak. Beda bentuk mobilnya juga beda ya.
Ya untuk klasifikasi mereka menjadi 3 kelas itu gimana sih? Kelas 1 tuh apa? Kelas 2 tuh gimana? Kelas 3 gimana?
Ini kelas 1 namanya hypercar. Lu lihat nih di bagian kiri.
Iya tahu. Maksudnya tuh kok bisa kenapa udah jelas berbeda, kenapa ditandingin dalam satu gini?
Ya kenapa ya? Karena namanya itu balapan ketahanan, bukan balapan biasa. Jadi selain harus membalap-balap, kalian juga harus tahan selama 24 jam gitu. Makanya jadiin satu.
Mabuk kali ya. Tuh kasihan itu yang jadi sopirnya. Muter-muter 24 jam anjir.
Ya kan nggak 24 jam. Kalau dibagi 3 berarti totalnya berapa? Iya kan dibagi 3 driver.
8
jam. Nah, berarti satu driver kebagian 8 jam.
8 jam muter-muter anjay.
Iya, muter-muter. Tapi itu belum kepotong istirahat. Jadi ada kayak pengisian bahan bakar gitu.
Oh, berarti nggak bersih.
Nah, ini nih baru diomongin nih, ada tulisannya kan itu. Ada kayak hijau. Ini kuning, ada merah ini kan, ada persen-persenannya. Nah, ini tuh tangki bahan bakar mereka. Oh, kalau makin sedikit berarti
bisa
mereka
tahu ada mesin buat mencatat itunya.
Ya kan udah canggih ya.
Ya nggak tahu bagaimana.
Gitu. Kalau udah habis mereka harus kembali ke pit lane. Pit lane itu tempat untuk beristirahat, terus tempat untuk ganti ban, bersih-bersih gitu. Jadi ya ada waktu istirahat kayak 1-2 menit lah. Gitu. Istirahat dikit gak apa-apa, yang penting bisa istirahat ya kan, habis itu fokus lagi. Oh, wah kayak gini nih. Ini sama nih kelasnya, soalnya kecepatannya sama. Oh, dari tadi kan nggak bisa balap, berarti kecepatannya sama. Gampangnya gitu.
Aduh, tetap nggak paham anjir. Ada pokoknya mobil anu di depan gitu, Willy yang nggak tahu itulah. Baru naik ke Pak, ya itulah. Kalian baca sendiri ya, gak usah manja tuh di sebelah kiri, atas, bawah tuh ada. Jadi kalian gak usah nanya-nanya, dah baca sendiri, bodoh amat.
Oh enggak, ini kan dimulainya jam 9 malam, berarti nanti berakhirnya jam 9 pagi. Jam 9 malam lagi besok. Berarti hari apa? Hari Minggu. Sekarang masih jam 11:39. Berarti udah berjalan 2 jam setengah. Tuh. Masih 2 jam setengah ya.
Ente mau stream 24 jam ente?
Ya niatnya kayak gitu.
Ya udah, selamat ya. Pamit aja lah ya undur diri.
Ya,
Terima kasih. Semangat
Mana
dan
ininya lu gaya banget udah subs kagak ada ini.
Ininya apa?
Ini selamatan traktiran.
Selamatan kopi ya, Bang Naka tuh. Bang Naka mau neraktir, bohong ya, bohong begitu.
Apa kocek kapan gua mau neraktir? Apa coba? Karena apa coba gua harus neraktir?
Amit ya udah.
Kenapa gua harus neraktir karena apa? Lu, udah pergi, aneh. Orang kok cik. Ini ya orangnya. sih. Tapi terima kasih kepada Yam karena sudah menggantikan gue ketika gue lagi mandi. Thank you Yam. Semoga kamu cepat menemukan jodoh Yam. Semoga Brubaka adalah jodohmu Yam. Kapan lagi lu dapat orang yang kaya raya dari Singapura? Wah. Mau minta mahar apapun dikasih lu Yam. Malah ke sana. Oke. Kita kembali ke balapan. Tapi apa yang dilihat? Tapi kita lihat di sini ada John Aitken di Cadillac Racing di posisi ke-15 sedang menyusul ke Porsche Penske. Siapa itu drivernya gue juga nggak tahu, sorry. Dan juga jangan lupa ketika kalian ingin memakan ayam dengan rasa yang lebih original dan lebih mantap, jangan lupa untuk mampir ke KFC. Karena KFC jagonya ayam. Gila orang ini, elu yang gila. Kenapa kok gila? Orang gue tadi ngepromosin KFC dibilang gila. Wah parah. KFC coba KFC lihat nih kelakuan dari Yam Desu, YouTuber, VTuber, subscriber udah 1000, udah bisa ngatain orang gila-gila ya. Wah parah. Gua aduin lu ke KFC Yam. Nggak bisa gitu ya, orang bilang para cih. Dimarahin papa KFC nanti. Dan kita dari sini hypercar battle for nin. Battle for nin position dari Toyota GR versus Lamborghini. Gelo Lamborghini masih kalau pakai hijau tuh masih keren ya. Gue ingatnya di Lamborghini Aventador warna hijau tuh bagus banget loh. Aventador nggak sih? Hypercar top 3 overtakes ada Peugeot total 100. Wah gelo udah 100 aja anjir overtake-nya. Interval dari Toyota GR bersama dengan Lamborghini adalah 0,9, cukup terpaut agak jauh dan kita dengarkan di sini Toyota GR. Waduh, track limit nih. Kobayashi. Aduh. Kobayashi. Kakaknya apa ya? Kobayashi. Kamui Kobayashi. Anjay, gue masih ingat, Cok. Gelo. Jadi kita di sini Toyota GR yang dikejar oleh Kamui Kobayashi melawan Lamborghini yang dikendarai oleh Roman Grosjean. What the fuck? I just know about this. Holy shit. Roman Grosjean back to the championship ya. Kembali lagi. Kapan lagi kita bisa melihat Roman Grosjean guys setelah dia mengalami kecelakaan cukup besar di tahun 2022. Correct me if I'm wrong ya. Ketika itu ada di Bahrain, dia mengalami insiden cukup besar bahkan sampai mengakibatkan kobaran api yang cukup gede juga. Bahkan si Roman Grosjean pun juga sempat berpikir, wah anjir ini nggak bisa nih kayak gini nih. Wah, apakah gue akan mati di sini? Wah, tapi dengan keteguhan hati dia bilang enggak, gue nggak bisa mati di sini. Kalian bisa lihat interviewnya ketika Roman Grosjean interview after crash. There's a lot of video of that. There's a lot of clip of that also. Jadi kalian wajib nonton sih. Dan itu wah, anjir. Kalian kalau ada di posisi gitu juga pasti bingung anjing mau gimana, Cok. Ya kan? Gila orang ini. Parah Yam Desu. Mentang-mentang udah besar ngatain orang kecil. Oh gitu. Cukup tahu Yam Desu. CKPTW. Tapi kita lihat di sini mobil dari Robert Kubica masih memimpin di posisi pertama, diikuti oleh Porsche Penske. Kemudian diikuti oleh mobil dari Nicholas Nielsen yang barusan saja diganti tadi ya. Oleh Ferrari lagi ya. Kemudian secara mengejutkan ada Hertz Team Jota dari Porsche. Wah ini keren sih. Ini dia. Of course. 21 detik anjir. Jauh banget ya Allah. Sejauh itu loh guys. Siapa yang harus gua ya Allah. Sekarang nomor 1-2 udah mulai nggak ini ya. Lu mau ngomong apa, Bu? Hah? Ngomong apa? Bentar. Kobo Kanairu mau ngomong guys. Mau ngomong apa lu, Bu?
Berak.
Emang enak diberak-berakin sama anomali biru, guys. Berak. Gue juga bisa kali ya. Berak. Berak. Tuh, gue juga bisa nih kalau sebenarnya ngomong berak. Oh.
Berak. Tuh bisa gue ngomong berak weh.
Jadi dari sini ya, Akom this ISP team apa ini? Bentar. Robert Free Palestine, Free Palestine, Free Palestine. Wah, dia lagi bertarung melawan LMP2 nih. Bukan ini nih. Apalah, kenapa yang memimpin harus orang Israel? Halah.
Now, what about Porsche? 99. Let's get the Proton Porsche out of the way first of all.
Proton.
Very badly delayed.
Oh, depan ya Porsche juga ya. Oh ya, depan Proton Porsche, benar. Depan ini Proton Porsche. Ya gua meragukan si komentator yang udah jelas memegang data ya. Tolol anjir gua. Ya Allah. Michael Christensen. Oh, yang mengendarai Porsche-nya Michael Christensen. Oke, Christensen. Gue ingat Christensen. First Team Jota. Ada masuk ya. Wah anjir, ini tadi ada big crash ya. Gue lagi mandi lagi. Anjir lah, kenapa waktu ketika yang ngomong selalu banyak hal-hal yang terjadi kan kayak gimana gitu, kayak gimana Bo? Kayak gimana Bo? Tuh. Udah gimana ya, mau marah gitu loh rasanya tuh. Tapi kita di sini Toyota, wah anjir, Toyota yang dibawa oleh Nick De Vries berhasil up to 7th position. Gelo, kita kasih plus dulu nggak sih? Keren. Earl Chamber. Kita mulai di sini. Alpine melawan Cadillac sama-sama berwarna biru, cuma beda satunya biru putih dan satunya biru hitam. Biru putih merah melawan biru hitam ya. Biru hitam merah. Wah, pertarungan antara biru. Siapakah yang bisa mendapatkan title biru terbaik? Apakah itu Alpine atau Cadillac? Let's see here. Here's battle for 10th position. There's Alpine with Paul Lop cutting with Cadillac racing. Or Bamber, who's gonna win in this freaking game? Not game, but apalah ya. Siapa yang bisa terdepan lah? Anjing nggak tahu gue mau ngomong apa. Tai. Ini si Bacoott juga gitu anjir, ketika ada ayam aja mau datang, kalau nggak ada ayam nggak datang. Tai. Berak kalau kata gua. Tai. Minimal datang lah kalau gua gini lah anjing. Temenin gua ngobrol. Gua sendiri juga bingung anjing kalau nggak ada temen gini mau ngobrol apa, Cok. Gua kalau misal mau ngomentarin ini ya selama 20. Bayangin aja anjing, komentator ini aja tuh ada 2 orang loh. 2 orang, Cok. Gua sendiri anjing nggak masuk akal, men, nggak masuk di otak, men. Gue sendiri anjing, makanya dari itu Kui Entertainment please benar gue mau klip ini. Bentar. Kenapa virtual kamera? Kenapa studio? Halo. Ya kan? Coba kalian bayangin guys, komentator dari WEC itu ada 2 orang at least ya kan. Gua nggak tahu ada berapa karena nggak pernah disebutkan di sini juga siapa aja komentatornya dan ada berapa ya. Dan bayangin, gue di sini, Cok. Gue di sini sendiri. Kalian mengharapkan gue sendiri bisa up sampai 24 jam gitu ngomongin tentang ini? Gak bisa anjing, apalagi di sini gak ada yang komen, bangs. Ya Allah. Maka dari itu please Kui Entertainment please kalau misal butuh host untuk ini untuk WEC besok-besok ya bisa kabarin ya. Kui Entertainment please. Gua bisa kok kalau secara formal. Yayan Handoko, ayo bisa naka gelo Yayan Handoko. Siapa lu Yayan Handoko? Bisa apa bisa gila ya Bang ya. Bayangin lu mencoba untuk mengomentar, oh itu masih ada debris guys. Debris bukan defris anjing, debris. Gelo si Alpine sama Cadillac romantis gini masuk pit bersamaan. Aduh salah akun. Siapa Cok? Yayan Andoko. Aduh, salah akun. Siapa? Siapa guys? Mari kita coba kita telah siapa ini Yayan Andoko. Siapa ini Yayan Andoko? Dia ngomongnya ayo bisa naka. Siapa ya Yayan Andoko? Coba ingat-ingat lagi guys. Siapa Yayan Andoko? Ingat-ingat. Siapa cok Yayan Andoko cok? Ini siapa anjir?
Aku.
Siapa ya? Lu ngomong aku gak ngerti babi. Siapa cok? Aku marung ngalih tak wantem raimu ya asu. Siapa mang moro-moro mlebu marung metu ya? Sopan kah begitu? Minimal temenin gua anjing. Oh, telepon GMNI. Siapa cok? Tiki. Tiki kayaknya bukan deh. Emang Tiki namanya Yayan cok. Masa Siri? Bukan ah. Gua kagak pernah denger suaranya Ri malan. Ahmad Ketok Magic nih malah siapa lagi ya Allah, Ahmad Ketok Magic. Cuka. Enggak, bukan. Siapa guys? Nahka malah nggak mungkin Nahka di sini ngapain anjing? Ju, nama lu Yayan Andoko Ju. Ya Allah. Siapa cok? Gua tel. Kurang ngerti aku sopo. Sorry. Coba kalian bayangin guys. Ya. Ku entertainment, jangan lupa ku entertainment. Kalau butuh apa-apa bisa kontak. Anjay. Gue juga bisa kok secara formal. Bisa secara santai. Asal ada data. Gue tuh yang gue butuh itu. Aku iki sopo mana sih jancok. Tak kuantam ya sumpah. Aku ya orang ngerti sopo ya. So. Masuk es degan, masuk monde. Cuma masuk monde jenenge Yayan. Mang iya ya. Ini jenenge Yayan ya. Masuk Ran. Ora cuk. Oh, nek Ran iya sih, nek Ran kok iya. Oh, jancuk jenengmu Yayan Andoko ya. Ran. Tapi nek iki Ran kowe kok gak Ran. Ya, tapi kalau misal memang gue ada data, gue bisa ngomentatirin ini secara formal. Tapi tetap gue butuh orang untuk mendamping sih. Gue tetap butuh pendamping asli. Karena gimana susah cuy. Kalau lu kagak ada pendamping tuh, lu mau ngomong kayak gimana? Kalau misal lu mau ngejok gimana? Kayak gini aja deh. At least gue nggak butuh pendamping tuh bisa, nggak butuh temen itu bisa. Tapi kalian juga Rossi mana bang? Blok, blok itu aja di anuan. Ini tuh bukan MotoGP guys. Ini itu balapan mobil. MotoGP banyak cuma 2 ya bangsat. Ini ada 4 anjing, mata dipakai. 46 nih bos, tolong. Ya 46 yang nonton 4 anjing. Yang nonton 46 nggak apa-apa. Orang ada aja ya emang. Ada. Anjir sumpah. Gue tuh cuma butuh itu doang. Gue cuma butuh data doang. Kalau gue punya data, gue bisa menganu itu apa sih? Mengomentari secara formal. Bisa gue. Selama gue punya data, gue bisa cuy. Mau formal, unformal gue bisa. Kalau unformal aja gue bisa gini. Ada orang Indo gak bang? Oh di ini ada. Namanya tuh Sean Gelael. Kita coba browsing. Sean Gelael. Nah Lemang 2004. Tim. Good
clean stuff, good racing, standard stuff. He can now get his head down.
Selain Gelael,
don't worry about the car behind and keep pushing on.
Waduh. Jadi dia Sean Gelael ini Sunda atau Jawa itu orang Jakarta deh kayaknya. Tapi wajahnya mas-mas Jawa, cok. Jadi Sean Gelael itu ada di tim WRT, tim WRT 31. Berarti dia ada di LMP2 ya. Kalau ini. Apa hyperpole ya dia ya? Apa hypercar ya dia ya? Ah, gak dukung. Tolol, rasis lu anjing. Bentar, gue lagi browsing nih. Bentar.
Into the lead of the class. Into the pits though comes Antonio Fuoco. So he's had, if you like, that fastest lap as his last.
Bentar. Gue lagi gak fokus ini. Bentar, gue lagi cari Sean Gelael. Oh, tahun ini di LMGT3. Ah, ya kan beneran kan? LMGT3 bos. Emang saya ingat gue di LMGT3 memang. Jadi Sean Gelael itu ada di LMGT3 di tim BMW RT. Ya. Ya, tim BMW WRT 31. Oh, merupakan global partner Pertamax Turbo. Oh, gitu. Ya. Oh, ya. Dia di alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Dia ada di jangan di close goblok. Allahu akbar, la haula wala quwwata illa billah. Tim tolol nakal. Wallahi. Ya Allah. Malah ketutup ya. Apalah. Mana ya? Nih. Soundboardnya jadi kehapus semua, pantek lah, anjir. Ya Allah. Iya Kobo, sorry ya. Maaf ya, jangan marah-marah ya Kobo. Gas, ya udah. Jangan digas gua. Tuh digas lagi, marah lagi. Aduh anjing. Gue sendiri kaget loh. Dia bilang pantai, we. No, jangan pergi Kayla. Iya, halo juga sayang. Bentar ya, lagi streaming ini. Lagi streaming apa WEC. Nanti ya. Iya. Sorry. Tuh, sekarang ininya pada hilang semua kan? Bentar ya, lagi streaming. Alah, Cibela. Harus tim Jota di posisi ke-6. Oke lah, dia turun 2 posisi ya. Masih bagus sih sebenarnya. Masih oke lah.
tricky to make that back up. But if you've got the art car, you've got the BMW, you know, you're gonna get back out there and make sure it finishes the race, because as you and I both know, just to finish this race is an achievement. Might not feel like that as a driver when you're banging around 8 laps down, but we've got to get that car back out and make sure it finishes the race.
Kita kembali guys akhirnya.
Back on board with Bacoott. He's not really pulling away from Callum.
We're on board with Bacoott, Ferrari ya.
But with good chance to see the straight line speed in a minute.
Gue mau mengasah kata-kata gue. Dan kita lihat di sini ada Ferrari yang masih dalam bayang-bayang Porsche Hearst Team Jota. What a nice drive from Porsche there, bisa mengintil dari keadaan Ferrari. Dan juga di posisi belakangnya ada Toyota GR, yang mana Toyota ini sebelumnya dikendarai oleh siapa ini namanya, si Nick de Vries ya. GLO sih, termasuk bagus Nick de Vries bisa membawa Toyota sampai ke sini. Tapi ini gue juga nggak tahu apakah ini beneran Nick de Vries atau bukan. Maksud gue timnya atau bukan ya. Gue nggak tahu jujur-jujuran lagi. Gue nggak tahu jujur-jujuran. Kemudian di sini Ferrari masih memimpin di posisi kelima, diikuti oleh Hearst Jota di posisi ke-6, dan juga di posisi ke-7 ada Toyota GR. Oh, dikendarai oleh Kamui Kobayashi, Callum Ilott, kemudian ada Antonio Fuoco di posisi kelima. Gelo. Berarti timnya si Robert Kubica masih di posisi pertama ya? Anjir. Gelo sih. Itu kalau sampai menang main blowing banget sih sumpah. Gak bohong gue. Ya meskipun race masih lama ya, masih panjang ya. Buat kalian yang nggak bisa nonton, race-nya masih kurang 21 jam lagi. Anjir, kurang 21 jam, Cok. Babi. Gue disuruh untuk ngobrol selama 21 jam, mati gue. Motor yang dikendarai oleh Antonio Giovinazzi di nomor 51 Ferrari AF Force ya. Nah, ada di posisi keempat, diikuti oleh Ferrari AF Force yang dikendarai oleh Nicholas Nielsen. Tadi sebelum diganti sama siapa gue juga lupa. Orang Italia lupa gue. Fuoco pokoknya itulah. Kemudian ada Hearst Team Jota dari Force, dan juga diikuti oleh Toyota GR yang dikendarai oleh Kamui Kobayashi. Kamui. Botak. Gelo. Memep guys, memep bukan yang lain. Memep. Dari di sini Kamui Kobayashi masih mencoba membayang-bayangi ada bayanganmu. Tapi memang sedikit aneh, sedikit gimana ya? Lu bayangin aja Toyota GR tidak memiliki kecepatan yang bagus di straight line, di fast corner juga terbilang masih kalah dengan Porsche, di pengiriman juga masih kalah juga. Tapi entah bagaimana dia bisa menduduki posisi kedua dan juga ketujuh, itu sebuah hal yang cukup bagus dan unik ya menurut gue ya. Gelo rambut gue green screen, anjay rambut green screen. Mak Weber ngendarain apa cok? Mak Weber cok dari tadi disebut loh. Apa dia lagi ngomen ya? Bentar guys, sambil senden gak sih? Pegel cok ini. Pegel anjing kalau disuruh ini. Kamui Kobayashi, here we go. Gap terlihat cukup erat antara posisi 5, 6, dan 7. Hanya terpaut di 0,5 detik rata-ratanya. Dan kalau di sini menuju ke straight line cukup jauh. Wah, ini memang straight line bangsat sih anjing. Si Ferrari bisa menjawab kayak gitu, Cok. Ya Allah, Porsche, Toyota udah bobrok di lurusan, Porsche lebih bobrok, Cok, ternyata. Mau sehebat apapun lu punya driver, tapi kalau caranya kayak gitu, aduh, kontol. Ya gimana, Cok?
when it rained in Imola, Toyota went straight for wets, bang, immediately. They went very conservative. Ferrari stayed out and then said, okay, now we have to go for wets. Ferrari was begging to stay on the slicks, but they wouldn't let him. At some stage, you have to trust the driver. See what Toyota say.
Allah Akbar, la haula wala quwwata illa billah. Sorry. Oh gelo, tapi ini kayaknya dari drivernya sih. Kamui Kobayashi keren, Cok. Membawa Toyota, guys. Gelo, pabrikan Jepang dibawa oleh driver Jepang. Sekarang side by side bersama dengan Ferrari. Can he pass Ferrari? Yes, he fucking can. What a fucking great move by Kamui Kobayashi in Toyota. What a great move there. Dia bisa mengalahkan Ferrari di kondisi Ferrari di sektor di mana Ferrari itu cukup kencang ya. Itu wah terbaik sih. Antara dia memakai apa nggak yang gue apa ini memang Ferrarinya aja yang toler. Kita lihat di sini bahwa Porsche juga akan mencoba untuk overtake dari Ferrari. Can he? Yes, he can. He took the 6th position. Bener nggak sih? 6 kan? Oh ya 6 benar. Gel. Gue kagak lihat, Cok.
It's nice to sync that with a fuel opportunity as well, but obviously when you run out of fuel, of course you've got to come in and take some time.
Ada bayanganmu.
Callum Islet in that Hertz Team Jota car also moving up a spot. Toyota's Kamui Kobayashi now up to 5th position.
Ada bayanganmu.
And the story around that number 12 car is quite remarkable. For those of you who are just joining us, the car was crashed in the evening free practice after qualifying. Callum Islet had done enough to get the car into hyperpole and then put it in the barriers, or the team had, and then it was discovered that the chassis was cracked, and so it has been built up not from a car that had already been raced, but from an absolutely bare tub. No electrics, no fuel tank, no wiring.
Oh, masuk pit kah? Siapa? Hah? Kobayashi? Masuk pit? Ngapain? Baru aja overtake. Ya Allah, baru aja overtake bagus-bagus udah masuk pit. Ada defect. Ada puncture kah maksudnya? Kalau ada puncture mungkin kemungkinan besar ya iya sih. Harus masuk lah.
They're now going to, obviously it's running well now, but obviously in the race there's something that could come back and bite them because of that incident. So hopefully it doesn't. But as a driver you're nervous with a preparation like that.
Anjing, baru jam 12 guys, udah ngantuk. Ya Allah. Gak lagi streaming ya Allah. Gak lagi streaming.
Number 8 Toyota, again out of sync. The 83 Ferrari stayed on slicks. Number 8
ngomong
tapi then had to change back. So they're at a different stage in their strategy. But also, the 8 cars on hot tires, 83 fresh out of the pits, and with no tire.
Bang, gua masih streaming bang.
The cars are much slower on that first lap out on track. Because there's no grip.
Gue streaming bang. Masa gue harus ngomong sih kalau gue lagi streaming. Anjir lah.
See number 8 Toyota, 4% fuel left. The 83 has just stopped. So the Toyota, this is its in lap, and that's where those stretches. It's almost a full pit stop or fuel cycle out of sync with the 83 car. So brief leader, it'll bring it into the pit lane. I know you've got a lot of guests here in the Porsche Centre here at Le Mans. An awful lot of Porsche fans in the grandstands. You know, Porsche looking for their 20th outright win. Great story as well from the start. Roger Penske.
Oh, ini loh.
I thought that was his first ever Le Mans pole. Turns out that a Roger Penske-driven car was on pole in 1963. What was your dad doing? Well, what he wasn't doing was looking after a young son called Mark.
That's right, mate. Yeah, 73.
Bentar. Gue masih ngatur di Discord gitu. Bentar. Sorry.
Radio from the car, 83 now, Ferrari coming up.
Bang, gue masih streaming bang, please bang.
That was mind-blowing information. But in terms of, yeah, Roger, it's incredible, mate, what he's done for the sport. Porsche as well, and he's importantly race leader in two. Martin, it's going to be interesting to see driver change, I believe, too. We're going to put Brendan in, are they?
I would think so, yeah, it's about that time. 51 Ferrari also stopped for wets. 12 Hertz Team Jota stopped for wets on the same lap. So too did the number 6 Porsche. So
masih banyak kerjaan.
they're all on their last dregs.
Masih banyak kerja.
1% of energy remaining. That's very, very finely judged. I wonder if he managed to creep out an extra lap to try and get that car as far.
Sebenarnya nggak banyak sih, sebenarnya bisa gue tinggal sambil jalan cuma ya gimana ya, masa gue campur anjir kehidupan gue ini sama ini kan nggak enak gue. Wah ini Naka gue udah ini ntar gue agak-agak nanti aja deh. Wah, Toyota oh, menarik. Ferrari of course. Itu Ferrarinya siapa itu? Nomor 51. Punyanya Giovinazzi ya? Ya. First team, ya yang keren tim Jotas ya nih bisa merangkap sampai ke posisi segitu atas. Tuh, gantian lagi sekarang Jota yang satunya lagi yang keangkat, anjing. Ini ibaratnya kayak lu Yamaha, ya keren sih. Keren menurut gue. Tapi semoga gue juga pengen tahu sih apa yang mereka bicarakan selama 24 jam ketika mengomentatori hal-hal seperti ini. Gue tuh pengen tahu anjing. Katakanlah let's say there's two people who commentating this sport, okay, for 24 hours straight, and then I don't want to know what are they talking about, what's about the data. Is there any data that they use? I mean, like what kind of data that they use? I don't want to know about that because it's kind of amazing to see them like talking non-stop.
Here in the 24 hours of Le Mans. Meanwhile,
nah,
83A of course the Ferrari cycles back to the top of the
understeer.
Perfect indication of just
understeer dikit gak ngaruh. Tuh bayangin, kalian bayangin aja tuh sebagai seorang komentator kayak gini ya, terus kalian diperuntukkan untuk ngobrol selama 24 jam. Sebenarnya gue bisa ngobrol 24 jam itu bisa. Tapi tetap pertama itu harus ada pembahasan, yang kedua itu juga harus ada partner yang bisa cover gue ketika gue misal lagi kosong or something, ketika gue lagi capek ngobrol atau ketika gue lagi ngeblank or something gitu kan. Dan kalau misal gue sendiri pun gue juga bisa, asal ada bukan skrip tapi lebih ke data. Nah, sebenarnya gue juga bisa buka data anjing. Gimana? Di sini FIA WEC. Nah, gelo. Pintar banget anjing gak gelo.
Okay, so you
tapi apa anjing yang mau gue lihat?
Some rain expected in few minutes coming from the Porsche.
Race.
So that's why we switch to brand new
live timing and result. Okay.
All right, coming from the Porsche curbs rather than coming off a Porsche. So what that message tells us is
selain pengetahuan ya, coba kita ngobrol. Coba. Ini tim apa dulu nih? Bentar, ini green flag, oke, all categories. Oh, we can see all the categories in here. There is a hypercar category. There is AF1 yang dikendarai oleh R. Schwarzman, kemudian diikuti oleh Porsche Penske yang dikendarai oleh M. Christensen, kemudian diikuti di posisi ketiga ada Ferrari lagi AF1 yang dikudai oleh Woko, kemudian diikuti oleh Porsche Penske lagi yang dikendarai oleh Tandy, diikuti oleh Hertz Team Jota dari Porsche yang dikendarai oleh Rasmussen. Kemudian ada di posisi ke-6 ada Toyota Gazoo Racing, Hartley, Bentley. Itu Bentley apa Hartley ya? Hartley ini yang di Red Bull itu nggak sih? Hartley, ya nggak sih? Iya kan? Yang ada di Red Bull itu nggak sih? si Hartley ini yang sekarang lagi mengendarai Toyota Gazoo Racing yang ada di posisi ke-6 sekarang. Kemudian di posisi ke-7 ada Gazoo Racing juga dari Toyota yang dikendarai oleh Kamui Kobayashi, kemudian diikuti oleh Hearst Team Jota yang dikendarai oleh Ilot. Kemudian ada Ferrari lagi, Ferrari I-Force yang dikendarai oleh Pierre Guidi. Di posisi ke-10 ada Lamborghini Iron Lynx yang dikendarai oleh the myth or the man with a legend on his memories, yaitu Roman Grosjean, diikuti oleh Lamborghini Iron Lynx lagi rekan satu tim yaitu Bortoldi, nggak tahu siapa. Ini kita juga masih membahas di sektor hypercar ya adik-adik ya. Tapi juga banyak banget anjing. Ini dia di posisi ke-17 ada Alpine Endurance Team yang dikendarai oleh Mick Schumacher. Akhirnya finally Mick Schumacher keluar sebagai driver di sini ya. Kemungkinan besar Mick Schumacher akan driving sekitar 2 jam lebih ya, 2 jam setengah mungkin, seperti stint yang dilakukan pada pertama ya. Stint pertama ada 2 apa 3 jam ya? 3 jam ya? Oh 3 jam guys, 3 jam berarti si Mick Schumacher juga harus bisa 3 jam or at least 2 jam setengah sih. Itu yang paling buruk ya, paling buruk tuh 2 jam setengah. Tapi paling bagusnya tuh tetap berapa? 3 jam. If
we are expecting rain level 2 in sector 1 within the next 10 minutes.
Tuh, in the next 10 minutes akan ada hujan, gelo. Coba kita lihat di all categories ya. Dan kita lihat betapa mepetnya antar pebalap. Mick Schumacher, aduh kasihan banget ya Mick Schumacher di situ ya. Coba kita lihat di posisi mana nih? Tim Gelo LM GT3 Proton Competition. Oh enggak, ini punya Porsche, ini si hypercar ya. Si tadi lo si Porsche yang ini yang apa? Yang pintunya macet tadi lo. Nah, dia melanjutkan, sekarang dia berada di posisi ke-32 di overall ya. Di bawah berapa ini? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Di bawah 10 pembalap dari LMP2. Sekarang dia masuk di 40 ke 9, berarti 49. Sementara paling minim itu 51. 52. Oh, berapa lagi? 49, 3 lap anjing. Dia ketinggalan 3 lap, cok. Nah. Tim BMW WRT kita lihat. Aduh. Inikah posisi ke-54 ini kah? Aduh, mana ya? Tires G itu apa anjing? G Sport. Sorry. Gapnya 9 lah babi. Gimana? Gap apa? Bentar, kita coba Sean Gelael 2023 tim Lemang.
What we saw in not in qualifying
mana.
in the cars that made it through into hyperpole was the potential, the speed potential, absolute speed potential.
Bentar.
And we pretty much the only brands we didn't see in were Lamborghini, Peugeot and Isotta.
Bentar, mana. Bersama Farfus dan Darren Leung. Farfus. Oh bukan. Oh babi, posisi ke-54. Kalau all kategoris, kalau semisal LMG3 aja, Sean Gelael berada di posisi ke Sean Gelael and Friend ya maksudnya ya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, 124, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 berada di posisi ke-18 cu. Aduh jauh banget anjing. Jauh banget cuy. Susah weh. Kemungkinan timnya Sean Gelael untuk bisa menuju ke podium cukup sulit sih. Dan kita lihat di sini hujan sudah mulai datang lagi, anjay. Masih ada kerjaan gua.
Schwartzman in that yellow Ferrari pulled out 2.4 seconds on the Porsche. Now again, it's so easily hard to keep your lap speed up. Rob Bell probably needs no reminding of that, Rob. Whether you're in the fastest cars in LMP2 or in the GTs, keeping the pace up with other cars whistling around you, or when you're trying to go by other cars, is absolutely what this race is all about.
Nah, tuh kayak hal-hal yang diomongin kayak gitu tuh gue jujur nggak paham anjing. Terus gue kalau ini gue paham dia sedang passing the LMP2, gue tahu. Dan dia lagi kejar-kejaran juga sama hypercar yang lain juga, gue tahu. Tapi setelah itu apa yang terjadi gue nggak tahu anjing. Dia di tim kayak Dilarang, oke. Aitken sedang menuju penyerangan ke tim Porsche Penske. Nah itu siapa? Gue nggak tahu anjing. Datanya gini loh, babi. Kalau misalnya ini gue belah ya jadi dua ya. Kalau misalnya ini gue belah jadi dua, itu gue jadi bingung, cok. Gue harus lihat mana, sometimes gue harus lihat yang real time, sometimes kecuali kalau gue ada dua monitor itu baru beda lagi. Nah, pakai ban soft ketika gini. Ketika cuaca sedang tidak menentu antara hujan, ketika kalian sedang ingin gambling antara hujan dan tidak ya. Apakah hujan itu akan deras atau seperti hujan yang awal tadi? Lebih baik kalian menggantinya ke ban soft, guys. Kenapa? Karena ban soft itu memiliki grip yang lebih kuat ketika dalam kondisi track yang sedang dingin. Ya, jangan sampai kalian seperti Ferrari di Kanada kemarin. Ya. Di GP Kanada kemarin. Jangan kayak Ferrari di GP Kanada kemarin. Udah tahu hujan, udah tahu track masih basah kocor-kocor, malah pasang ban hard. Ya Allah. Sumpah. Itu ya sih, kalau semisal Charles Leclerc bisa bilang, pasti bilang gini, Cok. Nah. Terus si siapa sih Carlos Sainz bilang gini pasti. Tuh. Pasti marah, Cok. Ya bayangin anjing, siapa yang nggak marah. Kemudian rumor-rumor Ferrari adalah apa ya, kandidat terkuat untuk mengalahkan Red Bull setelah hasil race kemarin. Adios. Babi. Apa lah anjing. Maranello bukan Maranello anjing ya, pokoknya di Monaco bisa posisi 1-3, di Kanada double DNF babi. Oh ya, di Monaco, di GP Monaco bisa double podium, di GP Kanada dibales dengan double DNF.
Bottom right hand
ada aja nih Ferrari. Emang tim paling lucu tuh Ferrari, cok.
I thought for a moment Jack Aitken's windscreen was starting to look damp. I think it's just the rubbish that's been thrown onto it thus far, but we are aware that there are spots of rain coming at various places, but it's not amounting to anything yet. And again, to tease the teams,
apalah Ferrari ini sumpah. Gue bingung cok sama Ferrari tuh. Nah, kita bisa lihat ya, Mick Schumacher mengendarai Alpine di posisi ke-17. Kelihatan banget tuh. Bayangin bos, anak dari sang legenda hidup 7 kali juara dunia, ya kan? Di F1. Sekarang malah ke Alpine. Gue juga nggak tahu tuh gimana konsepnya. Dan sekarang kenapa ini muter-muter, babi air. Kalau kata Mas Dian, memek janda weh.
And you can understand why the drivers want somebody like that.
Apalah ini? Kontol. Pinggaran wong ngamu ae, Cuk. Nah, gelok saya Glide turbo. Ada di posisi berapa? 18. Tapi tetap respect, Bro. Gue tetap respect kepada Bang Glide ya. Karena beliau juga pernah memberikan kita, mempersembahkan podium ya. Apa cok FCY? Friends Crunchy Yoyo. FCY apaan?
Halo sayang.
Iya, halo juga sayang. Maaf ya, masih nge-live. Nanti ya. nanti.
It does seem a little odd. All right, well let's take a look at what we can see on the screen apart from the
nanti ya. Bentar ya. Aku masih streaming nih. Nanti kalau udah streaming ntar aku kabarin, oke? Ini gue taruh mana ya? Oh, gue taruh sini.
In the pits from 4th place is Nick Tandy in the number 4 Porsche Penske, Oliver Rasmussen from Hertz team.
Dadah.
Iya, dadah. Nanti aku kontak lagi, oke?
From 3rd place, come on Novar pits. Now again, I don't see that you necessarily have a full course yellow for that, but maybe it's got lost a wheel.
Yeah, so the wheel needs retrieving. That's why the full course yellow is there. We are now back to green, so the wheel has been retrieved.
Now he was not on an out lap, so something else has happened. It might have been his second lap out of the pit lane.
Sorry guys.
We don't have that data, but that's most unusual to actually shed when it's not on your out lap. So this is
Dadah.
Iya dadah. Oh belum aku nih ya, dadah. Bisa-bisanya udah lupa belum gua tutup. Itu tadi ada ban yang lepas, ya ampun cok, kok bisa geng.
So it's a significant problem there for one of the quick cars in class.
And don't forget, into Europol, the tiny team run out of Poland. Were last year's LMP2.
Ini yang nonton naik turun, wah anjay. Naik turun cantik. Ya, sorry. Sekarang kita kembali dengan rentan waktu masih 20 jam 32 menit 44 detik. Cok, kita akan berkendara untuk 20 jam ke depan. Ya Allah, masih panjang banget ya Allah. Bisa lebih cepat dikit gak sih? Gue kira tuh, gue kira tuh si Glide tuh berada di ini tim hypercar, cok, di itu tuh nomor 19 BMW M tim WRT. Gue kira di situ, cok, ternyata di LM GT3. Tapi memang seinget gue terakhir tuh dia memang di LM GT3 seinget gue, ya kan. Kalau dia yang di LMP2 gue nggak tahu deh. Karena seinget gue ketika dia dapat podium itu pun di LM GT3 dan itu di LMP2 nggak sih? Oh, itu LM GT3 Rossi yang LMP2 ya nggak sih? Ya nggak sih? Kayaknya iya deh. Ya, makanya itu. Pernah kok. Saya Glide pernah kok. 2021 tuh di Lemang nggak sih? Kalau yang lain pernah deh kayaknya dia dia pernah itu dia kendaraan Porsche ya? Bukan BMW ya? Porsche nggak sih? Porsche nggak sih? Anjing kalau memang kendaraan Porsche bapuk sih BMW. Oh enggak, sorry. BMW terbaik. Gelo BMW Indonesia. Sumpah. Kalian tuh kalau misal ingin tampil secara modis, khususnya nih anak-anak muda ya, yang ingin tampil modis dengan mengeluarkan kocek nggak banyak ya, kalian tuh bisa cari BMW yang tua guys, seperti contoh E36. Wah, E36, E40, wah itu tuh affordable, gaya klasik, tapi tetap mejeng bro, tetap pede gitu loh kalau kalian pakai itu. Tetap kelihatan cool, tetap kelihatan apa ya, orang berwibawa kalian pakai itu. Makanya BMW tuh emang konsepnya tuh timeless ya, bisa dibilang. Memang BMW itu terbaik. Apalagi BMW ada di Indonesia juga ya. Jadi wah, buat kalian orang-orang Indonesia yang ingin beli mobil-mobil BMW yang terbaru, mungkin buat kalian yang ingin beli hypercar-nya, supercar-nya, belilah di dealer resmi BMW Indonesia. Yeah.
If you're coming through the Porsche curves, it goes full course yellow in the pits.
Absolutely, it can make the difference. You know, we've seen cars make the wrong call on tyres earlier, potentially with the wet dries, and they are. In that scenario, if you pit in that scenario, you're gaining that time compared to everybody else. So that, I think, we're seeing the cars are so close now.
Aman gak? Aman gak? Aman ya? Aman ya? Gelo. Aman gak sih? Lu sih. United. Ngantuk iki wong iki sumpah. Cok sing delok ae ngantuk apa maneh sing nyetir yo. Wah sumpah sih. Emang WEC ini bukan sembarang ini, Cok, bukan sembarang anu ya. Sumpah kalau misal gue ketiduran gue sorry banget ya guys ya. Kalau gue ketiduran gue say sorry banget sumpah. Oh, ada kontak, tekotek di pinggir kali, teroret di pinggir kali, teroret. White
flag shows that somebody has just left the pit lane in hypercar, and that will be 93 Peugeot of Mikkel Jensen. I think that's in front of us.
Porsche nomor 6 ya, Lotter nomor 6. Mana nomor 6? Ini. Mana, Cok? Oh, ini. Posisi 13. Gue kira dibayang-bayangin sama Mick Schumacher. Gue juga pengen tahu, Cok, kalau bisa Mick Schumacher ini kayak gini gimana. Ini kali pertamanya si Mick Schumacher ini nggak sih?
Tanny went from 4th to 11th, and Rasmussen went from 6th to 15th. So they made their stops. They may have needed to make their stops, but they were close enough to the pit lane to make stops under that full course yellow, but didn't save them from being dropped.
Wah, intervalnya jauh anjing antara nomor 1 sama nomor 2, Cok.
In the number 50 Ferrari, it is Ferrari 1-2.
Itu bukan dari gua ya, itu dari sono. Bukan lag dari gua. Emang lag dari sononya. Biasanya emang kamera tuh kayak gitu-gitu memang.
We are thinking to change only right hand side. Sounds good to you? Only right hand side with new soft.
New soft.
We can't mix the medium on the right with the soft on the left now. So either we do right hand side on the soft and you carry on, or we put Miguel with a full set of medium.
Wait a second, mate, because I get lost. Which tires will they cut now?
You are running soft tires, mate. You are running soft tires.
What do you think you tell me?
I think we should give you 2 more soft on the right hand side, and you stay in the car.
Kalau gue ketiduran sorry ya guys ya.
He's been out there so long on that set of soft tires. He's forgotten which ones he's on.
Tapi emang soft tires bekerja dengan baik sih di sini. Dengan perubahan kondisi track ya kan, perubahan suhu juga antara satu sektor dengan sektor yang lain tuh soft cukup bekerja dengan baik sih di sini sih. Asli.
And he did 12 laps on them, came in, continued on that same
nah,
set.
ini mulai panas
and
nih.
he's done 10 laps on them so far. So they're questioning, should we bring you in, put on just the right-hand side or left-hand side?
Kita lihat di sini
soft, new
Ferrari berada di bayang-bayang siapa nih? Porsche sama Toyota. Iya nggak sih? Tapi belakang udah pasti Porsche. Tapi kalau belakang masih Toyota. Oh, punyanya. Cuma Hartley ini yang ini nggak sih? Yang ada di Red Bull itu nggak sih? Kayaknya sih iya ya. Brandon Hartley. Oh iya, Cok, Brandon Hartley. FCY ini apa sih?
that means that the Alpine and the Porsche are likely to be close enough to dive into the pits.
Gue lo Mick Schumacher membalap Cadillac anjing. GG. Kita kasih tepuk tangan, guys.
Well, Fuoco, he's done 10 laps, so yeah, we know they're talking about coming in anyway. So if this full course
Coba kita
stay long
browsing
enough,
apa
they could
itu
win big time
FCY.
from this. Because the number 51 Ferrari's only done 8 laps. Kamui Kobayashi's done 7 laps. And Oliver Rasmussen in car 38 has only just stopped. So yeah, this could really fall their way, and that's probably why we're looking into the Ferrari pits now.
So there's two things that could help them here.
Full
First
course
of all,
yellow.
if they get into the pits now and the full course yellow is more than another 30 seconds or something, there are going to be
full
people
course yellow. Jadi semuanya yellow. Jadi ya pada dasarnya yellow flag, tapi bukan di salah satu sektor tuh. Oh, biasanya yang keluar safety car itu kan. Oh, tapi karena di sini nggak ada safety car, jadi diganti sama FCY. Gitu kah?
51% of energy in both cars, so they don't need to stop.
So we don't know what the incident is. My guess is it's a general clean and tidy up at this stage before we get into darkness. We've just seen two of the LMP2 cars.
Pekerjaannya apa?
There may well be
si
a
Ilot
lot of gravel.
menerbangkan uang. Apa sih menerbangkan pesawat uang? Tolol apa cok menerbangkan uang? Full course yellow. Tapi memang ya segede itu sih memang.
Here's another look at that incident in the Ford chicane.
But that was further on, wasn't it? It's Lopez. So I think it will be a general tidy up. Whilst there are still good lines of sight.
Harusnya nomor 22 sedikit ngalah nggak sih? Karena itu udah di depan jauh banget nih. Si Oren ini P2 ini. Sedikit salah sih, kurang bener lah decision makernya.
We'll tell you about our full access program, which has been filmed at the moment and should be available on the WEC YouTube channel in about 10 days after the race, showing you a lot of what happens behind the scenes. The previous full access programs are all still available to see on YouTube.
Dan kita lihat di sini
battle for supremacy. 50 versus
side by side. Can he pass Ferrari? No, he cannot, because Ferrari is a lot faster in the straight line. So he can't pass Ferrari there. He must looking at into something new. Waduh, dapat tailgating murah lagi, gratisan lagi. Aduh, menjauh lagi dong babi Ferrari. Ferrari. Yang satunya tidak bisa dibalap, yang satunya membalap. Wow. Shell it.
Yeah, absolutely. It falls your way or it doesn't, and it fell for the number 4 Porsche and the 38 Jota Porsche. They were close enough to take advantage, but not everybody gets the opportunity.
Ngantuk juga anjing.
Lotterer, by the way, who's behind.
Ini terjadinya overtake tadi ya. Oh, berarti di overtake dulu, bukan yang overtake. Oh, gua kira. Jadi guys, gue nggak ada standingnya juga anjing, sumpah terlalu ngantuk cok. Apalah, udah 4 jam ini. Kurang 20 jam lagi, ya Allah.
Came in, has gone back out there, and he's on 7 laps on them again. So he's running those much further. Basically, they're much older than Fuoco's of soft at this stage.
And that's why Fuoco, when he jumped him away from the green flag at the end of the full course yellow, has been able to just build that advantage immediately because he's got more grip.
You can see it, can't you? This, what you're looking at here, is purely tyre age.
Well, and not just age, but compound as well. Don't forget, Fuoco's on soft and the Porsche is on...
No, it's on soft as well. Yeah, both of them, it's literally just tyre age. 2 cars that we saw fight it out at the beginning of the race, nose to tail. Neither of them could drop the other.
Anjing, sumpah ini Ferrari kenceng banget sih di Le Mans. Udah pasti menang nggak sih? Tinggal tunggu full podium Ferrari atau enggak? Kalau sampai 1, 2, 3 Ferrari, gila sih. Gila sih. Kalau sampai beneran 1, 2, 3 itu Ferrari. Hah? Cadillac down to 17, anjay. Oh ya, dibalap sama Mick Schumacher tadi.
Almost 30 seconds to the leader. We gain almost 30 seconds to the leader.
That's the kind of message you want to hear, and it does help you sometimes where
berapa?
you are on the
30
circuit when
seconds.
you come into the full course yellow. If you're barreling down the straight and you get a full course yellow and you have to slow down and go to 80 kph, you lose so much more compared to if you're already in a corner going very slowly anyway.
Yeah, or on a slower part of the track. So for instance, yeah, coming through the forward
Kita
lanes,
malas-malasan bareng yuk.
less because you'd be going slow there anyway compared to what we lose at the beginning.
Pusing anjing kepala gua, Cok. Punggung gua juga sakit anjing, bayangin.
One more lap after this, potentially. Race leader 83, Robert Schwartzman, again, talked about unsung heroes in the number 51 car. Antonio Giovinazzi definitely is a bit of an unsung hero. Robert Schwartzman in the 83 car. Everybody knows Robert Kubica. Not too many people maybe might have been familiar with Jaeger.
Apa yang harus dikomentatori anjing?
Last year, of course, for Hertz Team Jota.
Dari hal itu coba gua tanya, nggak ada Cok.
Making a name for himself in the Ferrari, and the number 12 car goes off and comes back on.
Yeah, it's Callum Ilott just going in a bit deep into that second chicane.
Drive-through penalty.
Gua cuma butuh teman, guys, buat ngobrol bareng.
Respecting the blue flags, that's the Algarve Pro car of Matthias Kaiser.
Gua cuma butuh teman untuk ngobrol bareng tentang ini ya, tentang WEC, bukan tentang yang lainnya anjing.
You mentioned the 25 car. That was a car we saw stop very early in the race, the Algarve Pro car. We didn't see why. I can't tell you that was contact with the wall. So there was left side damage.
Lu persiapan mepet. Nggak ada break istirahat. Tiba-tiba sekarang lu streaming WEC 24 jam. Bayangin Cok berapa sakit, betapa sakitnya anjing. Lu bayangin aja dulu Cok, sekarang gua lagi tiduran anjing. Terus gua nggak ada sendenan. Terus gua jelek, nggak ngaruh sih anjing. Kan gua ketutupan sama avatar ini karakter gua. Apalagi ya. Gua juga dari tadi tuh, dari kemarin tuh bingung mau stream atau enggak, karena gua nggak tahu tempat stream mana yang bisa gua jadiin tempat restream gitu. Nah tadi nemunya tuh kayak bener-bener di jam 4 kan lah, tiba-tiba ada orang yang kasih gue bakpo guys, yang kasih gue bakpo, bilang nih bang bakpo, ya udah. Habis itu ya udah mainin, terima gue makan, terus gue kasih imbalannya deh. Nah imbalannya tuh itu. Nah terus imbalannya itu nggak buat beliin PC kalau nggak salah, atau beli beberapa plug itu ya anjing, gue lupa ya, pokoknya itulah. Gue tadi ngobrolin apa anjing, cuma gue nggak tahu. Ngigo deh gue kayaknya. Masih 4 jam loh Cok, belum 6 menit ya udah bosan. Banyaknya overtake itu mungkin overtake ke kelas yang lebih bawah, bukan yang gimana.
Really strong commitment to developing exceptional culture within an organization. You know, having learned from the very best in the New England Patriots in a period of time when their
Wah
performance
anjing
was
gue kalau
really
diem lama-lama
unparalleled.
ini udah
And then
tewas ini.
applying that to other sports
Tidur sih gue
organizations,
sumpah. Gue nggak
obviously
bisa kayak
Hertz is
gini.
a
Gue harus
natural fit for
mengembalikan
racing. They
hype
were
yang ada
long
di dalam
associated
stream
with it.
ini
We brought
bentar
that
Cok.
back
Tapi gue
in
mau
after
tidur bentar.
gaining
15
control of the
menit
company.
aja habis itu
And then
gue fake
beyond
lagi
that, I
sumpah.
think it's fantastic
Gue nggak
exposure for
bohong.
Hertz and Brandon.
15 menit ya.
Well, we'll come back to you in a moment, Tom. Let's have a listen to what's
Apa
going
gue
on with
tulis
the
aja
number
tidur
83
15
Ferrari.
menit gitu ya.
Okay, Robert, 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. Can we do another stint on these tires? Question.
It depends how slow we are.
Your pace at the moment is very good. Your pace at the moment is very good.
Okay, then how is the car 50 catching so quick?
At the moment he's 20 seconds behind. They gained 5 seconds in the full course.
Wah Cok, gue ya di. Sorry guys, gue butuh istirahat guys. Bentar. Gue terus dulu deh.
Right, that's interesting. Robert Schwartzman will continue for another stint on those tyres, and actually only one car
Siapa
in
itu
the
another
entire
stint?
field. That's the second place Porsche went quicker on that last lap, but Michael Christen's just pitted that car. For the Ferrari, by the way, just a quick catch-up. Antonio Fuoco out, Miguel Molina in, 4 new mediums on the car, exactly as we heard on the radio, Anthony.
Yeah, Schwartzman's only on his second stint with that tyre, so they can easily get into a third stint. It won't be pretty, but it can definitely do it, and at some stage, you'll have to start triple stinting tyres, maybe even quadruple in the night.
We'll come back to you, Tom Wagner. After having just heard from Anthony Davis, an ex-Jota driver, of course. He knows all about the little team that could. Tell me a little bit about what attracted you to Jota with David Clark and with Sam Higdon.
I mean, the success in Le Mans over a long period of time in the equally weighted LMP2 class was something that we thought demonstrated their clear capabilities. And our view was that with some stronger financial backing, some capital, some investment, we could make a push to be competitive at the highest level of the sport. And what attracted us to endurance racing was the fact that we've seen a significant rise in the interest in motorsports globally, and we hadn't seen as much of a increased level of interest in WEC, and we thought that was ripe to change. And I still believe very, very strongly that that's the case. When you look at motorsport, or sport in general, what attracts people are 2 things. You have the sense of tribalism, it's a team that you can root for, and uncertainty of outcome. And there's nothing in sport with greater uncertainty and outcome than a 24-hour race where you don't have the slightest idea who's going to win until the very last moment. It is absolutely the most unbelievable event in sports. I really don't think there's a second that comes close.
You led on the debut with the team at Le Mans last year in pretty ropey conditions.
Yeah.
That was drama.
And I was getting interviewed as we led, and the moment the words left my mouth, we had our unfortunate mishaps. But yes, it was a wonderful experience.
I'll ask this question. You happy with the journey so far?
Well, we were so happy with the experience of being a customer that we ended up investing in Jota. And I don't think there's a stronger way to represent your commitment to something than actually put your money behind it. And so it's not just us bringing brands that can enhance those brands and provide the much needed publicity. We all know the mantra of racing and or winning on Sunday and selling on Monday. I think that's very true across not just automotive, but all many brands that can be associated with auto, either directly or indirectly. But Jota's excellence and what they demonstrated to us in their professionalism that first year made it clear that this was something that we could really help grow. And that was the intent behind making the investment.
We just saw another big brand appearing out on track. Now, whatever sphere of sport you come from, Valentino Rossi, like Tom Brady, is one of those household names. I mean, this man will add a third to your gate. Do you think a name like him has that kind of recognition, for instance, when we get to Texas from his MotoGP successes?
I think absolutely it does. I think Jenson Button, a little-known English driver that's in our 38 car, attracts, a great following. Just seeing the number of hats and T-shirts that have been sold with his likeness and signature on them is a testament to that. But I think, we'll see more of that. Every F1 driver with whom I speak talks about their desire to race and win them all. And that's, I think, fairly universal. So as we see these more technologically advanced cars in the race and deeper pocketed teams and manufacturers getting involved, I think you'll see drivers from all different parts of motorsport come in and asked to get involved.
Race leader in the pits, Robert Schwartzman, stays in. So again, that little burst of rain earlier on has slightly shuffled the deck. Not everybody's still rigidly on the same strategy and following the same 12 lap by 12 lap routine. These guys stayed out, gambled that it wouldn't get too wet for the slicks. They won out. 51 Ferrari, number 8 Toyota came in for wets immediately, and they ended up paying the price for that. But we are by far not done. We've barely got to the 4-hour mark, and there is more weather undoubtedly going to affect this race. And as you say, you know, this is a overtime Hail Mary pass winning situation so many times that somebody just comes down with it, and it's boom, everything changes in the last hour, in the last minutes of this race.
Or in overtime, as we saw in Spa, right? It can be an outcome that nobody expects, and that's what makes it so compelling to follow. It's really a neat thing.
Let's hear from the 83 team.
Car 8 coming up behind you, will be for position.
Yeah, and car 8 will be coming fully lit with the afterburners on and with hot tyres. Robert Schwartzman also with hot tyres, did not change, so he won't be so much at a deficit. And in fact, he's already started to just nudge a little bit away from Brendan Hartley in number 8 and Kamui Kobayashi a further 12 seconds back in number 7. So Toyota second and third. But Anthony Davidson, they are closing in on the Ferrari at the moment.
Yeah, Toyota are fast, but Brendan Hartley, who's just coming up to the end of that set of tyres, third stint, he got in after Sebastian Buemi. So this is only Brendan's first stint he's coming to the end of. He's done 11 laps, but he got in without change, because Buemi was in the car for so long and had the wets on, then they put the brand new set of soft tyres on. They did a driver change without changing the tyres. Yeah. So he's continued those on. He'll be in next lap.
Pachito Lopez back in the number 7 Toyota garage, where we have not seen him all season. He's been leading the charge in Toyota's other arm, their GT3 Lexus crew, but with the injury to Mike Conway late last week that ruled him out from Le Mans, Pachito, the obvious replacement. He drove that number 7 car last year, and he's back in it here at Le Mans, trying to help the other 2 drivers now with championship points.
Tom, you talked about the decision to invest in this program and now in the team. You're clearly happy with this kind of trajectory. You've been an observer to what we've seen from our perspective, which is bigger and better events, bigger and better grid, more and more fans turning their attention towards it from all sorts of other aspects of the sport. Right. Is that a fair assumption that that's what you're seeing from the assessment?
100%. And I think, you know, it's driven by a couple of things. One, the global physical presence of the race, you know, in different countries around the world, that's critically important. But I think the most important element of pushing WEC into the forefront is all of these manufacturers who are operating at the highest level of the sport. That is, without question, what drives it. Heard rumors of more coming in, and I think that's wonderful. You know, unlike other race series that are resistant to new entrants, I think what makes WEC great is it's wide open, and it wants the competition, it welcomes it, it's better for the fans.
Absolutely right. Talk a little bit about the Hertz aspect of this. It's a very famous brand indeed, a globally renowned brand that your company was a big part in effectively rescuing.
Yep.
What are they getting out of this deal?
Well, I think for Hertz, it's a branding exercise, right? You know, you can't simply have a consumer-facing brand and expect to deliver your products without having any kind of branding. And I think racing is an excellent opportunity to do that. It brings a level of excitement. It shows that, you know, you're committed to providing something. But maybe more than anything else in the context of modern marketing is that it provides an opportunity to create really interesting content.
That's replay of. Here's another spin, I'm afraid, for the 23 car, but a troubled race, I'm afraid, the Bacoott car. Final question from me. We don't ask you to make announcements with the convenience here, but it seems to me there is a trajectory. More and more exciting stuff to come?
Absolutely.
Soon?
Very.
Excellent. Tom Wagner, thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you. Good luck, guys. Bye-bye.
You too, very much the Victor Kayam approach there. They like the team so much, they bought into it, which is exactly what we like to hear. And of course, this, the F word, of endurance racing, Ferrari, is bringing eyes to this sport that otherwise maybe would never have discovered it. Ferrari, with other Formula One teams, gathering a whole new host of fans thanks to Drive to Survive over the last 4 seasons, and having Ferrari making so much of a fuss about their endurance racing, and they really make a fuss about their endurance racing equally as much as their Formula One. Anthony Davidson, that's really driving the audience. It's bringing eyes to this sport purely because of Ferrari, who otherwise would just be watching the Grand Prix.
Racing Porsches as well. I mean, you could almost make a movie out of that, couldn't you?
Yeah, well, that's that too. I mean, Porsche got a rich history here, Ferrari too, but it is bringing new fans. 50 car moves up a spot, so that is Miguel Molina on his fresh rubber going ahead of Matt Campbell. How old are the tyres on the 5 Penske car? I'm sure they're at least a stint older. Miguel's only been in the car 3 laps or so,
yeah, he's
got
put a
fresh
used
rubber, and he'll be on them for a long while, so he'll end up with the pain eventually.
He's put on a scrubbed set of the soft tyre.
Yeah. Okay, so that's Matt Campbell.
Matt Campbell, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to triple those tyres. There's Ben Keating, fresh out of his stop-go penalty, and straight through the chicane, on board with Matt Campbell. And this is the whole thing about endurance racing. It is snakes and ladders, it's ebb and flow, it's every other cliche that we can think of. But when you can't just throw tyres at the problem, like they can afford to do in Formula One, or like they're allowed to do in Formula One, here it's about maintaining your pace as the tyre wear goes away and as the grip goes away. It's about utilising what you've got in the best manner, and that's why the brains on the pit wall are as important as the synapses behind the steering wheel. It's matching. Look at the performance here. You know, there's the pit stop for both of them, and they have been absolutely pegged on pace, these 2 cars, as they've moved up and down the order. And again, Ben Keating in trouble at Indianapolis. He is having an absolute nightmare.
Not enough rear support.
Copy. Your rear anti-roll bar is at maximum.
Not enough rear support, but he's got maximum rear anti-roll bar. So what he's saying is the car is rolling over on its tyre too much and oversteering. So what are they going to do about that?
Well, I take it that how I read into that message was that, yeah, maximum must mean the most stiff that the roll bar can go. So go softer on the rear roll bar, you'll get more rear grip, you'll change the mechanical balance of the car. We often talk about aerodynamic balance of the car, but you can also have mechanical balance, and the anti-roll bars are one of those things. If he was talking about you're already at maximum softness, well, I'm afraid you're just going to have to live with it.
See, in my head, I think if it's starting to roll, you stiffen up the sway bar or the anti-roll bar to stop it rolling and picking up the inside wheel, but you're saying exactly the opposite. You want to soften it off, and what you want is firm damping, soft springing to try and keep the tyre in contact with the road.
You'd be right if you were talking about roll of the car, rolls, the stability
He's saying
of the car.
not enough support from the rear.
He means the tyre.
Okay,
he means
got
the
you.
sliding of the tyre. Racing driver speak. Basically, I decode it for you, and the fans listening in and watching wherever you are. That's the racing driver speak for. I basically don't have enough rear grip. And when I'm turning, the rear is sliding. But we saw that, didn't we, with the Porsches? It's in qualifying with that epic lap from Kevin Estre.
And of course, don't forget, with the spec hybrid system in the LMDH cars, that's the Porsches, particularly here, that's the BMWs. The weight is where it is. It's designed to only have hybrid acting at the rear, so the weight is at the rear. The Le Mans hypercars, which is a very slightly different rule spec in the overall hypercar category, they're allowed to have their drive at the front. So they've got their electric MGU, the motor generator unit, which provides drive to the front when you want it and harvests when you don't. So that moves that bit of extra weight to the front, whereas the Porsche here, its MGU is also at the back. So it's a little bit more tail heavy, if not, quote, tail happy.
It's a good point, actually. All cars in hypercar category is 1,030 kilograms. That's the window that you have to be in. They've all got 670 horsepower. That's that window of operation within that balance of performance that we often talk about. As the fresh set of tyres there, the mediums go on to the number 6, once race leader, Penske Porsche, and championship leaders as well, don't forget. So yeah, I wonder how that does differ in terms of your weight distribution between the LMH cars, so the Ferraris, the Peugeots, the Toyotas, and the Isotta Fraschini.
And the Lamborghini.
No, because the Lambo's an LMDH car.
Yeah, of course it is, yes.
So yeah, the common platform, the Porsche, that's an LMDH, as well as the Lamborghini,
BMW,
basically everybody else.
Yes.
Everybody else.
Yeah.
So I wonder how that differs because of that rear motor, the electric motor being at the rear. Does your weight distribution change? Is that equal between all the cars? Well, that bit I don't know.
You struggle to see how it can be because behind the driver and in front of the engine in both cars, so you can't move. You can't have like your fuel tank in the bonnet, if you know what I mean. So you can't move that amount of weight, which again is going to be sort of 80, 90 kilos when it's full, down to nearly nothing when it's nothing. So it's battery storage units and so on. You can creep forward, but again, it's that 20 kilo mass difference that you can put at the front in your four-wheel drive car like the Ferrari, and you have to have at the back in your rear-wheel drive car like the LMDH car. So at minimum, there's a 20 kilo weight penalty over your back axle.
Interestingly as well, one thing most people forget in this game where you share drivers. Oh, that wasn't a good sign, was it? That was not a good sign at all from the Mustang
engineer,
garage.
I'm afraid she was saying, okay, that was the universal hand signal across the road, the game over, left front corner. So is that a TCA? That shouldn't be anything non-fixable. Maybe she was just saying, okay, that's broken, let's get it out. Now, it's either a steering arm, in which case they'll need to change the steering rack, or a track control arm.
Look at the energy, so much energy going through the front that it's actually affecting the rear wing moving around as well.
Yeah. So why are they speaking German? It's an American car. It is an American car, but Proton is a German team. So Christian Ried's Proton team running these Mustangs. So there's Christian on the right-hand side. So the #1 mechanic with her back to us. Clearly, she's the one now who's going to coordinate, rebuild, repair, get this thing back out on track as quickly as possible.
And the well-built guy at the back is Michael Ried. It's Christian's brother, who's the technical director at Proton Competition. He'll be keeping a weather eye on this. Wouldn't be remotely surprised to see him get involved if this is a longer repair.
What a tough day Proton are having. Their 2 GT cars are last in GT. They are 21st and 22nd.
2 of 3.
Yes, 2 of 3. Okay, so one of the regular cars, the 77 you just seen, that was the car that was in the lead early on, and the 44 car, which is the 3rd car, the yellow and black Dark Horse car. And of course the Proton 99 Hybrid had that problem with the door handle, the door refusing to shut, and that's why Christian Ried was stomping off in a state of high dudgeon, because it's a problem they already had in Spa, and it was happening again. And that, as a team boss, is not something you want. Drive-through penalty for the number 33 car now.
And expecting blue flags there.
Yeah,
for
that's
33.
the DKR engineering car again. Lawrence Hurt, Rennie Binder and Alexander Maxwell, who I don't think's driven it yet, are having a torrid time.
It was Rennie Binder that was under investigation for that. I do wonder whether that had something to do with the earlier incident we saw with the impact from the United car.
Well, that was also being investigated. I think that might be a slightly earlier and separate investigation. But what is going on with Ben Keating as well? The United Autosports 23 car. I don't think I can remember a time, Anthony. You've seen a lot of Ben's races in GTs where he's put a car off the road. That car has been a spinning top.
He was always such a formidable driver, wasn't he, Ben Keating, in the GTs, as you say, Martin, but he's had a torrid time of it today.
And yet, he's an LMP2 champion in IMSA. He's not unfamiliar with the LMP2 car. He knows the car. I don't know. I'm absolutely at a loss. Either that or the real Ben Keating is tied up in a locker somewhere and somebody's in his seat.
The only thing I hypothesise about is that the LMP2 car running here in the Le Mans downforce setup in the World Endurance Championship regulations, could be a very different car to what he's used to with those big old wings and the sprint package, as they call it, in IMSA.
And very different temperatures as well here. I mean, this is a long way below pretty much any temperatures you're going to find in an IMSA track. So, no, that's a really good point. I hadn't really factored that in. I think you are probably very right. He's doing all the things that come naturally, and they're not working.
Every car here feels so light on their toes around this track. High speed, the cars don't really produce good lap times if you put too much downforce on.
Well, let's have a listen with Louise Bacoott and Kamui Kobayashi.
Kamui Kobayashi, you've just stepped out of the number 7 Toyota. The weather and tyre choice is playing a massive part in this race, and we're so early into it.
Well, it's still a long way to go. We just take conservative strategy for us, not taking any risk, because as I see, I think competition is quite tight for everyone. And just try to come until tomorrow morning, and we see where we are.
What do you know about these conditions? The rain's coming and going. What's the team telling you to expect?
Well, I think team give me a lot of information, you know, during running, where the dithering or, you know, some drops, you know, try to communicate as much as we can. So far, it's not really too bad, to be honest. I remember last year was nightmare compared to this year. So, you know, I think still we'll come down. And, you know, looks, I have to say, I think most of the challenge part will be tonight. So, yeah, hopefully we manage tonight and we see sun rays. And, yeah, we have to be kind of good shape. And I think in terms of pace-wise, we are okay. So hopefully we can fight back.
What's the biggest challenge of tonight then?
It's a luck, as usual. Last year I think we were okay, but obviously we haven't done the luck. But hopefully this year, you know, we managed to have a better luck than last year. I don't say best of luck, but yeah, a little better luck help us to make a better finish in the position.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, what Kamui is referring to there, in the darkness going into a slow zone in the S's last year, rammed from behind by somebody who did not come down to speed correctly and just ploughed into the back of not only the Toyota but a couple of other cars, and that was the end of their race. He was forced to abandon ship because it had knocked on all the hybrid warning lights. So he's hoping for a little bit more luck. The Toyota's showing plenty of pace at the moment, though.
Okay, I'll say plan for this tyre is triple stint. Plan is triple stint.
Jose Maria Lopez back in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, something he did not expect this year. But look at him, he's right on the back of number 12, Callum Island in the Hertz Team Jota car.
Yeah, we've got two battles underway at the moment between Toyotas and Hertz Team Jota. Porsches, Brendan Hartley pulling away from Rasmussen, the 8th and the 38th. That's the battle for 5th. Then the battle we're looking at here, which is Callum Islet in the number 12 car, running in 8th place, trying to fend off the somewhat rampant Jose Maria Lopez in the number 7 car. Two teams there, the 12 and the 7, that have had their dramas of very different sorts this week.
Antonio Serravalle just ahead, the red, white and blue Isotta gets by the 31 BMW, again different livery for that GT3 car, reminiscent of the UFO Jeans cars of 1980s touring cars, Jeans colours, and right behind Lopez flashing the headlights at Callum Islet. Islet's behind the Isotta, that's not going to be as quick as the Porsche, and Islet will have to find a way by, past the pits probably, and up into the Dunlop curve.
Yeah, Ilot's on a double stint and 3-lap-old tyres at this point, medium tyres. So clearly no match for Jose Maria Lopez's brand new soft tyres. But that triple stint from Kamui Kobayashi, we just heard from him there with Luis, epic stuff. He was blindingly fast. Just to put it into context, on similar tyre ages with Andre Lotterer in the car number 6, average on his 3rd stint of 3, a 3-minute 34. Kamui was averaging a 3:32.5.
Wow.
Wow. Just on that final stint of 3.
Oh, look at him there. Lopez being brutal in traffic, straight by the Isotta. Antonio Serravalle wasn't fighting it. For Isotta, it's getting miles under the wheels. It's the first time the brand has ever raced at Le Mans. So it's a big, big deal for a brand that's been moribund since the 1930s and has been revived.
Well, I'm telling you right now, they're running 21st, a lap off the lead lap. I think they're doing fine at this stage. I think they'll be very happy with where they are at this next chapter of their adventure. Look at the other 2 classes, by the way. Vector Sport, it is that lead LMP2. Ryan Cullen, the silver driver, at the wheel, 30 seconds to the good from Tomo Miata in the Core Racing car. Bumped into Milton Jakobsen in the paddock just a little while before I came back on air. He was, somewhat dischuffed. They made the wrong choice on tyres. That cost them that time. They're now powering back to it. It is Valentino Rossi leading LMGT3 for Team WRT. And those cars, gentlemen, the M4 GT3s, have been nowhere this week. And all of a sudden, with the slings and arrows of what's been going on with weather, with incidents, the BMWs are coming back up the order.
Though we talk about race pace and qualifying pace is nothing if you haven't got race pace. And if you've got race pace but can't qualify, Le Mans is the one place where it matters a bit less than anywhere else. Valentino won here last year on Saturday morning in a BMW in the Road to Le Mans support race, and now he's got into the main race, exactly what he targeted 3 years ago when he started this sports car racing travel. And his last lap, 4:01.0, second place, Sally Olic in the JMW Motorsport Ferrari, 4:01.8, third place, Yasser Shaheen in the Manthey EMA Porsche, 4:02.7. So the Doctor is lapping between 1 and 2 seconds quicker than anyone else in the class, with the exception of teammate Augusto Farfus in the 31 car, who's just done a 3-minute 59.9 lap.
Well, 2 more 3:59s, and it's both from factory drivers, Danny Juncadella right now, and also Lesser Rivera. But amongst the silver or bronze drivers, you're absolutely right. Last time around, quickest of the lot.
He's killing them. And Danny Juncadella, again, another full pro factory driver in a TF Sport car in the Corvette. He's just done a 3:59.101.
Okay, Brandon, we expect the Porsche head to be in 1 or 2 laps. We expect it to be in 1 or 2 laps. It's light on fuel.
Yeah, copy. He's accelerating away.
Well, that's why, because there's less weight to carry. So Brendan probably a little bit perplexed at why the Porsche can get away from him out of the corners. And there's the answer. He'll be running on fumes in a lap or 2. Brendan trying to go inside the 59, 95, beg your pardon, McLaren, and just saw the door coming, swinging closed on him, had to jump the curbs.
That's Lopez, isn't it?
Yes.
Beg your pardon, yes. Yeah, no, so that was Lopez, you're right.
Yeah.
That's the other Toyota-Porsche battle.
So many storylines in what is this, just over 4 hours of this 24-hour race. Yet so many of these teams showing form and showing it in very different ways and different phases of the race. It's so tough to call who's going to be there into the night, out of the night, and, of course, at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
Here's that fight that Brendan was referring to. So he's got Nick Tandy in front of him in the Penske Porsche. So clearly Brendan has the speed. It's just, as we've seen all the way through this race so far, very hard to overtake. And once again, Brendan has to yield there, let the LMP2 go. And we can hear from Nick Tandy's side now.
Nick, it'll be box this lap, driver change. Toyota behind on fresh tires.
Yes, exactly. It was like the message in reverse, wasn't it? We heard that mirrored from Brendan's engineer earlier on, saying that Porsche would do exactly that.
So the unread message there to my ear from the engineer is, the guy behind you on fresh tyres, but you're coming in this lap, and that will mean hold him up.
So just
don't let him go. Don't let him go. Blunt some of his speed on fresh tyres on your in lap. Don't let him be faster than you, and then when you're on your out lap, you're going to struggle anyway. But yeah, hold him up. Don't let him go. Don't surrender a position on your in lap. I mean, every one of these, every time you come in and out of the pits, every time you're in the pit lane, you have the potential to lose time. Avoid that as much as possible.
It's 4 hours and coming on for another 15 minutes into this race. One retirement so far. That was after an incident into the Dunlop chicane for the Vista, of course, of 54 Thomas Fleur, impacting hard into the barrier. That car is a retirement. There have been all sorts of other incidents of seeing cars tumbling down the order and for the most part recovering back. 2 hypercars out of the top 21. One of them recovering up the order now with Julian Andlauer pushing on hard. Door problems again for Proton Competition. Twice actually spotted the team building up a new door for that car. And the art car, the number 20 BMW. So we're listening with Brendan Hartley.
I think he had a problem. I just saw the car smoking from the left around.
Copy.
Now, is that tyre rub? Is that about to let go? I'm sure we would have heard the Porsche team telling Nick Tandy to slow if they had a low tyre pressure alarm.
I spotted this earlier on where on the Mulsanne straight, as Tandy went out to overtake somebody, the car's sparking heavily. And I haven't seen anyone else do that, so maybe there's something there that Brendan might be spotting, or maybe that's the reason why they're bottoming out so much as Tandy throws the car over that left-hand curb coming into the pit lane. But Brendan will be relieved to see some free air in front now as he comes towards us, crossing the start-finish line.
Nick, be aware the rear wing is loose. Rear wing is loose. Be aware.
Oh, car number 4, Nick Tandy. So they will undoubtedly do some work on that car, and maybe that was what was smoking.
Well, they're going to take off that whole rear assembly as they take the tear-off off. You asked that question earlier on, didn't you, Graham? About when do they take that off? It's basically when that thin plastic film gets pitted with too many stone marks. You can clean it for all it's worth, but it won't clean it up. So when it gets like that, the driver will request to remove it.
Or too much oil or rubber. The rubber leaves black marks all over your windscreen. And as we're getting now towards low light, that's when you want to clear it off as well.
The oil will clear off, but it's the pitted nature of that thin plastic that you'll never clear away. So it's at that time you'll take it off.
While we're talking about Porsche Penske Motorsport, the man we see in the garage so much, fun fact from our colleague Jim Roller, who's watching back home, Jonathan Duguid was a long-time Porsche engineer. He won this year's Indy 500, engineering Joseph Newgarden as Tim Cindric was suspended. So a win here would make quite a cool double, Indy 500 and Le Mans in the same season. One of the car engineers here was also working on Newgarden's team in the Indy 500, so there's a potential for him to be part of that double package as well. Spots of water on the camera lens. Now, that doesn't mean that it's raining hard or heavily, but what it does mean is that there are spots of water on the camera lens, and the Porsches both going to go very slowly here because they have fresh tyres, and in the case of Nick Tandy, hopefully a decent wing on the car as well. Now, Mathieu Jaminet now at the wheel of the number 4 car. 38 has taken on a change of driver as well. Oliver Rasmussen is in the 38 Jota car that we just saw leaving. And there are spots of water here. Now, we were told to expect it at 17 or 19 minutes past. It's now 17 minutes past the hour, so it is an hour late, almost to the minute.
Yeah, incredibly tough conditions. Le Mans races like this, cold conditions with no tyre warmers allowed in this form of racing anymore. And it really makes the drivers work for it, especially when you've got a bit of rain lurking around as well. So they're certainly earning their money today.
Mixed class tussles down the Nordier, the Mulsanne straight. This is the Edex Sport car number 28. The car has been up at the sharp end in LMP2, now in the middle of the pack, chasing here with Earl Bamber, while the Lamborghini's ahead. That is the battle for 8th position, in fact, with Earl Bamber. and Mirko Bortolotti. And the Lamborghinis, I heard you say this a little earlier, Martin, have just gradually worked their way up, both in the top 10 at the moment, by not being dramatic.
Yeah. Rule 1 of Le Mans, stay out of the pits, don't hit things. Okay, they've ticked both boxes so far. And again, you know, we were briefed by the FIA and the ACO's technical commission yesterday, and they were saying that this whole rule set is designed specifically to try and give each car the same maximum potential. How much you get out of that is entirely down to the team and drivers, and at the moment the Lamborghini and Iron Lynx team are doing a great job. Zach Brown from McLaren at Toyota. Matthew Marsh in the background there, old friend of mine.
So tell me all about these LMH rules then. How do you do it, Toyota? You go front motor, rear motor?
Well, we are promised, by the way, that we will get a couple of guests in from McLaren during this race, so we should be able to speak to Zach breakfast time tomorrow morning, and we should also have Michael Linders from McLaren Automotive in to talk about McLaren and aspirations.
Now, let's assume for a moment, without any confirmation, that McLaren are about to push the button on a hypercar program. What McLaren do with racing is sell customer racing cars. Are they going to do that better with a Le Mans hypercar or with an LMDH package? And do they feel that they're more likely to A, have customer sales, but B, have a potential winning car as a Le Mans hypercar or an LMDH? These are things that we need to hypothetically put to the boss.
I can tell you right now, no matter what it is that they do or don't do, there is not an aspiration for a customer hypercar program.
Okay. All right, that's interesting, because half the thought here, whoa, look at the closing speed of Earl Bamber's caddy on the Mustang. Half the thought here about hypercar was that when your manufacturers arrive, like Porsche, they will bring customer cars with them. I can't imagine that there aren't queues of teams who want to run a privateer Ferrari, for instance, but whether that's possible, we'll have to wait and see.
Box this lap, driver change to Alex Palou.
There is a massive problem with that. There's no space for them. You know, this is the astonishing moment we are with sports car racing, even with the grid expanding, as we now know it will, next season to a maximum of 40 cars from 37 this year, even with the mandate that every factory must enter 2 cars if they're going to be fourth season contenders. There is going to be remarkably little space for customer teams to come and play with the WEC.
And does that mean even at Le Mans, or at Le Mans, will we see an end to LMP2 for a moment, while maybe hypercar expands to bring in customers from the hypercar field?
Well, let me tell you what Pierre Field has said publicly, and I checked it, that he was happy that this was a correct translation, the French media, is that they are evaluating the potential to introduce hypercar not into the European Le Mans series, because it's full, but to the Asian Le Mans series for potential customer teams.
Wow.
Because that is where the marketplace is in Asia, that customers there are keen on those brands. Whether or not that is deliverable, whether or not that could be successful, is quite another story, but that absolutely is something that's being evaluated.
As we watch on Earl Bamber, it's on that lap 11 out of 12 where they've all been pitting. He did manage to actually eke out an extra lap earlier on when he was first in the car. Managed to do 13 laps in his first stint of this triple. So, yeah, we're expecting him in this lap.
When we saw number 8 come in, I think it was number 8, its energy was down to, I think, either 2 or 1%. And I did wonder at that stage, did that manage to creep an extra lap out? Have either of the 2 Toyotas managed to creep another lap on fuel in their last stint or so? You can see the Toyota now up behind Callum Eilert, and a disappointing performance so far from the 2 Peugeot. Jean-Eric Verne is in 19th, 94. Loic Duval is in 20th place, and that car is about to go a lap down already. So, yeah, 4 hours, 4.5 hours in almost, and both Peugeots are going to drop off the lead lap. Now, we are hearing reports of rain on the Ligne Droite des Unaudières, or the Mulsanne Straight, if you are not a French speaker. In comes the number 2 caddy. Earl Bamber will hand over to Indy 500 winner Alex Palau.
I've just seen the Peugeot sparking as well on a similar part of the track where I've seen Tandy's car spark away before, so it must just be that crown in the road that they're crossing, causing a bit of the, I'm guessing, titanium skid block on the underside of the car.
Earl Bamber and Paul-Luc Chatin for Alpine in the pit lane at the moment, and they will drop a big handful of places down the order. Again, not everybody took wet weather tyres when it rained earlier on, and as a result, the few that did are on a very different strategy because they will have fueled at the same time. Never leave the pits without adding fuel to the car. Let's get back to Jose Maria Lopez and the attack on Callum Island.
Peugeot is not for position. Peugeot is not for position.
Yeah, so as he's stuck behind the Jota car here, he can't find a way by it. He can see the Peugeot catching, and that's just the engineer saying, don't worry about the car behind. It's not actually fighting you.
Yeah, they had just gone by him as well. Again, Callum Islet takes the high road, but around the outside comes Jose Maria Lopez. High, wide and handsome, ladies and gentlemen, sweeping down towards Indianapolis. Fastest part of the circuit these days, Anthony, and whoa!
Oh, he had to do that, didn't he? He didn't quite have the straight line speed. It was a little bit more uncomfortable than he was wishing, but that's why he had to be oh so committed. And as he turned in, that got a few smiles from the team down at Toyota.
50 Ferrari, Miguel Molina in the pits. Coming in two is the number 5. Porsche coming in two is 63 with 5% energy. There's the 50 car. So came in with just 2% energy remaining there. Really, really running these cars right up to the limit.
Yeah, Miguel Molina at the wheel. He obviously jumped in last time, put those set of soft tyres on, so they've just finished their first stint. They'll be staying on.
Examining the windscreen there as he polished it, just to make sure there's no holes in that tear-off. There is Miguel.
Interestingly, he just disconnected his drinks bottle. Wonder if they're going to change that during this pit stop.
Might do, but it looks like it will be fuel only. So maybe he was disconnecting it to reconnect it if it wasn't quite feeding him the way he hoped. Looks like somebody is ready to leap in the door. They are ready to leap in the door.
Oh,
that is an oil canister going in, so that is a pressurized oil system.
I think they might have changed his drinks bottle at the same time. That would make a lot of sense. So they knew he would have been told, obviously, before coming in, we're going to do an oil dump as well. They actually call it an oil bomb. This is that shape. They plug it into the car, and I don't know how much it can carry, but yeah, it would make sense why cars following the Ferrari earlier on in the race.
Exactly the point it's about to make.
That's dirty windscreens.
As long as they don't make the mistake and get the two confused. He still gets a drinks bottle, and there's no liquid of the wrong type going into the Ferrari's engine. We have 4 hours and nearly 30 minutes on the clock here, so 19 hours 33 minutes remaining in the 24 Hours of Le Mans 2024. And Ferrari number 83, Robert Schwartzman leads from Matt Campbell's Porsche, Brendan Hartley's Toyota, then the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi, the Toyota of Jose Maria Lopez, and the Porsche of Callum Island. So 3 brands in the top 7, 3 Ferraris, 2 Porsches, 2 Toyotas, and in 8th place, the Raging Bull, the Lamborghini of Roman Grosjean, ahead of Filipe Drugovich in the better of the Cadillacs, the 311 car. But Lamborghini with a car in the top 10 and one just knocking on the door in the form of Mirko Bortolotti. What a start to their first ever Le Mans in the top class the team is having.
Big twitch there over the curve for the number 15 car. Just to repeat, Anthony, start of this race, we saw a Cadillac and an Alpine absolutely plastered with oil, and we've just seen what could be quite an interesting moment on pit lane for the number 50 car. These themes develop over a long time in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and I'm not absolutely certain what we've just seen on pit lane might not be a theme much later in the race.
I'd like to hope it was just an innocent refill of oil, but I have a sneaking suspicion it's a bit too early in the race to be seeing stuff like that going on. I've experienced this as a driver before. Let's see what they do with the car 83. If they do have to put oil into this one, and again for the car 51, when that comes into the pits, maybe not this time around, but the next pit stop, we'll keep an eye on it. That oil cylinder that gets attached to somewhere close where the fuel goes in, that 100% synthetic biofuel, by the way, that goes into all of these cars here in the World Endurance Championship and at Le Mans.
Yaffe taking over the leading car from Robert Schwartzman after an epic triple by Schwartzman.
So that's the fuel hose on there.
And there will be tyres, but there is no oil going in.
It's the 50.
So anyone that followed that 50 earlier on in the race were getting their windscreen splattered with a lot of oil, and they've just had to refill that. You do the maths.
Second place Porsche in the pit lane. Matt Campbell stays in. There'll be no tyres. He's on the white sidewall softs, so fuel only. Wash and brush up. Why are they cleaning the rear wing? To make sure that there are no errant bits of rubber or anything that is disturbing the airflow, and critically here at Le Mans, causing drag. Drag, my friends, is not your friend. It's like pulling a parachute around.
Back in the days, back in the days of the fuel lifting coast that was automated in the LMP1 cars, when I drove the Toyota, and I had a bit of a touch with another car, and a bit of bodywork on my car got flicked up a bit. Suddenly, I couldn't see it, but suddenly the automated lift and coast points were way earlier than usual.
Because you were not getting the downforce, and it wasn't slowing down enough, so you had to lift and coast earlier.
No, I had too much drag from this bit of bodywork that was suddenly in the wrong position. Caused too much drag, the car using more fuel as a result to punch it through the air. That's how critical the drag is on these cars.
I was thinking it wasn't slowing down so much. That's 63, that is the better, was the better of the two. That's Danny Kvyat, straight out of the pits and straight into the gravel. Oh, Danny.
Well, that was about 2 or 3 minutes ago, Marshall Post 3, but he has got it going again.
Yeah, Bortolotti had just come in after a pretty decent triple stint, handed over to Danny Kvyat. And we've talked about these cold tyres, and it's only going to get harder and harder for the drivers the later it gets in the day, and the colder it's inevitably going to get as well. So they're going to have to learn from that. Other drivers watching on as well will be seeing, you learn from other drivers' skirmishes, and you try to build a picture before you head out there yourself.
It is Toyota Gazoo Racing lead the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Is that for the first time?
I think it is for the first time. Certainly while I've been in the booth for the first time. Then a brake car in the hands of Brendan Hartley.
Lots of nodding. David Addison's just arrived from dinner, which reminds me, it finishes in 28 minutes, just as we come off air, and he's nodding as well. I think that is the first time that Toyota has led here at Le Mans. Here comes the 50, whistling by. The number 5 car, Matt Campbell fresh out of the pits. Miguel Molina, of course, took on those tyres 3-4 laps ago now, so he's getting on for a third of the way through the stint and is fully up to temperature.
Did you say it's the first time Toyota have led this year at Le Mans?
Yeah.
No, Buemi earlier on led the race.
Did he? Okay.
So it's just this cycle we're going through. The Toyota, they lost about 1 minute and 40 seconds earlier on in the race. If you haven't seen that, we had a bit of rain. Toyota came in early. They went on to the wet tyres. It wasn't the right tyre to be on because it started drying up, and the teams that suffered on the slick tyres and persevered actually came good for them, and Toyota ended up losing around, that 1 minute 40 seconds. So now they're completely out of sync with everyone else. So once in a while you'll see the Toyota, as Brendan is at the moment, pop up to the top, but they're not kind of officially leading the race. It's not a genuine thing. They're due a pit stop, and then they'll be back in their kind of, should I say, rightful position as when it all shakes out.
Yeah, but it might all shake out like this. No, because there's no guarantee that we're going to get back to somebody on somebody's fuel strategy coming good at the line. I mean, there's absolutely nothing now that you can even remotely use to guess which of these brands is going to be on top with rain, with weather, with incidents, with slow zones, with safety cars, with everything. It's such a lottery.
Well, they'll basically have to find 1 minute and 40 seconds from somewhere. That's all I'm saying. That's what they are genuinely behind.
One slow zone. That's all it takes, isn't it? One slow zone, or somebody else in front having a spin. That's Kvyat again.
No, it's
And
not. It's the
that's
other
19 with the white nose. You're right.
And he's just kept that from a major incident with the tyre wall. Did brush the tyre wall.
You know what that was, don't you? That was me bigging up Lamborghini right there.
Commentator's curse.
Yeah.
And this is another driver. So who was that?
Matteo Cairoli.
Yeah, because Grosjean was in before him, and he had just done his triple stint. So Lamborghini on the same. There's so much on the same strategy. Both fresh drivers have got in and binned the car.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's possibly not on page 1 of the team playbook, but yeah. So they. Yes, we don't get one separating from the other because, yeah, he's dropped it off the road as well.
Yeah, we're just trying to keep this fair. You're going to have to bin the car as well, and then we'll just crack on. And
I can't wait for that radio message to come over.
It is Danny Kvyat and Matteo Cairoli on his outlap, so they both did it on their outlap.
Different outlaps, it has to be said. Oh, no, yes, it was. Different outlaps. They pitted a lap apart. Danny Kvyat binned it last lap and Matteo Cairoli this lap.
The one other thing was we see the 83 car being tracked by the Jota car behind, with the AFA at the wheel for the first time, I think, in the race. That sort of confirms that he won't be in the car at midnight, which is the point at which he turns 24 years old.
Oh, which is the point at which all the Chinese audience finally go, it's 5 in the morning, I can't do this any longer. He's going to have his birthday on his own. Well, I don't know. They might reverse their cycle. It's unlikely, but I think you're absolutely right.
Well, technically,
quad.
In terms of Chinese time zone, well,
oh, he's already.
I'll have a look.
It could work out.
It could work out.
Well, they're 11 hours ahead of us. It's already tomorrow.
He's already 24.
Yeah. This is. Oh, no. Is El Bamba still in the number 2? I don't even really want to look. No, it's Alex Palou. He's just taken over, hasn't he, a couple of laps ago. So Alex Palou, the double Indy 500 winner, just finding a little less room than he was hoping for on the run down into Arnage.
That was with George Kurtz. Had a bit of a strike on his CrowdStrike car there.
Luckily not too much carnage, so that's good. 99 still circulating. That's the white car with the green highlights. Oh my goodness me, that's the number 3 caddy. That's a proper rallycross moment and a good square slap on the barriers. Box, box, box.
What I want to see is it still steering straight after that pretty hefty hit.
That's Renger van der Zande.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that because that
was quite a slap, wasn't it?
I've hit that barrier before. I know exactly how that feels, and it can easily bend the toe on the front end.
Well, let's hear what they say.
Okay, that's all right. We'll fix it up.
See? That's what I love about race engineers. I've been off, guys. I've been off. Don't worry. We got this. We got you. Don't panic.
Calm.
Come back slow. Calm, Seb. Yeah, we need the T-shirts. Jose Maria Lopez in for his first racing pit stop in hypercar this year.
Good to have him back, but Mike Conway so unlucky not to be racing here this year.
100%, and real sympathy for Mike. I mean, that's nothing that anybody wants, and the irony is that Paquito was out cycling with him when Mike went down. I'm absolutely not making any judgment on that. But Paquito, not only, by the way, has he not had a race in this car, he was only called up on Thursday of last week, so he's not had any of the long practice runs. He's not done the 30-hour test and all the other yada, yada, yada that's preparation for the race. He's been parachuted in. Now, sure, he drove the car last year and he won't have forgotten it, but nevertheless, I would think you would like to be a tad more prepared coming to Le Mans than he had the time to be, but he's, no question, he's going to do a good job for them.
Well, he's brought the car in a top 10 position. At the moment, Tota still lead. I think this is Brendan Hartley's in lap, is that correct?
Well, in fact, Pacicio came in from 4th, and yeah, Brendan should be in on this lap, I think. 74 laps, but don't forget that car pitted more times than most others because it did take on wets. Yeah, that was the Toyota that did take wets.
Brendan's on lap 12, and that's when they've been pitting, so he'll be on his way in.
Renger van der Zande makes it back to pit lane with his somewhat battle-scarred Cadillac. So that's slap into the barriers.
If he's got away with that completely, without any external damage to the car, bodywork, and without any tracking issues as well, and he's a very lucky boy.
Well, he deserves a bit of luck because he was the one that was sitting aboard the number 3 car and became a passenger in Spa last year and had a big head-on shunt on the exit of Eau Rouge, so he deserves a little bit of luck.
It's so easily done.
Allard Kalf wandering across the front of shot there, reporting here for Dutch TV, another driver who's had plenty of races here at Le Mans.
Just through the Porsche curves, have a listen to this. So yeah, it's just a corner where you were barely lifting off the throttle in karting, and that's where Kamui Kobayashi lost all of his lap times in qualifying by going off there, and he would have, he had a fast enough lap to get through to Hyperpole.
Yep.
It's now a brake and a downshift in race spec.
Yeah, he definitely didn't lift, did he? Damaged decal on the number 3 Cadillac. Anthony's looking at me skeptically. Well, they've waved him off again. He's gone. He's out and done, Renger van der Zande. So, yeah.
Build him strong in America.
Yeah, built Ford tough, that caddy.
Is that Laura One-Truck Klaus I can hear rushing towards the booth?
Rotating.
With a baseball bat.
Hey, it's you know, I think it's a very valid use of somebody else's slogan. 51 is in from 2nd place, 8 is in from the lead, 12 is in from 4th, and that means boing, 83, the yellow AF Corsa Ferrari of Ye Yifei bounces back to the top of the pile. And we continue our rotation from Alessandro Pierguidi back to starting driver Antonio Giovinazzi. And it will be Giovinazzi, I was going to say, who takes it into the darkness. What are we, 8:40? It won't really be dark until about 11 p.m, although the clouds will hurry the light levels down. The cameras will make it look darker than the naked eye. So he might not quite get full black. And that means that it will be James Collado who takes over the car, having driven it in the daylight, and then heads into the darkness.
Just watching the other classes too, as we watch the 51 car power away from the latest pit stop. Vector Sports Ryan Cullen, by dint of good reliable running, good fast running, and the right tyre choices at the right time, holds a 53-second lead in LMP2 over Lorenzo Fluxa in their 37 Cool Racing car. Nolan Siegel 38 seconds back, but catching last time around 5 seconds quicker. In LMGT3, it is still Valentino Rossi leading the class on its debut here in the 46 Team WRT BMW, but being caught by Joel Sturm in the championship leading, the WEC championship leading Montai Pure Racing 92 Porsche. Yasser Shaheen is aboard the second Montai car, the EMA branded car. That's the number 91 car, and is 5 seconds back.
And 10 seconds behind him, Sarah Bovey in the Iron Dames Lamborghini in 4th place. Out goes our Qatar winning car, the number 6 machine. Porsche back on the hunt. And by the way, when the 51 Ferrari came out of the pit lane, the speed with which the number 7 Toyota Jose Maria Lopez went by him in the Dunlop curve, it looked like one of Patrie de France fast jets whistling by. It was the approach speed was ridiculously different. But here is Ye Yifei in the lead for the AF Corsa Porsche team.
There's a strong chance, Graham, it could be somewhere close to his birthday, from his birthplace in China right now. If it all depends on what time of day he was born, basically.
I think what I'll do is I'll go and ask him.
We'll ask him afterwards, yeah, retrospectively.
Super Kid, by the way, before we go any further. I do recall in the lead up to him joining the Hertz Team Jota efforts, a couple of comments from people connected with the team that weren't that convinced about his talent. They were soon able to reappraise that. Right now, he is a top prospect in sports car racing.
Yeah, it's 2:43 in the morning where he was born. So yeah, it could be. It all depends on when he was born, basically. What time of day?
Yep.
It could well be his birthday right now.
Right now.
Chinese TV audiences, as we watch the battle for position between the Porsche and the Caddy, are used to seeing Chinese athletes winning in sport. They do not understand why a Chinese Formula One driver is not winning, is not the best in the world, because all the Chinese athletes they see on TV win because they're the best in the world. What they might have with Ye Yifei is a driver who might be the best in the world here at Le Mans. I mean, if he wins this year's race, his life will be all but intolerable in China, because he will suddenly be vaulted into this massive recognition with 1.6 billion people that he has never had before now, and that no racing driver anywhere has ever had before now. That would be just an astonishing thing for the TV audience in China.
What must be like what it's like for you in one of the nations that does
Very much so, absolutely. Whoa, look at this, the Caddy on the outside, Filipe Drugovich, and going around the long way, Kevin Est, not taking no for an answer. That's absolutely take no prisoners racing by both men, and the potential for contact there was so high. That's brilliant racing.
And both on their out laps, by the way.
Ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, respectful driving from both of them. And Filipe Drugovich, a very experienced driver, F2 champion, of course. And Kevin Estre, well, don't need to sing his praises at all after that. Everything he's done so far in sports car racing.
Mega job, mega job. Let's keep pushing, code to 0 and push.
Code 2-0, presumably. Oh, Alpine facing the wrong way, 35 or 36.
No,
what colour are the mirrors? It's 35.
It's not facing the wrong way, it's smoking.
Yeah.
That is big trouble for the 35 car.
Well, they've had 2 endurance tests with the team, and that's Ferdi Habsburg jumping away. Is it red? No, it's green. You can see the green light inside.
I think that's done.
Yep. They've had 2 30-hour or 2 24-hour attempts. One, the car broke down. The second, they had an engine failure. That's really tough for Ferdi, returning to the team after injury in testing. And again, the logo's there, not just Alpine, but Alpine Renault. That is the brand that won here back in 1977.
Oh, that's gone in a big way.
Yeah. That has all the hallmarks of going no further. That's a lot of oil, or possibly bits of metal in the cylinders.
Slow zone coming for this incident to recover that car.
But the good news is he is very close to the tow-away runoff area, and that is at Arnage.
Shows every sign of being our second retirement of the race after the 54 Ferrari.
Here's Ryan Cullen leading in LMP2 for Vector Sport. And the slow zone will go all the way back to Mulsanne corner. Why? Because marshals will be rescuing a car at nearly the fastest part of the track. Let's hear from the number 12 Hertz Team Jota.
Callum Eilert bringing the number 12 Hertz Team Jota in a 9th at the moment, but I bet that sounds good right now, doesn't it, considering where we all started at the beginning of this week?
Yeah, I mean, the team's done an amazing job to get the car even in the race, and it's great. It's handling well, and we're chipping away at it. I think we had a bit of a tough start. We had a few issues that we needed to work out, but the car's good now, and we're working our way through. So let's see how it goes, but no mistakes, and try and get closer and closer to the top 3.
It's great to see you up there, but we've got to say something about all these guys behind you and what an incredible effort they made. Just tell us a little bit about the journey they've been through.
So obviously we had a crash on Wednesday night. At that point we had to see what was damaged on the car, and unfortunately after a lot of inspection we found a little bit on the bottom of the chassis. They had to strip that chassis, wait for a brand new one. Thanks to Porsche for organising that. That had been an amazing help as well. And then it was full steam ahead. I think they had maybe 4 or 5 hours of sleep across the whole car build. We got to shake down across on the airfield, which I heard is quite a rare occurrence. It was great for publicity, but I don't want it again. And they stayed in the rain for that and then made sure everything was good. We had a couple of things that needed ironing out, but what an amazing team. Honestly, I'm so grateful for what they've done, and they're amazing supporters.
The story in this journey so far has been incredible, and hopefully speak to you later.
Yep, let's see. Thank you very much.
And hopefully for good reasons as well. So the end of the road for Ferdi Habsburg in the number 35 Alpine. And I had my facts slightly wrong. Too young to actually have been here in 90. I'm not actually too young to have been here in 1978. I just wasn't. It was 1978 that Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Jousseau won in Le Mans in the Alpine Renault, the 3rd year of that car's campaign. Beautiful, open, white, yellow and black long-tail sports car. Absolutely stunning thing. Of course, with a 1.5-litre V6 engine that later went on, or that was already being used by Renault in the build-up to its Grand Prix debut with the turbocharged RS01. So into the retirement books goes our second car, the marker of doom. I am wielding it now, because I don't think 35 is coming back from that one. That will be our second retirement of the race.
Yeah, really disappointing for Alpine. They showed such great speed, didn't they, especially at the start of the race. And also for Ferdinand Habsburg as well, who has missed, he missed out in 2 races, isn't it, actually? Yep. Yeah. Imola and Spa in the World Endurance Championship due to an injury, a back injury that he sustained, so in a testing crash, I believe. So, yeah, it was great to see him back, but unfortunately wasn't to be for them.
Indeed. So 1 bullet left in the Alpine gun. Here comes one of the 2 Lamborghinis that have been climbing the order. They've both hit literal trouble.
If this slow zone continues for any longer, so Loic Duval is the only driver, he's on lap 11, only driver near a chance to come into the pit to benefit from this slow zone. So yeah,
Van Dorn is, apologies, has been in and is now out again. So Stoffel Van Dorn just out of pit lane.
Oh, sorry. So yes, they did. Yeah, they did pit. I've just seen it pop up on the what you've spotted on the time screens, Graham. I've seen it on the app that I have here, as we got the number 155 Speed of Race Ferrari with a nose change or splitter change.
It's a full clip on the Ferrari 296. It's quite an impressive piece of kit. You can see everything. And well, we may have some more dramas coming for the second Alpine as the bonnet put back on, the front bodywork onto the 155.
Radio message from the Alpine team. Now, I'm not sure if it was driver to team or ship to shore, shore to ship, but an urgent alarm. Christian Reed, Proton team principal, 2 of their 3 GT3 cars are the last running cars in GT3. 44, the guest car, and the 77 full team entry. That 77 car that had that steering issue has not yet left the pit lane, Graham. That's been there a while.
That has been there a while. The 88 car also on pit lane. Remember, they've got a P2 car, and there we are.
There it is.
P2 car
with the boy Jonas, one of his boys, Jonas Reed, at the wheel.
Yep. So he'll be keeping a weather eye on what's going on there. And this is actually in a battle. Jonas Reed getting onto terms here with Francois Perraudot, looking for a way by. The car co-branded with Iron Links.
Raced last year in the European Le Mans Series in LMP2 to cut his teeth, and now here he is in LMP2 at Le Mans. Matteo Caroli on board the number 19 Iron Links Lamborghini. Claudio Schiavone, the founder of the Iron Lynx team. Andrea and Giacomo Piccini, the racing brothers, are now essentially running the team. And of course, Deborah Meyer on board with her Iron Dames program, joining up with Iron Lynx to run those cars. It's a very ambitious and really well-run team. And the way that they have managed to get these Lamborghinis to Le Mans in such good fettle with such a young car, very impressive indeed. Shows their ambition and their ability.
Here comes John-Eric Verne in car number 93, slips through on the inside of 19. And as they exit this corner, the slow zone has now been removed. So no need to slow down and hit the full course yellow button that limits the car to that 80 kilometers an hour. Oh, Lopez under investigation for that slow zone procedure.
As is Giacomo Petrobelli, who's into 4th place now for the JMW Motorsport Ferrari. That could be expensive for either or both of them if that comes back around.
He's dropped down to 4th because Sarabovi was 4th and has moved up to 3rd place for the Iron Dames. Team WRT, Il Dottore, the Doctor, Rossi Fumi, whatever you like to call him. Valentino Rossi still leads from Yasser Shaheen, now up to 2nd for Manthey EMA. That's the orange and black Porsche. The Iron Dames in their magenta and white multi-liveried Lamborghini in 3rd from Giacomo Petrobelli. But if Petrobelli picks up a penalty, that will be a stop and go, and that will cost him the thick end of a minute.
So closing in on the end of the 5th hour here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Lamborghini with the number 20 BMW art car behind it now. That car is still a couple of laps down, but here we go, another battle for position. This is number 2, Cadillac Racing. Kevin Est goes by.
Yeah, that's Alex Palou at the wheel of the number 2 Caddy, who we ride on board with now.
He's only recently taken that car over from Earl Bamber, so did he get fresh tyres? I'm pretty certain they will have given him fresh tyres. In fact, he's getting close towards the end of a stint. LMP2 leader in the pits. This is the Vector Sport car number 10, Ryan Cullen, and that will cycle the 37 Cool Racing entry to the top of the pile. Lorenzo Flusser.
Stefan Raquelme's been plugged into the number 10 car. We say it's been fast, it's been reliable, and it got a mighty leap up the order by the team calling for the right tyres at the right time. Not to go under investigation, by the way, for the slow zone. Yusufa Fraschini in the hands of Kawatana Bennett.
So much has to go your way in this race, doesn't it? You can bring the best drivers, the best car, the best team, and if the weather doesn't break your way or trouble in traffic comes your way, then there's not much you can do. And I think the experienced teams really recognise that. Palou, again, on the run down to Indianapolis, got a great run on Kevin Est. Don't forget, Est was really brave around the outside last time we saw them battling, or him battling side by side, but Palou comes right back past him.
Yeah, Palou now on lap 6 of this stint, and yeah, he's on a used set, so a scrubbed set of the medium tyre. So I think he was still getting up to speed himself when we saw him being overtaken by Estra, and also the tyres obviously warming up. So Estra's on a lap and a half, a stint and a half old tyres at the moment. So yeah, he's going to naturally just start falling back from Palou, but made the use of warmer tyres, I think, and a driver that's getting up to speed when he made the pass. So that's what's going on here with this scrap. Oh, and the car spun there in the Porsche curves.
There's trouble, I think, for the Iron Dames. I think the Iron Dames may be in trouble.
Oh, that's not good. It is Sarabovi. 3 orange lights means 3rd in LMGT3. Car's stationary. Want to see those lights going on and off as she gets it restarted. Little bit of damage on the left front corner. You can see a bit of the tape from the wrap flapping around there. That's not starting in a hurry. She's already dropped down to 6th position. let's get down to the 35 Alpine garage. Louise Bacoott, she's got a chance to talk to Paul-Luc Chatin.
Paul-Luc Chatin, the face on yourself and everyone in this garage just goes to show the feeling within the team. None of us want to see what we've just seen out on track.
Yeah, it's a very difficult feeling, to be honest, for all the team. It's really cruel because we have done a major job since the beginning of the week. We show that Alpine have done an amazing job doing all the development phase to give us a race strong car, and we shows all the weeks that the pace was strong. But after we need to accept, you know, it's motorsport, it's mechanical sport, and this kind of stuff can happen, so it's hard. But there is still the sister car with amazing driver, with Nicolas Lapierre, Mathieu Valsevere and Mitch Maurer. And I'm sure that all the team will push even more for them. We are a team, you know. Unfortunately, it's not for us today as the car 35, but I really hope that the car 36 will be able to show to everyone that Alpine at moment like that, and I'm sure we will come back stronger next year.
We saw
another reason we had no warning. The car was running really well before that, and it was just accident. So we will analyze it later, and I'm sure the team will be able to fix it and to come back stronger at the next event.
Thanks for talking to us.
Tough break for Paul-Luc Chatin, his teammates, and half of Equipe Bleu. There's the other half, and while that interview was going on, we saw the replay. Graham Goodwin, it was not an error by Sarah Bovey. She was properly clumped by a speeding Porsche.
That was a big hit. We're very lucky. We've got the Lamborghini back onto pit lane. Didn't manage to spot, I'm afraid, in that moment. Just exactly which of the three factory Porsches it was.
It was one of the three Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, so there will be drive-through penalties for the number 7 Toyota, the number 11 Isotta, and the number 66 GT JMW Porsche. 4 infringements in the slow zone, and we will wait and see, because somebody on site in the Porsche curves, one of the marshals will have certainly seen whether it was 4, 5 or 6 who made contact with the Iron Lynx, the Iron Dames Lamborghini. Sarah Bovey did make it back to the pit lane. She's gone back out on track, but oh boy, the gap that the Porsche was going for no longer existed when he got there. On board with Dries van Toor, chasing is Mathieu Valsevere. Raced last year in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series in North America, being chased by a brand new car, period, the Alpine.
It's a good run at the moment from Dries van Toor. He's been the hammerman in that number 15 car, has gone through on the 36 Alpine, and is now chasing down Renger van der Zande in that number 3 Cadillac. Another one, by the way, that's been in trouble and very lucky to survive it. Bit of good news on the Iron Dames. That was, what was it, 1 minute and 43 seconds on pit lane. They're back out and running.
Well, that's ridiculous, because a normal driver change pit stop would take very nearly that time. So clearly very little needed doing. I wonder whether she did get a new set of tyres. It is still Sarah Bovey, so Sarah Bovey's still in the car doing her time. So too, by the way, since the start of the race, is Ben Keating. Now, the minimum drive time in the 24 hours for a bronze-rated driver is 6 hours.
Correct.
Ben Keating can't do it all in one go, can he? He can drive no more than 4 hours in a row.
4 in any 6-hour period.
Right, so we are now 5 hours and 2 minutes into the race. Who else has been in that car? I'm not quite sure. We have to. I'm sure they know what's going on. Let's ride on board with Valentino Rossi. Peter Dumbreck right up behind a rival in a very different looking kind of car in terms of the Mustang.
I'm pretty certain we've seen Felipe Albuquerque in that car at some point in this race, and I've got a funny feeling we may have seen Ben Hanley as well. But what have you spotted, David, on that one?
Well, the Ben Keating car, when he went off into the gravel,
yes,
a piece of gravel got stuck between the alternator belt and the pulley.
Right.
And has done it. and it's been in the pits ever since. So I think that car's pretty much retired. It's not been nominated or declared a retirement, but I think it has effectively retired because of that damage that the gravel did when it got where gravel shouldn't go.
Horrible look for the 23 car, which was, I think, by anybody's money, one of the favourites for the LMP2 Pro Am class, and I think quite fancied as well to be further up the order than that as things actually evolve in this race. But also back on the microphone, it's Peter Dumbrek. Peter, you've been watching from afar.
Yes, bits and bobs. Yeah, I think it's quite impressive that, okay, they're on a different strategy, but that both Toyotas have come back into the race, although we've just seen that one of them's got a drive-through penalty, so that's going to drop that back down again.
Yeah, we've got now the 83 AF Corsa car leading the race in the hands of AEFA. 17 seconds ahead. Looking here at the LMGT3 graphic, and this is on board with Valentino Rossi. The doctor is in the house. He's in the BMW. He goes through the same point where Sarabovi got the impact from a Porsche, and it was another Porsche passing it by there, but with no contact this time. Valentino Rossi putting in a storming run. He's at the moment 1 minute and 20 seconds ahead of Jules Sturm.
That is impressive.
In the Montai Pure Racing Porsche, the second Porsche in the hands of Yasser Shaheen. That car 25 seconds further back. Worth saying, by the way, in a point of history, fewest GT class Porsches in this Le Mans 24 Hours in this century.
As a thought for you, the aggressive Porsche against Sarabovi was Mathieu Jaminet, who is under investigation.
Number 4. Well, and rightly so from what we saw. It's certainly worth an investigation. We only saw one point of view of it. It warrants another look. And having had the opportunity, almost by accident, to see exactly what systems the stewards have here, to actually observe in pinpoint accuracy using GPS technology, they will be able to determine who was at fault for that one.
How many of that leading group are still kind of on the same strategy or pitting round about the same time? Because with all of the earlier stops for tyres and having to come and change from the wrong back onto the right, it's broken everything up a little bit compared to the first round of pit stops.
It is a bit of a mishmash. You've got the magic box in front of you, Pete. I'll let you crunch those numbers and come back to us with that one. But
annoyingly, though, they're all in a jumbled order.
Yeah, I think the reality is they're certainly not all pitting in the same 1 or 2 laps. And what that is giving us is an opportunity for these cars to close and pass, and then be repassed. We're going to get into the night here. It is not going to be in any way straightforward. That period of time, David, where we got that burst of rain, and several of the teams opted to go for the wet tyres, that proved to be a mistake as it dried too quickly, has mixed things up in all 3 classes.
I heard you touching on Valentino Rossi a moment ago, leading in LMGT3, a much more rounded driver, Valentino Rossi. Every race he does, he learns a bit and gets better, but of course he comes here as a class winner last year in that Road to Le Mans race, and of course he's a double winner now, one last year, one this year in GT World Challenge Europe. So he's not that motorcyclist now racing cars, he's a GT race winner. And
loving it, and I'm sure he's loving this event as well. And the crowd here are loving having him here, and they're certainly loving having him leading this race. The 46 car, 37th overall, leading this new for 2024 LMGT3 class BMW Lead Le Mans.
Indeed so, whereas the hypercars are having a pretty torrid time, aren't they? Robin Frintz lost all that time earlier on with his accident, and Marco Wittmann had a spin in 15 very, very early on in the race. And 50 is bound for the pits, we understand. So Miguel Molina at the wheel of number 50 out of second place is due to come in, we are told, on this lap as we go on board with Hehehe in 83, having taken it over from Robert Schwarzman, who took it over from Robert Kubica. The Chinese driver, another single-seater gun, comes out of the second chicane.
Yeah, last lap, by the way, from AFA and from Miguel Molina in second place. Identical to the 1000th, 3:31.746 for both Ferraris. They pressed that button on the dash.
Yeah.
But they're 15.5 seconds apart, with Matt Campbell in the chasing number 5 Porsche a further 8.5 seconds back.
But then it's Toyota number 8 of Brendan Hartley, which is still looking strong, isn't it? Even if it's not spending all its time running up the front, it's kind of always there or thereabouts. is certainly not one to rule out. Again, you talk to some of the sages in the press room, and they've got their money on number 8. It is a head-in turn of 51 of Antonio Giovinazzi, and to round out the top 6, Norman Nato, and a drive-through penalty for Mathieu Jaminet for the incident with Sarah Bovey. So it's little things like that that can lose you the race as well.
I'd like to have heard that radio communication actually after that, because
I don't think the one from Sarah is going to be broadcastable. Yeah. I suggest to you that it would have been high-pitched and unpleasant, and correctly so. It did look like a big hit. As I said, from what we saw, we may well get that clip again. From what we saw, we're lucky that that car was able to rejoin, get back to the pits and rejoin the race.
We have had it confirmed that the Ferdinand Habsburg Alpine is a retirement. No real surprise in that, but the team have confirmed it as you ride on board with Kevin Estre, then the hero of Hyperpole. But he's got to be really heroic in this, hasn't he? Because this car is only 8th. It's still on the lead lap, but it's 2 minutes and 14. It's therefore the better part of a lap adrift of the lead.
Absolutely right. It's a battle between the Porsche and the Tota. 6 car in the hands of Kevin Estre, closing in on Jose Maria Lopez. This is a battle for 7th position. Ahead of them, by the way, and for the 10 seconds to the good, is the better place of the 2 Jota, Hertz Team Jota cars. The 12 car, Norman Nato. Well, you know, we're into, what, the 6th hour now. That car that was a literal bag of bits just a couple of days ago, contesting a top 10 place here at the Le Mans 24 Hours. Let's hear what car 6.
We can see some late front lockup. Recommend 1 click rearward on billet.
Setup adjustment, but Kevin Estre is about to make his move, isn't he, on Jose Maria Lopez, who tries to pick his way through the traffic, diving down towards Mulsanne corner, and Kevin Estre decides discretion is the better part of valour there and slots in behind Michael Wainwright in that GR Racing Ferrari. Both of the hypercars dive out of the draft to get through the traffic, slot back in, a little bit of a toe, pull out again, get through. Estre has lost a couple of cars' lengths, but he's still in the hunt, isn't he?
Well, that's the kind of move, probably, Peter Dunbrek, that you might have actually put on that Ferrari maybe in the last hour, but not here.
Yeah, I think Lopez is a wily character. He's been here, you know, many times. He's just back in this car, having supposed to have been in the GT car for Lexus. So he's been promoted back up into the number 7 hypercar. But he knows his way around, and he's not just going to give that place up easily.
No, absolutely right. As into the pit lane has just gone, as predicted, number 50 Ferrari. So that puts Matt Campbell up into 2nd, Brendan Hartley to 3rd for the moment. And this battle heads now up towards the Porsche curves. We also understand that number 5 is going to be in this next lap, which is Matt Campbell at the wheel of the car in 2nd place. And again, scything through the traffic is the Toyota in the hands of Jose Maria Lopez. This is where you've got to be so brave and committed and trust the back markers.
The other man who's been in and out of the pits is Valentino Rossi. Just waiting for him to clear the next timing sector, because he's going to be in very close contention now with Joel Sturm in that Chasing Montai Pure Racing number 92 car, the Lithuanian flagged entry that leads the championship at the moment in the WEC. They've been very strong indeed. And it's
also just done the fastest lap, so he's really pushing on.
Yeah, he is.
So let's wait till they do clear the long sector 2 to see exactly where that battle sits.
Joel Sturm, rookie here. Valentino Rossi, rookie in the 24 hours. And then Yasser Shaheen in 3rd spot. So
all 3 rookies then in the battle for the top 3 positions in this early stages of the race.
It's one of the beauties of LMGT3. It's brought so many new names to Le Mans, even people like Christopher Meeks, who seem to have been around forever. And it's his first Le Mans 24 hours.
Kelvin van der Linde, another. Sheldon van der Linde, another. And it's not just LMGT3. With many of the factories turning to their GT factory drivers to populate the driver squads in hypercar, we've got all sorts of people that you would sort of expected to check the history books and see them appearing once or twice, that no, they're part of, what is it, 47 or 48?
47 in the end, yeah, rookie drivers. So it's an impressive number, and it's also interesting to see which drivers have been 2 or 3 times before, because if they're in LMP2, often they kind of fly under the radar a little bit, but they've got the experience. 38 goes through, which now is Jensen Button at the wheel, the Formula 1 world champion, and he is hunting down Dries van Thor in what is really the surviving BMW hypercar, because the second one, after Robin Frins's zealotry, is down in 36th. Into the pit lane comes the lead car then, 83 Ferrari. Hehehe will lose that lead to Matt Campbell. Now let's see whether he's going to stay on board. Looks like he is. No tyres ready, so this should just be fuel.
It's a good stint there from Hehehe. Cycled back round to the lead he inherited.
This car was 7th at the end of the opening hour. Into the pit lane also comes Matt Campbell, so the top 2 come into the pit lane. But 83, from not really drawing attention to itself in the week, well, there it is. It's up at the front, and it has led at the end of the previous 3 hours.
Well, Robert Kubica, a known quantity. Hehehe showed his mettle last year at Le Mans and through the season with Hertz Team Jota. And Robert Schwartzman, yet another young man looking to make his mark in sports car racing.
Schwartzman had this great bit of audio last year in the last GT World Challenge endurance round. We had a late race safety car, and he got on the radio and he said, who am I chasing? And the answer was Lucas Stolz, Mercedes, to which Schwartzman said to the team, is he any good? This is multiple race winner, title winner, Lucas Stolz. Schwartzman, no idea of the company he was keeping, but he's a very quick driver.
Spent some time with Ferrari last month at Maranello with some media work before the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And one of the nicest stories to come out of that is confirming their intention is this 83 squad will return unchanged next year. So Kubica seem very much as an elder statesman helping their young talents who they see as being the future of this hypercar program at the factory level.
Yeah, Robert Kubica has, as you would expect, been very, very impressive in that car, but so he should. He is up against some very, very good drivers, but we always knew in Formula 1 that he was a star. Let's listen in to the lead car now, Brendan Hartley's Toyota.
Okay, Brendan, both cars ahead have pitted again. You are in the lead of the race once more.
Now, fast forward this, assuming that we didn't have any more rain to affect things, or safety cars maybe, would that Toyota be in the lead when the checker flag came out, or would it, on the cycle of pit stops, have fallen back in the traffic?
Well, that's too hard a bunch of maths for me to do at this time.
Well, it's impossible because we don't know about safety cars, do we, or the rain or anything like that.
But I think, as we debated a little earlier, it is on a cycle, and we're going to get to that stage of the race, because we always do, when we start counting back rather than forwards, and that's when it certainly seems to take on just a different complexion. There's a quick sight there with the one change for the 83 this year. We'll have a listen into what they're saying first. I'll explain what.
Okay, so this will be again 12 laps.
So confirmation of that. What you saw, by the way, is he flashed the headlamps at the LMGT3 cars ahead, is the one new thing on that car apart from the livery this year, and it's those 2 central endurance lights just underneath the number panel in the nose. They weren't there last year, and they're very, very effective.
We were also watching Valentino Rossi getting passed by Joe Sturm, so that was a position change for first position in GT.
Indeed so, and also a few minutes ago we saw Renger van der Zande running wide, didn't we, coming out of the Dunlop S's and clattering the guardrail. Well, on his last lap but one, he did the car's best lap of the race.
So it's okay then?
It's okay, everything's pointing in the right direction, and now that he's taken a layer of paint off one side, it's lighter, so it's clearly quicker.
But it was quite some...
wasn't it?
It was quite some thunk on that barrier.
Big old whack, absolutely. Right, so Brendan Hartley leads the way, and a personal best first sector time now as he tries to position that car to hang on to the lead after its next pit stop.
So Toyota from AF Corsa, the 83, the privately entered Ferrari, then the 50 factory Ferrari, the first of the 3 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, and therefore the first of the Porsches. The 3rd Ferrari, all 3 Ferraris in the top 5 still. Then the first of the Hertz Team Jota cars, which astonishingly is the car that was rebuilt this week after the accident for Callum Ilott. The number 7 Toyota, so both Toyotas in the top 7 and looking strong. Then the 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car, the 311 Whelen Cadillac, the number 3 Cadillac, the one that David's just been talking about, and then the 11th place car is the 38 Team Jota car in the hands at the moment of Jenson Button, Mathieu Vazevière in the surviving Alpine after the retirement of the 35 with what looked like an engine failure.
And those 2 spins that the Lamborghinis had have now put them down into 17th and 18th places. Remember, they were quite well placed early on, but that was largely because they got it right, Peter, on the tyre core at the right time. Now you've kind of gone back to pure pace. They're not looking quite so hot.
That's it. They need another little sprinkle of rain and another good strategy call to bring them back into the race, which we do expect a bit of rain overnight, possibly. Yeah. So things might spice up a little bit. I think the leader, Brendan Hartley, is probably due into the pits within a lap or 2 as well. So that will also cycle the 83 car probably back into the lead.
On board here with Valentino Rossi in the car, you can see ahead is the 92 car, Jules Sturm. He is just extending that lead. Are we going to see the first Lithuanian flagged winner at Le Mans? Because that's the country that Pure Racing hail from. Porsche, of course, and the Montai Racing crew that are just so effective with these 911s in previously GTE, but now GT3, LMGT3 format. But he's not letting it go, is he? Valentino Rossi pushing on hard.
Using all the track and a little bit more.
He's a fast learner, though, and he's had some expert tutelage in this car, particularly from Maxime Martin over the last couple of seasons. And you don't often see Valentino Rossi making mistakes. He's built up the pace, but he's never been a rock ape. He's never been throwing it at the scenery in the World Challenge races, whether it's been in this car or in his first season with the Audi. And there is the brains trust, if you like, behind the pace of Valentino Rossi. Maxime Martin, Spa 24-hour winner, former factory driver for Aston Martin. He's been at BMW either side of that sojourn with Aston, and a very, very quick and a very good, safe pair of hands as the BMW goes a lap down on the hypercars there.
So Brendan Hartley continues to lead the motor race for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the number 8 car, but is on a different strategy, pit strategy to the chasing Ferraris. The Ferraris certainly here, gentlemen, seem to have the pace.
So there, 46 BMW then, running second in class in LMGT3. Valentino Rossi at the wheel, and the BMW garage divided into the hypercar team on one side, the LMGT3 engineers on the other, and the car that they are squabbling with is run out of that stable, the Manthey Pure Racing Porsche. Joel Sturm at the wheel of it.
That is Richard Lietz, one of the elder statesmen amongst the factory drivers at Porsche. He's in the other car, the EMA branded car that carries backing from the Ben Motorsport Park in South Australia.
And we've been talking about these 47 rookies. Richard Lietz is the man in the entry with the most starts.
173.
Just saw a car with some wipers on there.
Okay, so the predicted rain is finally gracing us with its presence. Let's see whether it amounts to anything, because it was certainly a factor earlier on, even though it never soaked the entire circuit at the same time. It was going for different areas of La Sarthe. As you ride on board here, coming out of the second chicane with Alex Palou, and he in number 2 is in 13th place overall. Mathieu Vazevière is the next target in the Alpine up the road, the surviving Alpine now.
Yeah, indeed. And
down to Mulsanne corner, the headlights now starting to have more of an effect in all of this, piercing the darkness. The Cadillacs, though, they went well last year, didn't they? And they've shown good pace this week. They need to get a bit of a wriggle on because the opposition is overall tougher this year, so you can't stay at the same pace. You've got to up your game. They're still there or thereabouts, though.
Yeah, third last year with, I think it was Richard Westbrook's car. So we know they're capable of it. You're right, though. I think the ultimate pace just might not be quite there, but as the race evolves, there is a chance they will increase pace and get on terms with the Ferraris and the Toyotas.
Nico Lapierre ready to get aboard the 36. I guess this is the question. We know that these cars can be mildly developed, and we've seen that with some of the hypercars already. Cadillac have taken a different path here. What they've done is they're trying to optimise the package they've got. They're learning what they can about what the car can and can't do. Some software changes with that car. They're finding pace. They're finding pace deeper into those stints, and the results are beginning to come. They've not necessarily had the discipline, and they've not necessarily had the luck, but what they have had is pace.
5.5 litre V8 makes a great noise, that Cadillac engine.
Sound of freedom.
Absolutely. Those together with the Mustangs is just an audio heaven, that. Right, number 8, Brendan Hartley, still leads the way. Let's listen in.
Also, you can tell Rio I prefer to be more close on TC. I didn't really like it when I opened it more. And if you lock rears on the slow speed corners, you have more, you have less traction. So try not to lock the rears on the low speed.
So this is Brendan Hartley getting Rio Hirakawa ready to get into that car, Peter.
Yeah, it's always good to have a little bit of information from your teammate, just to, you know, if there's something a little bit strange on the car, it's good that you know about it and you don't have to learn firsthand. So Brendan talking about the rear locking, I'm guessing on the brakes into the slow corner, so just to watch that downshift, watch that braking, just bleed off the brake as you get closer to the apex so the rear doesn't lock.
Apart from telling Rio Hirakawa not to do it, what else can they do? I mean, is this something that is going to be there all race, or on a pit stop, is there anything they can do to tweak it?
Well, obviously there's the brake bias. It could be, though, it's the regen into the, you know, the lifting coast. It could be something to do with that. So, yeah, it would be something specific to that car that they all know about anyway.
Stoffel van Dorne in Peugeot number 94 has done that car's best lap of the race. Every Belgian I talk to tells me you pronounce the E at the end in exactly the same way that you don't when you drink left.
Right.
So it's Van Dorne and left.
Got that. But the significant thing about the pace of that car, you're absolutely right, David, that is the fastest lap of the race, the 3:32.006 for that car. Compare that to the fastest lap of the race overall, which was done on lap 46 by Antonio Fuoco in the 50 Ferrari. That is almost 3 seconds quicker.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit depressing for Peugeot. Steps are being made. I don't think the steps necessarily are great enough, and they're kind of a year behind the 8 ball anyway, given that they ran a different car last year.
Quite right too. So they are learning this car, they're learning it rapidly. The next throw the dice here, one of two things. It's one of the things I'm going to ask Peter Dumbreck and when Rob Bell comes back on just a few minutes time to start to think about is, we're going to get into the night, the cooler air there, and then if we do get concerted rain, we saw it last year at the Le Mans 24 Hours, where all of a sudden the form book was turned upside down. Peugeot came back into it. Peugeot led this motor race before a bit of a hit with the barriers.
But the opposition, like with, oh hello, damage on. Which one is that?
That's the 4.
Is that Yamane from touching the?
I think it was.
Possibly right.
This is the hit. There.
Wow.
Yeah, on Sarah Bovey's side, she wasn't doing anything wrong there. Yamane was just not leaving her quite enough room. That is a normal overtaking manoeuvre around the outside, but you've just got to leave a bit more space.
Where could she have gone? You know, she was virtually on the edge of the road anyway. She could just disappear. No.
Yeah.
Right, lead car currently is 83, as we've just had 51 make another pit stop. You've just seen it blast away. So now, of course, the traffic becomes just a constant issue, doesn't it, all the way through. Almost every car you come across, you're having to think about whether it's a battle or whether it's lappery. We're getting one or two, not only better lap times, but better sectors. Van Dorne is still on the money, you know. He's just done another personal best sector in 94 Peugeot. It's a long way down, as we've been saying, but the pace looks pretty decent.
Well, you know, it's so obvious to talk about it, but there's 18.5 hours left of the race, and you know, anything can happen, and there will be cars in front of them. If they survive and get through the night, there will be cars in front of them that encounter problems. So I think from Peugeot's point of view, yeah, they're probably not going to win the race, but if they could get one car into the top 5, that would be pretty spectacular.
Just going back a conversation or 7, Ben Keating is no longer shown as being in the pit lane but on the track, which is good news. But the 77 Proton Mustang that looked good early on has been in the pit lane for a long, long time. Now, that's Zach Robichon.
That's the one we saw come in with damage to the front right corner.
Right.
And the number one mechanic didn't look to me to be that confident there was an easy fix. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say my farewells for the time being. Before we do, just want to remind people that if you are looking for more entertainment of this sort, and either in taking a bit of a break away from the TV with whatever device you've got, keep an eye on some of the fantastic stuff that's coming out from the ACO, from the FIWC, and from this race and around it on all the available social media. Remember too, not just that the highlights programs are becoming online in the days to follow, but the full access program. We've seen so much drama, gentlemen, in the first, 5.5 hours of this race, and you'll get a completely different perspective of it through the full access program that should be online under 2 weeks after this race. Always worth a look. Fantastic insights into this multi-layered sport.
Another car that's starting to work its way back into contention is the number 7 Toyota, isn't it? Because that hovered around 5th at the turn of the last hour, half an hour or so ago, but now it's sort of plateaued in 8th place. But it's finally made some progress, Peter, from the back of the hypercar grid that didn't really look to be happening on the first stint.
Yeah, obviously that was a car that Kobayashi was driving in qualifying. He had the off whilst he was on for the fastest lap, so he missed out on the hyperpole, missed out in qualifying altogether, had all of his times taken off of him. So they're basically playing catch-up and bringing that car back up. They're back in contention. They've also had the issue that during the last drop of rain, both Toyotas went onto wet tires, and Ferrari pretty much got their strategy correct by staying on the slick tire. So it's all kind of coming back to them again now. Every time they come up the order, they fall back, and they're coming back again. And you know, we've got predicted rain in about half an hour's time, so it all might change again.
We understand as well that there's some debris on the track between turns 10 and 11, just to keep people on their toes. You're riding here with number 15 BMW, the car that spun earlier on, Dries van Thor, who's been the real gun in that car over the week. He is now trying to wriggle his way up the order. The target, Renger van der Zander's Cadillac, that he's got to try and hunt down.
No, I was just thinking, did he spin, or was it the number 20 that... It was the 20 that went... Oh, they both spun.
Yeah, Vettman spun that early on, and Frins crashed number 20. Van Thor has now cleared the Cadillac of Renger van der Zander, so that puts Dries up into 13th place. But Rob Bell, we've been looking at these BMWs, and I think both you and Peter have said in the past they look really edgy cars. They're not a comfortable ride.
Yeah, it does appear that way, and you know, we've got really experienced, fantastic factory drivers in those cars, and we've seen Dries van Thor off twice at both at Indianapolis.
Correct, yes, indeed.
You know, I don't remember the last time I saw him make a mistake at all. So clearly a car that was savagely quick. It was at the top of the order in qualifying before hyperpole, obviously. So it's clearly got the pace, or had the pace, but obviously just quite a handful.
Well, when you get a chance to see the BMW, you see the movement of the car, and it just looks a little bit more, as we talked about, edgy. And the other cars sit down a bit more and just grip up and drive out. You see with the bumps there, and yeah, that's Alpine now, isn't it?
But that Cadillac behind, okay, it's just been caught and passed by the BMW. That was in that leading group in the first stint. So again, I'm slightly mystified by the Cadillacs. Either they're running to a very happy pace and they'll wait and see what develops, which I'm not convinced about, or they just don't have quite the ultimate speed, because that BMW has been able to catch and get through and pull away. And van der Zander, not that long ago, was doing the car's best laps.
Yeah, absolutely. They seem to be just hanging on to the top 10
yes, you're right.
around, rather than making progress.
Yeah.
Where we see the strength clearly of the Porsche, Ferrari and Toyota seem to be in a league of their own.
I think another important thing to mention is that each different car is on a different strategy tire-wise, and possibly even a different tire. So medium and soft being used. If a car is on a soft tire, obviously you're generating a bit more grip, but if that car on the soft tire is on the third stint, the tyre tends to wear down a bit, and then a car on a medium tyre would have a bit more grip at that point.
Just had a switch, as you've seen, between the two Hertz Team Jota Porsche 963s. Jenson Button goes ahead here of Norman Nato. So switch between the pair, and that is for 6th and 7th places. Jenson Button flies, so to speak, and he is up at Indianapolis, having gained 1 spot. And with just over 5.5 hours of the race done, 2 confirmed retirements. The number 35 Alpine out of the race, the car of Paul-Luc Chatin, Ferdinand Hasbo-Charmelesi.
And now the other one.
36 is in the wars as well. Oh dear. The other retirement, just quickly to mention, the Ferrari that Thomas Flor crashed. Francesco Castellacci started it. Davide Rigon denied the opportunity to drive after Thomas Flor's accident, so it was out of the race with floor damage, one could say.
Very, very good, David.
Good night.
Very good.
He's here all week, tell your friend. This doesn't look at all promising, does it? This, I fear, could be exactly the same situation that the sister car had out on track.
Yeah, that's, you know, when you come in, you take the engine cover off. You know, at this level, when the cars are so reliable now and quick, as soon as you feel yourself as a driver being pushed back into the garage and the engine covers off, it's pretty much game over. I mean, you can go back out and circulate, and of course it's worth going back out, because actually, if you get lucky with the safety car, which bunches things back up again, that can put you in the mix. But the minute you go a lap down, you're not getting that lap back.
But in days of yore, you know, you could have a long pit stop, almost guaranteeing that somebody else would have a problem, and you could come back from it.
Yeah, yeah, maybe even when I first started doing them, sort of mid-2000s. Yeah, that is the case, but it was the case, but certainly not now.
Wasn't there a year when Corvette was so far and so dominant ahead in GT, they parked for nearly an hour or so and were able to come back out? The dominance was such, and the opposition had fallen apart to the extent that, you know, they could basically do a full service, clean the cars. They could have so much time in the pits.
Rub salt in the wounds of all your competitors.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, look at us, chaps. Yeah. Right, on track, let's have a quick word about LMP2, because Stefan Raquelmi now leads for Vector Sport. He's taken over from Ryan Cullen. Second is Lorenzo Flux of Cool Racing, and Bijoy Garg third in the sort of healthier United Autosports car. And in other news, Rob, your brother's not last anymore.
Yeah. I had a few messages from him. Yeah, he's not having a good day.
Is he not?
Yeah,
Imagine.
he's not having a good day. He's not feeling very well before the start of the race. They've had a bit of a torrid week.
Yeah.
Just getting, again, what we talked about earlier. They had a car that they felt was relatively quick, but it was just a handful to drive. And we've seen it, unfortunately, we've seen it on telly quite a bit, having strife, you know, going over curbs, etc. And it was just a handful in the slow speed stuff. So yeah, they're trying desperately just to carry on, get the experience, keep going, because you know that's what you do. You've got to get the car out there.
And off goes 24. That is David Heinemeier Hansen in replay, and others just clobbering the car. Oh, an open door. It's not just Porsche 963s from Proton. Even the Panis Racing entry can have the same sort of problem.
Yeah, you could see actually the top of that, the door just looked like it hadn't been shut properly.
Yeah.
But
well, the team are ready with a new door. So that's going to be an unscheduled pit stop, isn't it, for 65 to bring that in, because they can't really leave it out to the end of a stint, I wouldn't have thought.
I don't think so, no, absolutely. But we found this before in many cars. As a driver, sometimes you get out, or driver helper, get out, slam the door. It's actually the worst thing you can do. You should just shut it nice and calmly. Don't slam it, and it should be all right.
That is Hiroshi Koizumi off the road.
Strange one. He should really have just... That's at the chicane, isn't it? He should have just carried on, gone through the tyres instead of driving through the gravel like that.
Yeah, bit of rallycross.
Indeed so. Right, Panis Racing are ready to receive 65. Who do we have in that car? Scott Huffaker, and in he is. So let's see what else they do. If it's an unscheduled stop, you've got to try and use that as best you can. So fuel, possibly tyres, will they change driver? We'll find out in a moment as he makes that long run up the pit lane. Gives you an idea of the length of the pit straight here.
I don't know how easy they are to change quickly. I know some of the GT cars, it's literally just on 2 pins, so you can open the door, pull it up, and that's it. It's in your hands, and you can swap it within a matter of 10 seconds or so.
Oh, it's just closed now.
I know.
No.
That looks all right. Maybe it's just a bit of WD-40 on the latch. Let's see. There's no panic, is there?
Oh.
I think it's coming off, isn't it?
Let's have a look.
I guess.
Oh, you know, you're right. You've got the WD-40 out.
I guess at the end of the day, you've only got a certain amount of people who can come over the line to do the pit stop. So if you're doing fuel, you've got to have that element of people over the line.
Here we go. So this is how quick you can change a door.
Now we know.
Yeah. And while you're watching this, let me just quickly mention that Hehehe, in the lead of the race, has just done the cars, not the races, but the cars' best lap, a 3:29.9. That's only 7/10 off the best lap of the race, isn't it?
It is, and actually, yeah, this is not a quick, not their fault, of course, as pit crew, but this is not a quick change at all. But let's just, you know, they'll be just thinking, just get it out, and like I said, don't lose a lap. That is the key. Do not lose a lap.
So they're trying to fix the door and make sure that it will open, that it will close, and isn't going to pop open once again. What was that implement?
So I think that's the safety set, the safety structure that all cars have got to have for side protection.
Quite right. That slots into the door.
Yeah.
So it's not just put the door on; it's kind of build a door at the same time.
Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't been pre-done. To be honest, I don't know why you'd have a spare. I don't know why you'd have a spare door and a spare unit. You know. Because that's no good to you. You should be
connect
on
part A to part B
before you're getting ready for the. There we go. Seems to have been fixed.
Absolutely.
Probably cost them what, 45 seconds to a minute.
We're also hearing that there are some spots of rain falling around Indianapolis. Thinking of cars with door problems, this was the one that had it early in the race and at Spa, the Proton Porsche, and the lead car, 83. You've just seen in the replay coming to its pit box, and some images of the teams hard at work during the early part of the race. Cleaning the screen, drivers like Sebastian Bourdais here getting ready to jump back on board, and the drivers having to squeeze themselves into these narrow, tight cockpits. The Lexus that led its class out of GT3 early on, that car's now fallen away somewhat within the category.
Really impressed with the 83 Ferrari. Sort of all week, it's not really been as quick as its teammates. You know, the factory cars, as in the red cars, as I would see them, have really been to the fore, and that's just been a little bit behind. And as that hit the front of the race, I, to be honest, expected the 50 and the 51 to swamp it, but actually it's held its own and is now putting in quicker laps.
Absolutely. The Aston Martin here from the D Station team, which is a long way back now. Marco Sorensen has got to work his magic. The Aston Martin media team in the press office hoping for great fortunes, because they have with them, and I kid you not here, their lucky baguette. Apparently every time Aston Martin has great success at Le Mans, they have this baguette that lives in the press room with them. It's not the same baguette year after year. It is a fresh one, although it's getting less fresh as the race goes on, but they believe it will bring them good luck.
They used to have a horn, a French horn. Did you get the French horn?
Excuse me?
That was a trick of the light. It was an early morning thing, Rob.
12 minutes, we expect some light rain starting from after second chicane, Busan to Indy.
Going back a conversation, I can understand Aston Martin and the lucky bread if you had Bertrand Baguette driving for you, but no other reason really.
Stop now.
I was hoping it doesn't get a stop and go penalty. I'm sure it'll slice through the field.
Boom.
Right, fine. Let's get back to the plot. Some great images in replay here of cars attacking different bits of the circuit, and that super slow-mo, which gives you a real indication of what the car goes through. Engineers hate these shots, don't they?
Yeah, they do kind of show off all the stuff that you don't want to see, the flex and body roll and tyre squeal, sidewalls really struggling. Yeah, you get all of that.
Right, the Iron Dames Lamborghini that lost time early on when it was Jaminet is good to go. It was Sarah Bovey, wasn't it, that
was driving
had the
and changed.
Yes. Michelle Gassing is on board.
But that's not just going back out again, though, is it?
No, that's its next stop. It pitted afterwards, and that's the next scheduled pit stop, if you like. It went off the road, but it was lucky it didn't get into the gravel. So once Sarah had sort of caught her breath, she was able to get going again.
To be fair, you can't see much. The wheel arch is slightly rough, but there's not that much damage on it. In fact, I think the Porsche came off worse.
Yes, I think that's a fair point, actually, because we've seen bits of it hanging off, and the Lamborghini has survived. It lost time, but it could have been a whole lot worse. So the car is back on track, LMGT3, Valentino Rossi leading Joel Sturm, as Tom Van Rompuy, who we also saw going through the gravel, walks away. Ricard Leitz is third on an outlap. Ian James in the Heart of Racing team, Aston fourth in LMGT3, the expat Brit. Then it's Francois Heriot and Darren Lung is sixth in his BMW. So the Iron Dames, therefore, 12th after that off. TF Sports Corvette. Still takes some getting used to saying that, doesn't it, after all the years Tom Ferrier had with Aston Martin, but away blasts the car.
Talking about horns, actually. So
as you were.
I'm obsessed. Tom Ferrier has got the Corvette traditional train horn here.
Okay.
The dinner horn. Right. So we do hear that at 12 or 1 o'clock every day.
This is true.
Out on fresh tyres, of course.
That was close.
Nearly got hit in the back, didn't he, there? And that wasn't the Corvette driver's fault, was it?
No, he was just going out on fresh tyres. So he's cold.
Cold tyre, yeah.
He's got to overslow it. And the car's obviously, the Toyota there, just getting caught out, not expecting to go that slow.
And there's good timing. You just dispatch 81 and in comes 82. So you don't need to double stack, but you have still got them pretty much on the same strategy. 82 is a little bit further back. Hiroshi Koizumi, after his trip through the gravel, has just brought that into the pit lane. There is 31 BMW, Darren Lung at the wheel of it. This is the car that's another kind of retro livery, not an art car like the hypercar, but a retro livery based on the Luigi Jeans colour scheme that ran here to 8th place back in 1977 when Spartaco Dini, Pierre Giudone, who is here running the operation, and Jean Zonsevel were the drivers, and that is not a good sight either. That is the, well, it says Proton competition, Orica. I was thinking that was more Iron Link's livery, but it is the Proton competition car, and it crawls to a halt, brings out a yellow. Who's at the wheel of that one?
Reed, I think.
You're quite right, Jonas Reed, son of team owner Christian Reed.
Yeah, lost power. Doesn't look like he's touched anything. It all looks in place and doesn't look like he's got any flat tires. So it's just purely loss of power.
So he'll try and do a kind of control-alt-delete, won't he, and get going, but
looks like his lights are off as well, so he's probably power cycling, isn't he? But that might be electrical rather than anything else, or he's just power cycling the car, which is, if you've got a problem, sort of control-alt-delete, turn everything off and see if it comes back to life again.
Fifth in LMP2, into the pit lane now comes the AO by TF entry of the team owner, which is PJ, Philip Jeffrey Hyatt, down the pit road. In this car known as Spike the Dragon for its colour scheme. And on board in number 7 Toyota now, Jose Maria Lopez at the wheel, and he's on the back of Norman Nato. He's alongside Norman Nato, and he's going to go through as they get into the braking zone for the chicane. Nicely done. So Toyota gains a spot. Yellow flags out on the pit side of the circuit, but on the other side of the circuit, everything is pretty good and fast. Toyota looking very good indeed at the moment.
Sarah Beauvue, you've got out of the 85 car, a difficult one.
Yeah, I mean, all in all, the beginning of the race was pretty good, and the job was done by everybody. A bit unfortunate to have the contact in the Porsche corner. Obviously, I knew the prototype was on my left, but I think there was just not enough room left, and the cars, the GT cars, we are moving a little bit there. It's every lap like that. The rear's moving a little bit, and unfortunately, we had a contact. Luckily, it looks like the car is not too much damage. We just lost a little bit of time restarting the car, but yeah, it's never fun. But I'm glad that at the end we don't have you know, too serious damage. And now Michi is in the car, and I hope we can, you know, have quite a race.
10. Now tell me about all the post-its here behind you.
Yeah, it's you know, we are so proud to carry this project, to carry the dream of all those kids and all of our fans. Yeah, it's a true privilege, you know, to have this with us, and yeah, we just want to, you know, fight till the end to show that, you know, when you dream it strong enough, everything is possible.
Good for you. Thank you.
So the very car that hit Sarah Booby is now in the pits. Here we go.
This is the incident again. Bang, round the outside, and you see the damage on the side of the Porsche. And as Peter rightly says, that's in its pit box now, having that damage sorted. Because if it's damaged any of the lights and the lighting in the number panels, that's got to be sorted out for the night part of the race.
Yep.
And rain is expected, and we understand from Louise Bacoott in the pits that there is rain starting to fall. So rain and dark, the perfect combination, not. And there in the replay was the external view. That's the damage to the Porsche. And look, off comes the number and that panel.
And they'll have to fix that wheel arch, that rear wheel arch as well.
Yeah.
Well, I think they just taped it up, which I think is acceptable in the rules.
If the scrutineers are happy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought that interview would be a little bit more fiery. She was maybe had it been, you know, 30 minutes ago, then it would have been more fiery. She's calmed down since, but yeah, you could see by her steering wheel she had a little snap of oversteer, and I think Yamini was too close regardless, but yeah, she sort of moved with the snap of oversteer, and he was just at that point on the outside.
The teams are being warned that rain is due in 4 minutes. We understand already, as I say, there are spots falling. This is a rather sorry sight, isn't it? Because number 9 being pushed away is looking like its day might well be done. That slow zone then, just neutralising that one section of the circuit. You have to slow, you can't overtake, of course. It allows the race to carry on, albeit under controlled conditions, while the marshals move that car out of the way.
And any car that needs to do a pit stop around this time, of course, can potentially gain some time.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad, therefore, for number 4 Porsche, is it? It's lost time, granted, but it could have lost more had it been a completely green lap.
Of course, if you do need to make a stop now, what's your what tyre are you getting on?
Very good point. Very good point. Number 6 Porsche, you just saw there skipping over the curb, Kevin Estre, running in 9th place. That wasn't even on an outlap. That was a mistake by Kevin Estre.
I think what we saw earlier was people going on a soft slick seemed to be like the go-to for
I think you risk it as much as you can. Obviously, they've got, as you touched on earlier, they've got their weather predictions. They've got, usually each team has got someone who's watching that all the time with the radar, etc. So they sort of know pretty much what's coming. We saw that Ferrari called it perfectly, but Toyota made a mistake of it last time.
Yeah.
So it looks like he sort of bailed. But is it wet there? Is it raining a little bit, and that's why that happened?
Possibly.
Yeah, you can see the rain falling down. So yeah, I think he just got caught out a little bit too late on the brakes. Slightly damp conditions.
He was also right on the tail of the number 2 Corvette of Alex Palou. Perhaps a break too late as well, has been caught out by the wet. Anyway, Estre will recover from that, no doubt. So now we not only have to worry about race order and pit stops and tyres, we also have to try guessing which set of headlights we're looking at as the cars head towards us at different parts of the circuit. We'll be experts by the dawn. Number 6 Porsche then, Kevin Estre, you're on board with him?
Or you think it's difficult for us? Think about the GT drivers who are out there and they've got these big bright lights coming towards them, and it's very difficult to then tell how far away they are.
And indeed, which set of lights are you fighting against? Do I let that car by, or is that in my class?
Yeah.
And, right, into the pit lane comes 50. Out of second place then, Miguel Molina. Spots of rain on that camera lens as well. So darkness and rain. Oh, joy.
We do have different coloured headlights, though, don't we still? That was always a thing, but it used to be GT yellow and P1 or hypercars it is now would be white. So they've got some idea, but it's just the closing speed. It's so hard to judge when it's just 2 dazzling lights behind you.
And you as a GT driver are trying to drive your own race, not spend all looking in the mirror waiting for the next and the next and the next car.
Okay, that looks like proper rain down there now. That's Indianapolis, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, umbrellas are up and the road has got a completely different sheen to it, so absolutely wet. Right, this is going to be lively,
so
isn't it?
that Ferrari that's in the pits, they look like they were putting another set of slicks on it.
Might not be the right gamble, therefore. Heavy rain reported at Marshall's post 30. Quick look out of the window, what do we see? No brollies up over here yet, so it's possibly heading our way. And, of course, here, coming out of the run towards the Porsche curves, you're approaching a slow zone. And we understand that slicks are still being put onto cars in the most recent round of stops,
So Maxime Martin just got into the Team WRT BMW and put slicks on.
It's all right, he lives near Spa. He'll be used to these conditions. It won't phase him, will it, Rob?
No, not at all. Not
Right,
at all.
so they're the soft ones, they are, aren't they? They're white, are they white-walled?
Oh no, yang ada malah
Medium, let's
Ferrari
come
dia
off.
lucu.
We'll be able to tell on our... We'll check in a minute.
Any minute now.
Yeah. So the team's trying to work out what's the best option. Cadillac think it's wets.
So still dry there?
Yeah. And
same situation as last time, isn't it? Part of the track's dry, part of it's wet.
Yeah. So that's Nicholas Nielsen, who is on an outlap, and the weaving was to try and get some warmth in the tyres.
So if this
Jalan
is
GT3 tim WRT itu
two-car
punyanya ini
factory,
kan, punyanya Shining Light.
effort,
Coba kita cek
do you send one out on
bersama-sama
one
dikit.
strategy and one out on another? Is that a thing just to cover everything off?
Probably
Itu punya
yes.
dari
And in
Shining
a
Light
way,
kan
you've got a
enggak.
third option, haven't you? Because AF Corsa run these cars. AF Corsa runs the Kubica Schwarzman Hehehe entry.
Bentar, ada
It's a Ferrari in all but the factory tag. So you've always got that as well as the backup.
Yep.
And a little bit of a twist as well. You've got Nicholas Nielsen just left the pits. Rainfall. It was him in the car then as well.
Yes,
So he cycled and he felt, right, okay, good, I'm out of the car. That was quite stressful. He's got straight back into the car, straight into the rain again. But at least he knows what he's doing.
Straight back into more stress.
Sekarang dia ada di
Rain
posisi
Man,
13
Nicholas
masih
Nielsen
bebas.
almost. Yeah, so you put him in the car.
That's a lot of rain, yeah.
It is.
Dia juga nggak kehilangan banyak waktu. Bagus lah.
What has been predicted for days, and it's finally come, I think.
So they've got, they've got the wet tyres. So it could be they've got super lucky earlier on or made the right call, but they might have made the wrong call this time.
What we might also start seeing now, more people going off the road because
Halo guys,
depending
buat kalian yang
on
masih
your
nonton
level
ya,
of bravery and how warm the tyres are.
Kalian
Nicholas
brother sih
Nielsen
buat
now
gue sih.
on an outlap, on
Kalian memang masih
slicks,
nonton.
and on an
Tapi
increasingly
kita lihat
wet
di
road.
sini
He
ya,
might be
Perkar
coming back in.
masih dipimpin oleh Robert Kubica,
when that
tim
fueling
ya.
stops, yep, I
Seperti
think
yang
they're going to put the
dinaungi oleh
wets
Robert
on.
Kubica di nomor 83
so
Air
number
Force.
2, 8th at the
Kemudian
moment.
ditambah
Let's
lagi di
see,
nomor
and the
5
Porsches
Porsche
are in as
Spin
well.
masih
That
sama
is
ya. Namun
number
terjadi
6
sedikit
and
perbedaan di
number
sini, yaitu di nomor 3 ada Toyota GR di nomor 8. Ini untuk di posisi ketiga dan juga di posisi keempat dan kelima disusul oleh dua Ferrari antara Nicholas Nielsen dan juga Anthony Giovinazzi.
You've not quite called it right, and
Cukup
yeah, slows it. I mean that helps
menarik ya
Nicholas
kalau
Nielsen
dilihat
to
karena
stay on
di sini trek sudah mulai semakin dingin, ditambah lagi dengan cuaca yang hujan, menjadikan semua harus pit dan masuk ke mengganti ban mereka untuk ke seri wet. Gelo sih kalau menurut gue. Anjir lu bayangin, Cok. Lu bangun-bangun ini udah kayak gini, Cok.
But if you go out on a cold tyre or have to go in the slow zone or safety car whenever they get cold, it can cost you then 20-30 seconds a lap round here.
And he's on an outlap. So there's not that much temperature in them. So, yeah. And we understand the rain's going to stop in 5 minutes.
Dari Cina.
Well,
allegedly.
Yeah.
Right, into the pit lane anyway comes the race leader.
Dia kelihatan capek banget ini. Udah kayak gue anjing, kelihatannya capek banget.
Lovely and warm in here.
There's no stress, you don't need to worry about what shoes to put on or anything, do you? The settings are good for the end of the race. So slow zone, that is why everybody's going slowly. You can see how much energy there is in the cars in that leading order. And this is the view on board with Nicholas Nielsen. 95 in the gravel. I did suggest a moment ago.
You want to go backwards, mate?
Gue ngomentarin kagak, ngobrol-ngobrol juga juru bag.
I did suggest we might have cars going.
Very dark as well. That cloud over the top of it.
Valentino Rossi having
siapa yang nggak shock coba
brought 46 into the lead of the class out of the car.
Rossi, apakah Rossi juga mengikuti kejuaraan ini? Coba kita cek, ada di LMP2 di LMP2 karena
bringing in the 46 WRT BMW. That was an awesome run from you.
Grazie, thank you.
Oh, ini
I enjoy a lot. It was my first hit.
BMW 46.
I have a bit of pressure, but you know, I feel good with the car. We are not the fastest on the track, unfortunately, but we have a good pace. We are quite constant. Also, with the used tire, we can keep the pace, and the car give good feedback also in the fast part. Also, you know, this condition that is a little bit wet like this, but it's good. We are very happy until now because anyway we can fight for the podium. This was the target. Now it's a little bit early for understand. Looks like that the Porsche is very strong, but we are there. We are there.
You've been to Le Mans before, obviously, but how is this one for you as a rookie in the 24 Hours of Le Mans?
It's great. It's a great feeling because it's a special race. It's a special track. You have a lot of different cars on the track, so you have to manage a lot of things, and also you enjoy when you drive because it's very fast. You are always fast, and it's good.
Good to hear it. Thank you.
Grazie. Thank you. Ciao.
The enthusiasm of Valentino Rossi is infectious, isn't it? You get carried away with him because he is enjoying this. It's not easy, but he's signed up for the long haul and he is enjoying it.
Yeah, I've never heard of any sound
di
anything
BMW
other than that,
WRT
to be honest.
ini ya.
A lot of cars off now.
Yeah.
Just missing the braking points
Sama
and
Martin.
sliding straight on.
Down at the
Siapa
first
Martin?
chicane,
Gue
was on
cuma
straight,
taunya
slippery
Jorge
surface
Martin
flag
anjing.
out as well. As you see now, delay. Jean-Eric Verne is under investigation in Peugeot 90 infringements. Neil Jarni is up to 20th place in number 99, but the downside is that the car is still the best part of 4 laps down, which you're never going to get back. And he's trying to find a reference point.
Number 46 we.
Comes through the chicane.
He's super gentle on the car.
But he's on slicks, don't forget.
He's on slicks. On probably the dampest part of the track right now.
Yang dia kalau di LMGP dia ini juga sama-sama BMW satu tim juga berarti ya, satu pabrikan bersama dengan Sean Gelair, cuma bedanya yang timnya Rossi sekarang di posisi kedua. Kalau timnya si Sean Gelair itu di posisi ke-13. Juga.
Toyota on wets, easily overtaking.
So that's Hirakawa going by.
Is this payback for the
sekarang,
earlier bit of luck or
posisi
good
dari
judgment from
timnya
Ferrari in
Rossi
this time?
sebenarnya sudah
Well, to be fair to them, he was the first of the
cukup
front
aman
cars
sebenarnya.
to
Jadi
during that race when they
kemungkinan
just
mungkin
didn't quite
selama tim dari Rossi atau tim dari BMW WRT46 ini konsisten, mungkin dia bisa raih podium kedua. Syukur-syukur jikalau si pemimpin racing sekarang atau Martin Racing itu mengalami crash or something, karena jarak dari nomor 1 ke 2 atau dari Rossi ke depan itu 49 detik. Nah, kemudian dari Rossi ke belakang, dari tim Rossi ke belakang atau dari tim WRT ke belakang ya ke Manti Ema itu ada di angka 2 menit. Itu hampir kehilangan setengah putaran banget loh itu.
Wets standing by in number 50 garage, Nicholas Nielsen's garage.
Yeah, he's not far from the pits now.
No.
So
let's see what he does.
But let's see here in the data.